Bank one-day cup game, Group A, between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. It is second against fourth as we head into match day 6 in this group phase out of 8. So very much qualification places up for grabs. Whether Hampshire, for instance, could grab a place, we'll have to wait and see. A 5th win today will certainly put them in the box seat to qualify for at least a quarter-final place. Nottinghamshire, well, they have a little bit more to do, but mathematically they are also still in with a shout. Details. Nottinghamshire have won the toss. They are going to bowl first. We'll get underway at 11 o'clock. Let me introduce you to your commentary team today. A little later, you will hear from Charlie Harden. We've also got Kevin Howes from 5 Live here as well, because as well as on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, we are also BBC Online as well as Sports Extra 3. It's myself, Kevin James, to take you through the first period, alongside Chris Temple. How are you, Chris?
Oh, I'm very good.
No, I didn't. I was going to say something to introduce you, then I thought, no, I won't. I'll just say Chris Temple. I was going to build you up even further.
Start to mean to go on, Kevin, by getting each other's names wrong. Good morning. Good morning. Lovely to be here again. It's a lot fresher today than it was when we were here for the Leicestershire game, when it was absolutely roasting, which we were banging on about. The trees, as we look away to our left, just fluttering slightly. There's a bit of a breeze out there on the field. Cloud cover at the moment. It is bright. The forecast is good for temperatures up to about 21, 22 degrees throughout the day, which I imagine if there's a bit of a breeze around as well will make for a very pleasant afternoon or morning and afternoon for players and spectators alike, unlike the punishing conditions we had the other day. But Notts have won the toss, as you say, choosing to bowl first, which means we'll get a first look at the country's most informed batter in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Hampshire's Nick Gubbins.
Yes, we certainly will. So let's go through the two teams, Chris. There are changes. Hampshire have made 2 from their last game. Nottinghamshire have made 3. Chris will do Nottinghamshire.
Thank you very much. Yes, they are captained by Haseeb Hameed, who is listed to come in at number 4. The Bens will open the batting for them when we get round to the Notts innings. Ben Martindale and Ben Slater. Then we've got Jack Haynes, Haseeb Hameed. Freddie McCann is back for them as well. We've seen a couple of these sort of short-term loaning back of players from the 100. We saw it with Hampshire with James Fuller, who's not involved today. Freddie McCann back from the Birmingham Phoenix, where he hasn't been featuring, to feature for Notts today. Lyndon James, Dane Shardendorf, the Zimbabwean wicket-keeper, Joe Pocklington, Brett Hutton also restored to their team, Rob Lord and James Hayes complete the Outlaws 11.
And Hampshire have made 2 changes from the side that thrashed Surrey at the Oval at the beginning of the week. Chris has already mentioned James Fuller, who was sort of loaned from Birmingham Phoenix. He's back with them. And no 16-year-old Manny Lumsden, so I've still not seen him bowl yet. In comes Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack. So it's basically a swap, seam bowlers for seam bowlers. So Hampshire are Ali Orr, Gubbins, Fletcher Middleton, Brandon McMullen, Tom Prest, Ben Mays, Felix Organ, Andrew Neil, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack. And your familiar friend is umpiring once more, your man of Kent.
He must have a residency in this hotel, I reckon, James Treadwell, that we're broadcasting from at the Hilton Hotel end of the ground. Yes, James Treadwell umpiring at one end. That may well be a late change because different umpires were printed on the scorecard. And a first team cricket match this season for the umpire of South African origin, Casper Fillion. How I'm instructed, it is said. Casper Fillion is out there with James Treadwell today.
I think you said it was his first team game.
Yes, it is in England this year. He's did a few games in this competition last year, but he's been mainly operating in the 2s as umpire Fillion, who is marching away to square leg at the moment. James Treadwell taking his position at the bowler's end, where Ali Orr is taking strike, and it's going to be Brett Hutton, right arm medium fast, to open things up for Notts from the hotel end.
In green and a few streaks of gold running vertically across their shirts. So we are slightly to the left of centre, the wicket, as we head into the first delivery, and it's going to be Nick Gubbins it's Ali Orr. Ali Orr in behind that one, and we are underway. So Nottinghamshire have won 2 from 5 with 1 tie. Hampshire have won 4 from 5 in this competition so far, and that's usual one-day cup crowd at the moment, I suppose.
They've been good here. They've been. I mean, the upper deck of the pavilion, the opposite end of the ground to where we are, has been pretty full for most of the games. We're to the left of the square as we look today. We're about 3 or 4 wickets to the left of centre.
But we'll still call the LBWs. Don't worry about that. As or drives through the covers, pleasant shot, and that is going for 4 runs. Half volley outside of off stump there from Brett Hutton, and Ali Orr, who's been in good form in this competition with that 100 against Leicestershire here, 131 from 141 balls. Nice to see him. That was his first 100 for 15 months for Hampshire after that horrendous injury last summer.
You talk about giving LBWs for us, Kevin. Well, it was James Treadwell umpiring now who gave Ali Orr out LBW. I looked at the video afterwards. Oh, I thought that was a tough one from Treddy, that one. I think it was doing a bit too much to me, but anyway.
Have you confronted him about it?
I haven't seen him, luckily.
No. But you men can stick together. I'm sure you'll be fine with that. Or gets a length ball, watchfully plays that out on the offside. As usual for these group games in the One Day Cup, we are reverting back to an old email, suncricket@gmail.com. So that's the way to get in touch with the commentary team today.
Had some great interactions over the course of the last few matches, haven't we? From people from both ends. Hopefully, whether you're listening from a Hampshire perspective, obviously most of us on this commentary team today based in Hampshire, also commentating on the Hampshire picture stream today as well, but delighted to be going further afield, so welcome to Notts listeners as well.
That's for sure. Or pushes that to mid-on. Thank you to Shirley Jackson, who's already emailed us, suncricket@gmail.com, who says we've forgotten to switch on the in-ground commentary. Shirley, for once you were right, not you personally, but normally we get it all right, but we forgot to switch it on. So it is on now. So you've got us, Kevin James, Chris Temple, later on Charlie Harden and Kevin Howes.
We'd like to give ourselves 3 balls to warm up before we go public.
We do.
Yep.
Well, you might be 3 balls, I'm more 3 hours.
You're still warming up for the first game.
Here's Brett Hutton, right arm over with 2 slips, comes in and bowls and oars off the back foot and works that up to mid-off where Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, fields.
I thought we should get some kit colours in early, Kevin. I know you've mentioned the green and gold already, but with the Leicestershire kit, unfortunately took a bit of a panning for us, or not from us actually, but from another member of our team. We then found out it had been designed by the winner of a primary school colouring competition, which made it a little bit awkward for that person who'd been very critical of the Leicestershire kit. Right. Yeah, but all in good faith. Leicestershire, as you say, sort of dark green and gold stripes. Hampshire in their navy blue one-day kit with the bright yellow pads.
Yes. There's Hutton bowls, always come back a fraction, but it's outside off stump. It's a good leave from all. First over done. Hampshire are 4 without loss. Yes, it made us feel pretty bad, didn't it? Sort of, I wouldn't say criticising the kit, but certainly calling it out. So I think we've sort of done with that, aren't we, from now on? We're not going to call any kit.
We like every kit all of a sudden.
We do. We're actually big fans of any kit that any team turns up here at the Utilita Bowl.
I've got to say, we were more associates of that criticism rather than directly at the heart of it. But anyway, that's all done. Leicestershire, not big rivals, of course, as we... It's James Hayes. Sorry, I was just waiting to hear the announcement because we're the other end of the ground and it's an unfamiliar face to a lot of us here who was taking the new ball. So James Hayes, who had a little loan spell away at Sussex earlier in the season, is going to be bowling to Mr. Runs at the moment in this competition. Nick Gubbins, the country's leading run scorer, who drives that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. 412 so far, Kevin, in his 5 innings in this. And when you compare that to his 18 championship innings that have brought 533, it just sort of sums up how good he's been in this and maybe how disappointing he's been in the championship so far. Yeah,
you're right. He has been a little bit below par in the 4-day stuff, but hopefully this is a nice little introduction to the last round of matches coming up next month.
Carted it everywhere around the oval the other day, Nick Gubbins. He was in a hurry on Monday to win that game, which Hampshire did very easily as he leaves that one alone from Hayes outside the off stump. A few oohs and ahs from the Nottinghamshire slip cordon, of which there are 2. 2 slips in alongside the wicketkeeper Dane Schardendorf. There's a 3rd man and a fine leg. The 2 men permitted outside the circle in this first 10 overs of power play in this Metrobank One Day Cup 50 over competition. There's a man at backward point, there's a cover, there's a mid-off, mid-on and a square leg very close to the umpire for Gubbins. 2 left-handers opening up for Hampshire here, who formed a good partnership so far. We've got a little bit of movement behind the arm on the middle deck, I think, or the top deck of the pavilion. Down at the far end, there's a few latecomers. I say late, they're 4 minutes after the start. We'll cut them a bit of slack as well, but they're still moving up the top there. I'm not sure exactly who it is. There's people on the top deck, but there's also a door that's opened, I think, in the middle deck as well, as we're looking down the ground towards the iconic Rod Bransgrove Pavilion.
There's a few sort of gathered up there behind the arm, isn't there? Both on the second and third tiers. But you're right, I think it's the door. Yeah, we're good. It's closed.
Pretty much that's the same door, I think, that was caused a problem and a delay in the last game as well. So in comes James Hayes, past umpire Fillion, bowling to Gubbins. That's full, driven up the ground. Doesn't quite get all of it, but he will get 4. Beautifully placed by Nick Gubbins. And already we can see as Hayes strays in length there, and Gubbins climbing into that one and off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, you mentioned his championship form this year. Got 100 in the second innings against Surrey at the Oval. That was the second game of the season. A couple of 80s, Somerset here in the first innings. And in the last game, actually, Worcestershire at New Road got 84 in the second innings.
Relishing captaincy as well, Nick Gubbins. Leadership is bringing runs. As in comes Hayes again to bowl to Gubbins. That's straying onto the pad. Thunders out and off his pad out into the leg side. No run.
So, whilst we've owned up for the in-ground commentary being slightly late, I'm not sure we're at fault on the live picture feed if you're trying to find out if the game is going on here. So, before we get any emails, an influx of emails saying, what's happened to the live picture feed? If it's anything like our feed and our screen in front of us, then it's not actually on at the moment.
There's only so many things we can control, isn't there, Kevin? And for us, the limit is normally getting out of bed and getting here. As the ball is whipped away by Gubbins, that's well fielded. Short in, close in on the leg side there. The fielder tumbling to his right. Only about 5 wickets away from the one we're playing on. But the stream is working.
It's just obviously not working our end. Oh well. But we are definitely on Sports Extra 3. And we are definitely on BBC Online via the website, sport website and the app. So that's all working. Kevin Howes is just checking that it is.
Which now gives us also the confusing thing where we're commentating on pictures that we can't see, but the audience can. Yeah. For those watching on the picture stream, obviously our radio audience don't have the pictures. We will obviously perform this as a radio commentary for the benefit of those, as that one is put out by Gubbins up towards mid-off to end the over. So Hampshire 8 without loss here after 2 overs, having been put into bat. The openers have 4 apiece, Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins.
Email here from James Bradley. It's quite a long one. Cricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning. It's nice to see Hampshire doing well in the Metrobank competition and bucking the trend that I've outlined below. So he writes, says James, I attended a very uncompetitive men's 100 match between the Southern Brave and the Oval Invincibles on Monday. That's right, but it was a good crowd here apparently.
Nearly sold out, I think. Was it sold out?
Yeah, I think it was. The women won that one easy and the men lost it easy apparently. It was yet another occasion when a Surrey team, I suppose they're Surrey based. I suppose it's supposed to be Surrey really. Oh, it's a good ball which Ali Orr misses playing forward to. Start of a new over from Brett Hutton. It was yet another occasion when a Surrey team thrashed the opposition like they do in the County Championship and the T20. They would doubtless win the 100 for a 3rd consecutive year and probably the T20 Blast as well as the County Championship for a 4th consecutive year. This is not good for the game, says James. I saw an article in a well-known newspaper last year. He doesn't say that. He actually mentions the paper. I've just said well known. As Hutton bowls on the line of middle and leg, tucked away down to back of the square by Orr and moves on to 5, 9 without loss. About Surrey having a similar ethos as well as a similar win at all cost determination to Manchester City. But, like with Manchester City, the media seem to be neglecting to recognise the role of financial backing in this success. Let's hope there's enough interest from ECB to balance things out before cricket becomes as boring and predictable as Premier League football, which he says is an all-time low. That's his thoughts. Many thanks in advance for your thoughts. Well, you do have to remember, as Gubbins pushes Brett Hutton out to mid-off, you have to remember that Surrey do get an awful lot of income from various things. They've got a new hotel now, which they earn money from. They have a very good banqueting conference facilities there. They are in a situation where they do get lots of bookings. So they have lots of income, and you can't blame them. You can't blame them if that is the situation.
And they're obviously in a prime position to capitalise on those income opportunities in London as well, charging a premium, I'm sure, for a lot of those things.
Yeah. Whilst it's annoying, it is a fact of life. Here's Hutton, runs away from us, and nicely worked on the onside by Gubbins, who again has found the gap, and it may just run all the way for 4, which it does. Isn't it lovely when you're in form? So I'm told. I'm not sure I ever sort of reached those heights. But everything you sort of hit just seems to hit the middle of the bats, and even if you're playing a little more than a defensive shot, you always seem to find the gap. And there are runs when other times you bat, and even if you thrash the ball, it seems to find a fielder. He's in a lovely situation. Here's Mr. Gubbins with his batting at the moment. He moves on to 8, 13 without loss. Reminder that Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bowl first as Hutton's in again, wide of off stump, and that is left alone.
And probably when you get onto this kind of run, the way this tournament is laid out, there's a game every sort of 2 or 3 days, isn't there? You're concentrating on one format. Even in the Blast now, you're flipping from white ball to red ball in the middle of it, aren't you? So if you find yourself in form like Nick Gubbins has, you're playing the same format every day. You're playing every 2 or 3 days. You're captain in the team as well. So Nick Gubbins is cashing in at the moment, the only batter in the country at the start of play today, who's passed for the 400 run mark in this competition.
Okay. Hutton in again. He's down to 1 slip now, and that's almost a second slip as that's pushed out into the covers. He has found the fielder this time as Nick Gubbins, and that's the end of the over. Hutton's completed 2 overs, none for 9, and Hampshire after 3 overs are 13 without loss. I'm told by Matt, who's working the picture feed for Hampshire today, that he's also not getting a picture his end. So, and he's working on it apparently. He's getting somebody in to fix it.
That's terrific. The watching audience can watch the game, but the people here at the game, filming the game, can't see it.
Bizarre, isn't
incredible, it? Yeah. Anyway, we're about to start the 4th over. Welcome if you're just joining us, wherever you are tuning in, either via the radio or via the Hampshire picture feed here from Utilita Bowl. It's Group A, hotting up for those places, hopefully, from Hampshire's point of view, hopefully. They're through directly to the semi-finals. They need to win the group, of course, and there's a very big game coming at Gloucester, who are 5 from 5 so far at Bristol. That could well be the semi-final decider, couldn't it, to see who leapfrogs the quarter-final round. As in comes James Hayes, starting a new over, running towards us, bowling for the pavilion end, driven up by Orr, and there's no run up to mid-off, 13 without loss at the start of the 4th. Yes, if you're not familiar with the Metro Bank Cup, maybe you just sort of, you've seen some good cricket on the scorecards and thought, I'm going to tune in and have a look at this because Hampshire are playing very well, or Notts have been playing well, certainly in their last game. The group winners, the 2 group winners of Group A and B, which is just divided down the middle. There's no geographical relevance to the two groups, I should say, unlike in the Blast competition. The 2 group winners go directly to a home semi-final as in comes Hayes again, and this time Orr is out defensively into the covers. And there's no run. And the 2nd and 3rd place teams play each other in the opposite groups and go through to the, well, that's the quarterfinals effectively, isn't it, for the right to play the group winners in the semi-final.
Exactly. And the 2nd place teams get the home advantage. And
the final, of course, is at Nottinghamshire on 20th of September.
Yes.
Trent Bridge, which, of course, Hampshire have been in. Notts have got a good one-day record going back through the years, of course, with some of their history. Back through the 80s and 90s and the teens as well. As in comes James Hayes again to bowl. This time always more up on his toes, playing that back down the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, the last time Notts won this competition, 2017.
Big 100 that day in defeat for Mark Stoneman. 144 not out. Hampshire's Mark Stoneman. Was Hampshire, that's what I meant, sorry, earlier in the season. Was Hampshire's Mark Stoneman. 144 not out, but unfortunately Alex Hales was in form that day and scored 187 not out for Notts as they beat Surrey. So who was there, the emailer complaining about Surrey winning everything. They didn't win the 2017 version of this at Lord's. Notts beat them. In comes Hayes, again past umpire Villian. This time Orr wants a quick single out into the offside. Good understanding there between the 2 batters. The tumbling throw comes in, actually hits Ali Orr with no great impact at the non-striker's end, and they come through successfully for a single. The score moves on to 14 without loss.
Did you see this email from Duncan Holding?
No, I haven't seen the emails today.
gmail.com. He's just put, hello, I'm in Southport. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Good to know. It's always good to know where people are listening and watching from. So Duncan started that ball rolling today. We had Brisbane and Barcelona and all sorts the other day, didn't we? As James Hayes once again into bowl to Gubbins. That's full and driven, and that would have gone for 4 if there hadn't been an intervention by the bowler off his own over, and stops it with his feet. No run.
Paul Williams, who's in Portugal, sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says YouTube is working well, so clearly. Several outlets are working. It's just not our picture feed here.
Our picture feed has got a beautiful nighttime drone shot, I think, of the Utilita Bowl. About 3/4 full, looking like a terrific marketing sort of shot, that one, but no live action at the moment. The live action is out there in front of our eyes. 1 slip in now for James Hayes. That is Jack Haynes, who's in alongside the keeper Schardendorf as Hayes bowls, and this time it's worked through the leg side by Gubbins, but again straight to the fielder on that occasion. McCann has been lively in that mid-wicket region. End of the 4th over. It's 14 without loss. And seems a good time for me to vacate Kevin and bring in Charlie Harden.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Paul Dowling has emailed saloncricket@gmail.com. He says, I thought I'd be the first to ask you, do you have an injury update on Keith Barker? And he's in Thrapston. I think that's in Leicestershire. Thrapston, I'm going to look it up as I speak. Charlie, welcome.
Thank you, Kevin. It's a pleasure to be back.
Good, yeah, it's always good to have you, of course.
It always is.
I don't have an update since last week, but I know Hampshire last week was saying they were hoping for him to be fit towards the later stages of this competition. Here's Brett Hutton, comes in and bowls, and that's nicely driven up to mid-on by Ali Orr, but it's straight to the fielder.
So both openers getting off to a calm and risk-free start, as we've come so accustomed to seeing so far in this tournament for Hampshire. The two top run scorers in this competition for Hampshire, Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins, as we've been mentioning. Chris Temple saying that Nick Gubbins the only man to go past 400 runs in the tournament so far. So very good to see the two Hampshire openers on top. It's 14 for none.
Yes, they are. It's been a good opening partnership. Certainly helped Hampshire. Been one of the main factors why they've been doing so well. That's hit away, lofted high over square leg. That's going for 6. Just picked that up. Middle and leg half volley there from Brett Hutton, and just helped away out of the middle of the bat. Hampshire 20 without loss.
Beautiful shot from Ali Orr, as you said, just picked up straight, probably on around leg stump line, and it's just been whipped away so high into about the 4th tier back. It's a shot that we've seen Ali Orr play a couple of times so far this tournament. Clearly likes it off his legs.
Looks confident, doesn't he? Thrapston is on the road between Kettering and Huntingdon, so that's probably more Northamptonshire, isn't it, in a way? Let's just come back a fraction at all, pushes that up to mid-on, no run. Stephen Clark, who always loves writing long emails when he's on the ground, saloncricket@gmail.com. He says, how dare others get the email in first before me? He likes the competition, does Stephen Clark. He likes to be first, but he's failed miserably today. Cherry, his wife, and I had a wonderful couple of days in South. This is South. He's trying to be Cockney here. South London. Enjoying the win at the Oval. Here's Hutton bowls wide. Tries to cut that one and misses, does Orr. He said he had a wonderful welcome from the Surrey members. That's nice. He says, obviously the quarter-final will have to be away, because there's a 100 game here on quarter-finals day. Indeed there is. So Hampshire will have to give up. Well, will they give up home advantage? I'm not sure they'll play the game on the Isle of Wight, if indeed they can. But we'll keep you posted on that one as Hutton bowls. That's eased out to point. Fielded by Ben Martindale, no run. So, yeah, we'll wait. But we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. As we said at the top of the programme, both these sides have a chance of qualifying.
They certainly do. 2nd versus 4th. And I think what Notts have done so well, they've really taken their form through from the county championship there. They've been brilliant in the Red Bull stuff so far this year. And despite losing multiple players to the 100, their form really hasn't dipped in this competition as it has for other teams as well.
It's coming round the wicket here, Brett Hutton. That's full, that's driven through extra cover. That is a half volley. No doubt about that one. You could see the minute the ball left the hand, it was there to be put away. And with these two batters in such good form, you ain't going to get away with that. 24 without loss, 5 gone.
That's picture perfect there from Ali Orr. Not a brilliant delivery outside the off stump, drifting towards that half volley region. And Ali Orr, you can see what kind of form he's in. He's picked it up so early. And he's got his foot right to the pitch of the ball and cracked it away through the covers. Nothing wrong at all with that cover drive from Ali Orr. 4 runs takes the total to 24 for none. The bowler is James Hayes from the pavilion end. The Rod Bransgrove pavilion end. And Gubbins will take strike, the left-hander. Just the one slip in. A ring field around on the offside. Forward square leg, mid on. As James Hayes bowls wide, full toss, and it's driving from Nick Gubbins. It's gone through the gap. and it runs away for 4. Didn't manage to hit the deck on that occasion, and Nick Gubbins has capitalised on a slightly loose delivery and smashing it through the gap between cover and cover point. Not a big gap there for Nick Gubbins, but he's got through it with ease.
It's incredible, isn't it, really, when you're bowling at in-form batters, how just every ball that is not in the right areas just seems to be put away. It's incredible, isn't it? How many games we've seen this season where it can be totally the opposite.
Just found the gap. Here comes Hayes again, punching out off the back foot is Gubbins. Only as far as mid-off, it will be no run. Scores 28 for none.
Of course, the secret is when you are in this sort of form is not to get too carried away. Don't try and play shots almost to every ball, whereas out there in the middle, you probably feel like you can.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins is on top of the world right now. However, he's going to use his experience and he's going to keep it all in check. I'm sure of it. So James Hayes just beginning his run up here. He bowls into Gubbins, who's driving straight down the ground. What a glorious shot from Nick Gubbins. Once again, just slightly offline in length from James Hayes. And it's just a simple punch from Gubbins back down the ground. Glorious stuff from the in-form opener.
Yeah, all his runs coming off boundaries so far. 2 4s and a 6 for Alior in his 16. So you can see just the regularity that these two batters are putting the ball away.
Just for a bit of context, as that one's pushed out to cover, Imam ul Haq, the Pakistani playing for Yorkshire, is in second place on the averages with an average of 128. Because Nick Gubbins, who's had 2 not outs in the tournament so far, has got 412 runs at an average of 137.33. Fair to say this lad's seeing it pretty well as James Hayes begins his run up. 2 balls left in the over into Gubbins. Oh, an attempted drive. It's a play and a miss. Good take from Schardendorf behind the stumps. Gubbins doesn't look too impressed with that little play and miss. Maybe a few boundaries, and he's trying to hit another one to the fence.
Yeah, a little wide that one. Kept it a little low, I think, as well. Sun's beginning to come out here at the Utilita. There's a lot of cloud around for it to get through. You do get the feeling that maybe as we go on through the day, we'll get a little more sun.
Hayes in again to finish off his over. Driving his Gubbins straight to mid-off. It's coming off the bat really, really nicely today, as it has done throughout the whole tournament. The score is 32 for none. That's the end of the 6th over.
Neil Prowse has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, just to point out a correction, I think we've mentioned this. Apparently, if Hampshire comes second in the group, we won't be allowed a home quarter-final as it clashes with a 100 game and we'll have to play away. That's right. Wow. I think we mentioned that earlier, but anyway. Totally ridiculous decision by the ECB, says Neil. Well, they've got to get all the 100 games in, of course, so there's probably not too much leeway on that as well. There's some 100 cricket going on today. Southern Brave in action at the Welsh Fire. The women's game getting underway at 11:30 this morning. Very shortly, Southern Brave have won the toss and will field. They've won 5 out of 5, the women. The men later on at 3 o'clock. The Southern Brave men started the competition well, but have lost their last 3. There'll be live commentary of that one on the BBC Sport website and app. And London Spirit and the Northern Superchargers are up against each other today at Lords. The women's game getting underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the men's at 6:30. Change of bowling. Robert Lord, the 24-year-old right-arm seamer in, and that's pushed out into the covers by Alior, and there's no run.
Yeah, Rob Lord, top wicket taker not only for this tournament this year, but he was also the top wicket taker for Notts in this tournament last year. He's on 9 wickets at an average of 29 so far, taking his best figures, I believe, of 3-4-30 against Essex. But he's got a very signature start to his run-up, where he likes to start perfectly perpendicular to the crease as he begins his run-up now.
And again, bowls and just pushed up to mid-on, fielded by Brett Hutton. I have an email from Switzerland, from Simon, solidcricket@gmail.com. He's in Lucerne. Have you been to Switzerland, Charlie?
No.
No, never. Tuning in via YouTube to the live stream. It's working well, but please can the camera at the hotel commentary end showing footage be straightened, as it looks like there's a slope at the ground, a bit like Lord's. Well, I have no control over that. Hopefully somebody at Hampshire is listening to that and may do some sort of adjustment. Ball's off the back foot and works that out into the covers, and there's no run. He says he's making viewing a little difficult and is giving him a headache. Well, you can always imagine that the Utilita Bowl has suddenly got a slope on it. That actually would make it a little easier. Just imagine the Utilita Bowl is something like Lord's, and just accept it. Really, because otherwise it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, you could tilt your TV somehow, maybe, or tilt your head. Try and get it a little bit flatter.
It says he's loving hearing Chris Temple as well. There is an email out there that says they like Chris Temple. That's pushed out square on the offside. I think that's the first one we've had in. I think that's the first email in this competition we've had that said they've enjoyed listening to Chris Temple. Anyway, the score here is 32 without loss. We're in the 7th over. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. 2 changes in the Hampshire side, 3 in the Not side from their previous games. And we've got Robert Lloyd in. Oh, that's outside off stump. It's driven to extra cover. And there is no run. Of course, you're a man of Lords, being an MCC member.
I am, and have you told the listeners where you're going to be on Saturday, or is it undisclosed?
Well, undisclosed. No, I shall be at the Southern Brave game against London Spirit on Saturday. Looking forward to that. Not working for a change. I'll actually be there as a guest, which is nice. Looking forward to that.
Kevin James as a guest. God, be nice to sit next to this guy.
Doesn't happen very often. Make the most of it. Yeah, looking forward to it very much. Lord bowls, that's turned away, square on the leg side. Have to hurry here. It's a good bit of fielding, but it's a comfortable single. Total moves on to 33 without loss. Paul Dowling is back, sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says, Thrapston is indeed in Northamptonshire. Our town is famous for having the Washington family coat of arms in our parish church. The town legend is that our town flag inspired the American flag. There you go, that's interesting.
33 for none then. It's James Hayes to continue the bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowled his first 3 overs for just 13 runs. But Rob Lord, he's been particularly threatening in this tournament, and his first over went for just 1. So these 2 in-form Hampshire openers are not finding it too easy to get the Lord away. Here comes Hayes. Short, pulling away is Ali Orr. There's a man out there. Is it going to land safe? It is. And it is just picked up inside the boundary rope. They're going to come back for a quick second. And Ali Orr takes a strike again. 35 for none.
That was just helped away on the leg side, wasn't it? Hit rather than hit with any venom. And Robert Lord wasn't too far away from that one.
Yeah, he wasn't quite in control of that one, Ali Orr. You couldn't really get the sense whether he was trying to clear the fielder out there at fine leg, whether he was just trying to place it in a gap maybe a little bit more in front of square, but nonetheless he stays at the crease. He's on 19. Hayes in again, driving is Ali Orr. A little bit on the up, but straight to that catching extra cover. Will be no run.
I have to say at the minute this wicket looks a belter. Absolute belter.
You never know with these two. I mean, they're in such good form. They could be making any pitch,
True.
even a minefield, look good at this point. But
Very true.
I think Ali Orr is clearly coming onto the bat really nicely. The ball's coming off the bat like a rocket so far today. So James Hayes just at the edge of the ring as he begins to run in. Bowls. Just defending his Ali Orr, nice and solid. Got the sense that early in this tournament, Ali Orr in that kind of channel was doing a lot of playing missing, a lot of outside that kind of 4th, 5th stump channel. Was just playing a lot of playing and misses early on this tournament, but now, you know, you might think it's the pitch, but also he's just in fine form considering where he was at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, he looks confident out there, doesn't he? Out of the 35 runs, 30 have come in boundaries.
I think that tells you it's a good pitch here, Kevin. Here comes James Hayes. Bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge. Straight down to fine leg for 4. I'd say that is not far away from the stumps. Ali Orr, a little bit of a rash shot, has tried to clear the mid-wicket boundary and go into the stands. And it's just missed the leg stump on the inside edge.
First full shot of the morning. And that's another example of when things are going your way. They go your way. Didn't miss the leg stump by very much. Paul Williams has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He's the one in Portugal. He says, apparently Mark Stoneman is helping the Hampshire coaching team for this Metro Bank Cup. Thank you, I didn't know that.
Ali Orr. A few bat taps and he's ready to go. Hayes bowls. Just pushed into the offside. Picked up by the fielder at backward point, which I believe is Ben Martindale, the opener for Nottinghamshire.
His dad, Duncan Martindale, used to play for Nottinghamshire.
Wow.
He played 55 first-class matches for Nottinghamshire, and I looked it up and I thought, I do remember the name. But he played once against Hampshire in '85, but it was a game I didn't play in, so I never actually got to play against his dad.
Oh,
it's a shame.
Thought there was going to be an incredible story coming here, Kevin.
Well, it was, yeah, I built it up more than it was worth.
Here comes Hayes, bowls. Or edging down towards third man, a little bit streaky. It's going to go away to the boundary. It's another 4. And this is going to bring Hampshire's total up to 43 for none. Another boundary to these Hampshire batters. Ali Orr gets to 27. Gubbins on 16. 43 for none.
Charlie Harden is staying on, and alongside him will be Kevin Howes.
So it's been an excellent start from this pair. Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins are making easy work so far of the Nottinghamshire bowlers, as we're joined in the commentary box by Kevin Howes.
When you say in the commentary box, I mean, here we are. 4, well, hold on, let's get this right. 2 old blokes, one who's getting there and one who's way off, Charlie. I mean, we look to you thinking, oh, we remember those days when we were young, full of promise. What happened, Jamer? What did happen? I can't work it out. Anyway, you carry on, my friend.
Thank you. I see 4 guys full of promise up here.
Oh, bless you.
In the gantry.
You will go far. You will go far.
So, Rob Lord, the informed bowler for Nottinghamshire, bowls to Nick Gubbins, and it's almost played on. It's played down into the ground and picked up by the keeper, Schardendorf.
Well, I understand that James Treadwell has been following you in Hampshire around a little. He was only yesterday standing in the game at Radlett, and it was a bit of a tricky one for him and Rob White yesterday, because for those that weren't listening and everything, Radlett is a small club ground, and it's got hedges on 2 sides of the ground, and they kept losing the ball. I don't know how many balls we got through, and you know, prickly old hedge, you didn't really want to go diving in there. It was hard work for the umpires.
Lord bowls again, driving is Nick Gubbins, finding the gap at extra cover. The captain Hamid is hard working to get off this ball. He picks it up. He throws it straight back into the bowler's end, picked up by Rob Lord. And another 2 to the total, 45 for none.
I shouldn't laugh at such things, but actually James Treadwell off officiating here reminds me of something that just made me chuckle. It shouldn't do really, but he gave a wide to a delivery from Liam Dawson in a T20 match that was on the TV. And Dawson stood there for I don't know how long behind his back, shaking his head, as if to say, well, I mean, one spinner to another, of course. Couldn't quite believe it, but he was going, oh, shocking decision.
Ruthless in umpiring. Here comes Rob Lord, short, pulled away by Nick Gubbins. Don't bowl there to this man. He hasn't timed it perfectly, but nonetheless, it's running away to the boundary, bringing the score to 49 for none. Nick Gubbins pouncing on that short ball rather quickly.
Well, I saw Hampshire demolish a Surrey team on Monday, and that was the second demolition job done on them on Surrey. 244 runs defeat against Essex before the weekend, and then that on Monday. Sorry tale there at Surrey. I mean, they're missing so many players, but such a commanding performance from Hampshire. Very impressive.
Yeah, 9-wicket win just 2 days ago. This time Gubbins working it down towards third man, just getting off strike, keeping the scoreboard moving over. That's the 50 partnership for this opening pair. They've shown brilliant signs throughout the whole tournament so far, and this one coming just over half an hour in 8 overs. Hampshire are 50 for no loss.
And as for Nottinghamshire, well, I saw them very early on in the competition, defeated against their East Midlands rivals Derbyshire, which always hurts just a little bit more, of course, from their point of view. They've had that tied result against Worcestershire and a couple of defeats, which I witnessed one of those. So it's 2 wins, 2 defeats, and that tied result, keeping them very much in the picture. They need a win here today to keep in touch, because obviously taking on Hampshire 2 places above them, and that creates a bit of a gap there. Essex playing this afternoon. They are, well, they've turned things around a little. Can they keep that going? 5th in this particular group, Group A, again, having lost as they did the first 3 matches. They've really just got to keep going, winning matches. Essex currently in 5th.
Lord Bowles clipping off Alior's legs out towards a deep square leg. It's picked up, will just be the 1 run. You do get the sense it's a big game this for Nottinghamshire. They sit 4th, 2 wins, 2 losses, at a kind of limbo stage where it could go either way in this tournament. And as we said, the top 3 qualify, 3rd and 2nd through to a semis, and through to the quarters, and 1st place gets straight through to that semi-final. Rob Lord starting at a right angle to the wicket as he bends round at the start of his run-up. Nick Gubbins on strike. Bowles, and it's just pushed out towards Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, and will be no run. That over comes to an end. 51 for none. Hampshire, brilliant start.
It is indeed. I mean, the other group, of which it does matter to these 2 teams, because eventually, of course, they will get to play the teams who have been doing well in the other group. So the other group is Group B, where the top 2 teams are Yorkshire and Middlesex at the moment. Middlesex, with that victory yesterday, have played 6. They played a game more than the others around them. At Yorkshire on 16, Middlesex on 16, Somerset 3rd on 12. We've got 3 teams still on 12 points from 3 to 5. Somerset, Warwickshire and Sussex. Sussex plays Somerset tomorrow. If you listening to us on BBC Sounds, you'll have that one tomorrow from home. That's just a cracker of a game to look forward to tomorrow, and a very important game in qualification. Start of the next over, round the wicket, in and bowls, and driven into the offside. Off the bat of Orr, who's sitting there on 28, not out at the moment. And we are still in the power play, but only by 5 deliveries remaining. 9.1 over so far. Hampshire at 51 for no wickets. They've got to that magic number. I think it's a magic number is 50. It depends on conditions, I know, but you get to 50, you think we've done okay in the power play, and certainly with no wickets down, that's shaping up very nicely. Got to keep going here. Orr and Gubbins, and it is Orr who faces. That's a brilliant shot, glorious on drive, and the applause to match, and rightly so as well. There was real quality in that from Orr. Takes him to 32, takes Hampshire to 55 for no wicket in this 10th over.
A very knowledgeable crowd in today. Biggest applause of the day comes for the perfect on drive of Alior. Good crowd can really appreciate the beauty of an on drive. Perfect from Alior.
He's has gone for 27 runs from his 4.2 overs, and he's coming in from the pavilion end. A right arm around the wicket. And this time it's a little more subtle. Use of the wrist and the swerve of the body to get it away for a single through square leg. The pitch we're playing on is to our left-hand side, so the boundary, is it twice the distance on one side to the other? Maybe not quite, but maybe it is actually, just looking at it. We've seen a few of those. Of course, the squares that are being used, and for the ground surface, it's a nightmare to try and get all the games. And of course, all the matches have been played here. There's no outground cricket being played, so hard work. Gubbins is on 23, and he goes for another on drive, but it's more of a push, and therefore it doesn't go so far. It doesn't get past the fielder, and it's a single for Gubbins to move to 24, and Hampshire now to 57 for no wicket. 2 balls left of this 10th over, and there's a good number in. I think crowds, generally speaking, have been around the 5,000-6,000 mark, and obviously some of the smaller venues have really been packed in. I've seen lots of social media photographs of big queues leading up to grounds in the morning. Of course, we've had a few day-night matches. Got one today. That's down the leg side. Is it caught? Yes, he is, and that's the end of Ollie Orr. Now, Ali Orr, now I've got to say, not for the first time in this competition have I seen one of those strangled down the leg side. Good take by the keeper, but what a way to go. Alior out for 33, called by the keeper. Schaddendorf off the bowling of Hayes, and so annoying for the batters to be out that way, but I've seen that so often in the competition this season. And it's a wicket, not to be very grateful for it, no matter how they come. 57 for 1, and this with 1 ball left of the power play, 9.5 overs. Good knock from Alior. He won't obviously quite believe what's just happened to him there, having played what on his previous delivery, or previous 2 deliveries he faced, a glorious on drive. Looked to be really getting into it, and to be out like that.
It's one of those classic ways when you're in immaculate form as Alior is, and you get to 30, you're feeling unbelievable, and then you get out playing that shot that seems so easy, it seems like a nothing ball, and it can be absolutely gutting to walk off, getting strangled down the leg side, having made a start, got through that tricky stage at the start of the innings, and Alior has to go back for 33, strangled down the leg side, a wicket for Hayes.
Fletcher Middleton is going to make his way out now to join Nick Gubbins. And I'm not too sure what the temperature is today. Do you have your app at hand to tell me? It doesn't feel the warmest to me, but they've just taken the advantage there of quite a lengthy time before we saw Middleton make his way out to the middle. So we've taken a drinks break there. I suppose it's one thing for us standing up here. It's another when you're running around down in the bowl, so to speak, just having a look round. And yeah, the trees are moving a little there with the breeze away to our right-hand side. And actually, it's not ridiculously strong, but there is quite a breeze blowing. Maybe that'll keep it a bit cooler for them. But they still took a drinks break. 1 ball left. 19, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. I believe what they would say is it's just below the seasonal average, is probably what they would say if we were doing the weather forecast.
Seasonal average is, what is it, about 20 then? 21?
Yeah, about 20, 21, I think.
Here
Middleton.
comes Hayes then. Middleton just pushing into the offside. And it's picked up, thrown into Schaddendorf. So Middleton yet to get out in the tournament so far. He's made a couple of starts. 35 not out in the last game against Surrey, and 25 not out before that. So he's on 60 runs. That brings an end to the over. 57 for 1 Hampshire. After such a scintillating start, for all to fall in a manner that just felt like it almost wasn't quite deserved by the Nottinghamshire team. But in cricket, you take those moments and you move forward with it. So Nick Gubbins will take the strike.
What I'd say about that Alior dismissal is the way that Schaddendorf, the wicket-keeper, really followed it across. I mean, he really followed the line of that ball. There wasn't any dramatic diving or anything like that, as I could see. But he was just in the perfect place.
As Lord bowls, and it's just pushed into the offside. Will be no run for Nick Gubbins. Yeah, it was excellent footwork. You could see it going down the leg side very early on. Got moving early, and then was able to be in a brilliant position to then pull out the dive. And he made up some serious ground to get a hold of that ball, and ended up taking it with 2 hands. And it was really far away from his original position. So the power play comes to an end. And Hampshire would have loved to have gone into the middle period of the game without losses. This time it's just hit the inside edge and it goes out into the leg side for no run. How much of a change do you reckon that is? You lose a wicket just before the end of the power play. And you're 57 for none, and all of a sudden it's 57 for 1.
I'd put forward that it isn't from a team perspective a disaster. Nothing is disastrous, but for me the damage is more to poor old Alior, who'd been playing really nicely. From an individual's perspective, if you've lost just 1 wicket and you made a good decent start, I'd say from an overall perspective it's not the worst.
Here comes Lord again, driving his Gubbins straight towards that man at catching cover.
I mean, you never want to lose a wicket. You like your opening batters to go all the way through, but yeah, it'd be an awful lot worse if it was, I don't know, 40 odd for 3 or something. So yeah, that 1 wicket, but frustration is probably the word, and especially the form of dismissal as well.
But Middleton playing in his 3rd game for Hampshire in this tournament so far. He was a bit of a mainstay in the county championship. And the red ball, as here comes Rob Lord. Bowls. And it's played and missed. It's a beautiful outswinging delivery. It could even have swung in and just nipped away, but nonetheless, Nick Gubbins absolutely found out there. Great ball from Rob Lord.
Just one more comment about that wicket. I've just been looking again at it for the wicket keeper, Sheldendorf. He almost had elastic arms. It didn't dive, but somehow he did get an extra stretch on it. And took it so cleanly. So it really was good work. I mean, you talk about how, bad luck and everything from the batter's point of view, but actually it was good work from the keeper, very good work, and somehow he put an extension on his arms to get out to it. Good work.
How he got 2 hands to that, I'll never know. Here comes Rob Lord again, just pushing off the back foot. Here's Nick Gubbins. It's a dot ball, still 57 for 1. But Rob Lord sits on 9 wickets for the tournament. That's James Hayes' 6th he got in the last over. Those 2 are the top 2 wicket takers for Nottinghamshire in the competition so far. As Lord begins his run up. About 10 little steps. And he's off and running. Gubbins ready. And it's another play and a miss. A beautiful looking delivery that from Rob Lord. As the 11th over comes to an end. And Hampshire are 57 for 1. Change in the commentary box. Charlie Harden is going out and Chris Temple is coming in.
Leicestershire Foxes, Derbyshire Falcons, whoever wins that one, they're not going to, with the 4 points, get into that top 3. They'll just be outside it. So defeat is pretty bad news for either of them. And obviously, I mentioned the Outlaws losing at Derby to Derbyshire. Always a bit riding on that, East Midlands, as there is also Leicestershire against Derbyshire as well. Those 2 teams meeting today. The Foxes are 49 for 1 after 12 overs. So we'll keep an eye on that game there. They could still be challenging, as this one is worked away for a single off the bat of Middleton. So he's up and running at the start of this 12th over now. Hampshire at 58 for 1. Gubbins on 24. Middleton on 1. It's so long since we've... In fact, have we ever... I feel as though I've worked with you before, but I think most of the time it was you sitting behind me in a press box saying, Kevin, actually that happened, and correcting me.
I think we down the years, Kev, we must have been on it together. We must have done, but it's an absolute pleasure to be alongside you now.
Correctly said. Gubbins on 24, and that's worked into the offside. And they'll dash through for a single. They'll have to be quick. Oh, and then a ricochet, and they're going to pick up a second one here. Oh, do you know, I still grieve when I see that happen. I mean, it's all fair in love and war in the game of cricket.
Yep.
But when you've actually hit the stumps and off it goes again.
Fortune favours the brave. There, a quick single turns into 2. A bit of fortune off the stumps. Wrong foot of the fielder completely.
Yeah. This is Hayes bowling his 6th over with Hampshire now at 60 for 1. 2 balls into the 12. As he's bowling from the far end, the pavilion end. So not the warmest of days. It's fairly cloudy today as well, but it's dry. That's the main thing. And driven and finds a gap. Does Gubbins on the offside for 1, and he will move to 27 off 32 balls. Hampshire 61 for 1. And for Hampshire, I mean, the championship season's been a bit hit and miss along the way, but they're still very much in the T20, of course. It's a long old journey up there to Durham on a Friday night. I wonder which poor soul's got to make that long journey. But anyway, that's a Friday night done, but they're still very much in that competition and very much in this one as well, the one-day cup. But for the Outlaws, Hayes now bowls and worked by Fletcher, but for no run to mid-on. Yeah, that business with the poor old umpires, yes, and the balls getting lost. Same in club cricket. When somebody found one occasion, the ball was drilled out there and bounces over and goes into the hedge. At that stage, they'd been looking for balls, I don't know, for about 2 or 3 hours. They went looking for that one ball that had been lost. They came back with 3.
Wow.
Exactly. And
that's like when you're playing golf.
And that's where the umpires then, of course, is a real problem for them. Which one are we supposed to be using now?
Of course. That one's 2 overs older than that one.
Exactly. Middleton is on 1. And that is just angled away behind square on the offside. I would like to think that today there is absolutely no way that you could lose a ball.
Now then, You say that, Kevin, but there are various drains, and there's sort of, pipe where they lay the cables around the edge, and there's little gullies and things here. I reckon you're right. It shouldn't be losable here, but I reckon there's a couple of little sort of holes and drains and things where you probably could lose one. But you're right. We're not going to be fishing around in bushes here. That's for sure.
It shouldn't be as bad as it was yesterday. Jack Haynes has been taken out of slip now, and he's standing there close in the covers. And I think it's because Middleton is looking just a little bit tentative still. He just pushes that in that area, but for no run. So it's 61 for 1. And this is 12 overs gone. Middleton on 1 from 5, and Gubbins 27 off 32. Hayes has now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 33.
Yeah, there's a slight bit of sort of a false look to those figures, isn't there? Because that looks expensive on the face of it, but he got edged down to fine leg for 4, didn't he? Then he got edged through third man for 4 very quickly after one another. So if you take those 2 fortunate boundaries off, he's looking at 6 overs, 1 for 25, which has a very respectable look about it. But Rob Lord has been very impressive so far. 3 overs, 1 made, none for 9. He has this very curious start to his run-up where he's almost standing at a right angle to the direction that he's going to be running before he actually turns and sets off, and it's up to the stumps away from us. Now bowling to the left-handed Gubbins, who steers that out square on the offside all the way out to the boundary. They run the first one hard, hoping to pressure the fielder into some sort of mistake, but not forthcoming. And Hampshire's total moves on to 62 for 1. Have you seen Rob Lord's approach to his the start of his run?
What I like about it is the fact that I look at it and I think he's forgotten where the batter is. Somebody's had to call him in. This way, Rob, because he's facing the wrong way.
Completely the wrong way. I had to watch it twice to make sure it wasn't just the start of his spell. It's I'm sure someone has had a chat with him about why he does it, the former Lancashire man, but there's obviously something in it, and it's
his way.
This is cricket's uniqueness, isn't it? Full of oddities and things that work for one person that maybe don't work for the next. But it's working pretty well for him so far as he's in to bowl to the right-handed Middleton, who's driving into the ground. It's past the fielder at short cover and runs away for 4. So that will make Fletcher Middleton feel better. As you mentioned, 1 or 2 questions in his early deliveries have been asked for him, but that one he was offered up the width and the length to drive it for the cut to the cover boundary.
Yeah, actually played him in a stunner. Could he have got across to that? I think again is that Haynes who's looking after things there. See some tremendous catches. I mean, white ball cricket now, and well, I suppose all cricket, but some of the one-day stuff we're seeing is just phenomenal.
We saw a stonker here in the last home game from Brandon McMullen running around full-length dive on the boundary out in the deep as well. As in comes Lord, that's short, responding to that boundary from Middleton. That was slightly misdirected. It was just too far outside the off stump to make the batsman have to do anything with it, apart from watch it whistle past around about throat height.
Yeah, short and probably took some pace off it as well. I mean, there are young bowlers, inexperienced bowlers, perhaps even some sort of early 20s, mid-20s. This is their chance, their opportunity. And to see some of them go about their work, try and offer these variations.
Yeah, this is just the 10th List A match of the career of Rob Lord, as I mentioned, formerly of Lancashire, as Middleton takes another single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary to take Hampshire on to 67 for 1 in the 13th here, having been put into bat. 24 years of age, earned himself a contract until the end of next season, Rob Lord, but so far predominantly white ball cricket. He has played 5 first-class matches for them. So an opportunity, as you say, with the likes of Pennington amongst others, and Ollie Stone and the other Nottinghamshire players that are out on 100 duty. Josh Tongue, of course, as well. Liam Patterson-White in terms of their bowling options. So that one's driven by Gubbins. That might well beat Hamid. That's a good save by the Nottinghamshire captain, right on the edge of the circle at mid-off there. He took 2 or 3 steps to his right and then had to not launch a full-length dive, but certainly a relatively prompt dive to make sure that wasn't going to get past him, and they come through for just a single. 68 for 1.
I've said this a few matches ago, and I said, you know, all the highlights that you get to see, on the old digital highlights, you see these wonderful catches we've been talking about, we see these tremendous shots, we see Sam Curran dancing, which apparently is just great to witness. I could do better than that. But anyway...
in comes Lord again to bowl to Middleton. Again, he's going for the short option here, Rob Lord. Again, it's outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 13 gone. Hampshire 68 for 1.
I could do that Sam Curran dance, no trouble. I think I could put. I think I could put it off. But the point is, what you don't see on the highlights is some of the amazing ground fielding. Sometimes, I mean, for me, that was a great stop there from Hamid.
Yep.
Now, for some reason, that doesn't work. That doesn't get traction. It should do. It should do. A little highlights of some of the wonderful ground fielding.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. It's a sort of compilation of ground fielding.
It's overlooked.
Yeah, well, on TikTok, I feel there's a vehicle for that, you know.
Well, I'll leave you to your TikToks.
Well, I'll leave that to Charlie. He'll be back on later. He's young enough.
Yes.
Just to say, by the way, thanks for all the emails on solentcricket@gmail.com, which, just to keep it simple, is the one address that we're using today for wherever you're listening from or watching from, solentcricket@gmail.com.
Okay, do you have access to it?
I do have access to it. I'm just refreshing it now, yeah.
That's got to be dangerous, that. Okay, well, you can do a bit of reading out of some of those as well, because it's lovely to hear from people. Listening in, looking in, watching in. Hampshire 68 for 1. This is the start of the 14th over, and a slower ball there and well fielded. Again, another good piece of ground fielding, diving behind square on the offside. And this is Hutton, who's been brought back on now for his 4th over. His first 3 went for 19 runs. A man of great experience, a man who has done and doing such a great job for Nottinghamshire. We alluded to the fact earlier, whilst they're still in contention in this competition, the big thing for them is, can they prevent Surrey from winning another championship title? They're up there with them at the moment, with 3 games to come. Another beautiful drive from Gubbins, on drive, not too far away from the bowler, who tried to stop it, then not too far away from the stumps at the non-striker's end, but a beautifully timed shot from Gubbins to the boundary, takes him to 33. Takes Hampshire to 72 for 1 in the 14th over.
Well, Brett Hutton very quickly decided that this end, where we're commentating from, the hotel end, wasn't for him with those first 3 overs, and was taken out of the attack, and unfortunately for him has started by conceding a boundary from the other end as well, replacing James Hayes. Yeah, 28 championship wickets for Brett Hutton so far, 32 years of age, as you say. In that classic seasoned campaigner age group, isn't he, at 32? You're not a veteran at 32, but you're a seasoned campaigner.
Yeah, that's very true.
He's having a conference here with his captain Hasib Hamid at the pavilion end, stood on the edge of the circle here, because Nick Gubbins, with 33 from 36 balls so far, taken Hampshire along to 72 for 1. So the field change is being made here. They're bringing fine leg up into the circle. That is Lyndon James. And they're moving deep backward square round the corner behind square. And they've now got long on back.
And this is Hutton coming into bowl to Gubbins on 33, round the wicket, in bowls, whipped away, lovely use of the wrist. That's brilliant. That is a wonderful shot from Gubbins. How did he get so much wonderful timing and power on that, really? The use of the wrist to find the boundary there. That now, for Gubbins, is his 7th 4. Takes his score to 37 off 37 balls, although in the last few overs, last 5 overs, he's actually faced very few deliveries. He's been starved to the strike a little, but that's not thrown him off at all. He's 37, 76 for 1. Come back to you in a second, Chris, on that. Hutton comes around the wicket, in and bowls, looking for a gap this time on the offside, just enough for a single. He moves to 38, 77 for 1 in the 14th.
The cherry on top of that 4 from Gubbins, which, as you say, was technically executed beautifully, was the fact they just moved the fielder from there. They literally just moved the deep square hill, deep mid-wicket, behind square, and moved everybody else round one, and then he just put it exactly where the fielder was. Which is
you're going to be annoyed.
Rubbing your nose into it, and immediately they reverted the field to what it was before.
Whose decision was that, they're saying? Oh, it was yours. No, I thought you said it first. It was your idea. 77 for 1, 2 balls left to the 14th over. Oh, straight, pumped back by Middleton. Back past the bowler on the onside of straight again. We're seeing all sorts of different sort of shots here, effective to the boundary. I mean, that one is sort of just almost jabbed at it. And it flew off. He moves to 10 from 10, and Hampshire 81 for 1 with 1 ball left to the 14th over.
Well, they're giving Hasib Hamid some problems here, the captain, with where to put his fielders and the bowler as well, but that was too full, and Middleton was, as you say, piling into that one just with a little push of the blade rather than a flourish.
So once again, it's Hutton, should be the last ball of the over 2, Fletcher. A slow ball this time. Oh, he's called back, could be in trouble. The throw just misses. He was sent back there and rightly sent back. By Gubbins. It should have been Gubbins' call, actually, gone behind square. Middleton probably had set off, should have just been holding back a little anyway on that call, but 81 for 1, 14 overs gone, all is quiet again. Middleton on 10, Gubbins on 38. Kev's going to come in and be alongside you, Chris. Good start here from Hampshire, though.
Thank you, Kevin Howes. More from Kevin shortly. Yes, wherever you're joining us today, whether it be live via BBC 5 Live Sports Extra 3 or via the Hampshire picture stream, just to say you're watching still pictures that we can't see. So if there's something that comes on the screen, if you're one of our viewers today on the Hampshire cricket stream, and you're like, well, how can they not see that? We can't see anything on the monitor that you are watching. So we're watching out of the window as we see Rob Lord turn with that slightly strange start to his run up again. 4 overs, none for 16 so far. Hampshire 81 for 1 as Gubbins is forward. This time he does want the quick single. It's a much better choice of single this time as Hamid, the captain, comes in at short cover but can't prevent it. And Gubbins goes to 39 at a runner ball now, 39 off 39. Middleton has 10 off 11.
I've been impressed with Rob Lord. He's got some good balls. In fact, actually, he got into his spell. Actually, he's got better as his spell has unfolded. He's into his 5th. Bowled some beauties at Nick Gubbins, hasn't he? Quite tall, hits the deck, and he's got 1 or 2 to nip off the seam.
When you look at Hutton at the other end, who's struggling, he's going 8 and over, 4 overs for 32 so far. Brett Hutton, he's been tried at both ends. As Nottinghamshire's number 4, Rob Lord is in his 5th over here, none for 17 so far, and Middleton just uses the pace of the ball and steers that one down towards third man, just a single to the Hampshire total. Martin Main has been on the email at solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, we're not expecting us to say anything against the 100, but how can Hampshire be pushed out of a home playoff ground? The 100 is a nuisance and irrelevant, says Martin Main on the email. For those of us who weren't with us earlier on, yes, Hampshire, if they did get through to a home quarter-final, wouldn't be able to use this ground because there's a 100 doubleheader on that day. I just saying to you, Kev, off air, I'd love to see the chaos of them playing it on the nursery ground here away to our left. Have 3 games, 2 crowds all on the same day. And in comes Lord again. This time Gubbins is happy to work that out into the deep on the offside for another single. It's 84 for 1.
I wouldn't want to be a crowd steward.
No, and I imagine the control room are probably listening to this on the stream up there as well at the moment, in the Utilita Bowl, going, definitely not, thank you very much, terrible idea.
Well, I'd hope they're not listening to us and they're still trying to fix the technical
Well, that would be
problems.
nice.
I'd be disappointed if they're just sitting back and listening. Well, they've probably got us in the background. But yeah, what a spectacle that would be. They would have to rush to get some seats on the nursery grounding because there isn't any there of note.
We were just wondering whether the boundary square would actually be big enough to be sort of legal in men's first team cricket. As Lord is in again to bowl, this time to the right-handed Middleton. He's gone short. Middleton's pulled that away, but it's straight out to the fielder at deep square. Away to our right as we look. Fielding done out there on the fence by, it's Brett Hutton out there, I think. No, it's not. It's somebody else. Well, I'll work that out in a minute.
Doesn't matter. While you're doing that, I'm just thinking, so this crowd here is, I don't know, what, 1,500?
Yeah, although there's lots underneath us.
Yeah,
the other day we undercooked. I reckon there's a couple of thousand in at least.
Getting them into the nursery ground. Can you imagine if we said the break between the innings, everybody go and sit around the boundary on the nursery ground? That would look like thousands and thousands.
You could almost do alternate innings. I'll come back to that in a second. In comes Rob Lord over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Gubbins, who's down the ground. He hasn't quite got that one. Good diving, tumbling stop by the fielder at mid-off. That is Sam King, the substitute, who's on the field actually, down underneath us, wearing number 1. You could almost do, let's have the first innings of the Metro Bank quarter-final, then let's have the women's game, then let's have the second innings of the Metro Bank, then let's have the men's 100 game, back-to-back all the way through the day.
Yeah, but you'd still be at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I know that. I know we'd have to start at 9 a.m. and finish at 3 a.m, but think of the bar takings. And catering outlets and all other things as well. Parking.
Think of the poor stewards.
In comes Rob Lord away from us once again to bowl that short, and again almost flicking up his front pad there. Lara-esque was Fletcher Middleton to pick up another single out into the leg side to end that over. 15 gone. Hampshire 87 for 1 here, having been put into bat by the Notts Outlaws.
I'm going to stick my neck out, and I did say to you just before we came back on air together that I would say, and I don't know this at all, and I'm sure, well, maybe a decision's been made, hasn't been announced, but if Hampshire were to get a home semi-final or quarter-final,
Semi would be okay.
Semi would be all right. Sorry, quarter-final. It would be Arundel.
And that would make sense, wouldn't it? That's where obviously a lot of Hampshire women's games and warm-up games and things are played. Yes, it's over the county border in Sussex, but you don't really want to be literally relinquishing everything to the opposition, do you? Switching the game to the away venue.
Agreed. Don't want to be going to Durham again.
I mean, imagine that for you, Kevin. Oh, if that was a possibility. We're going to see a change of bowling, by the way, here. We're going to see Joe Pocklington with his left arm spin coming into the Notts attack. Quick email just before we get to Joe. Michael Rice on solentcricket@gmail.com says, as a Hampshire supporter, I'm starting to have zero interest in Southern Brave. The only Hampshire player is James Vince. Why are there not more Hampshire players full of Sussex players and underperforming overseas? Well, Toby Albert is in the squad, of course, as well. Hilton Cartwright's in the squad.
Yeah.
I know he'll.
But apart from that,
I mean, he would go into the overseas category, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's certainly less Hampshire than there used to be, isn't there?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think who isn't with Southern Brave. I think James Fuller had a little spell, didn't he, with them? I think.
Yeah. Well, Liam Dawson has famously not been with them, hasn't he? He's always been elsewhere. Scott Curry last year, was it? Did he have any?
I think he might have done.
No,
he was Manchester original.
Manchester.
First delivery is played back to the bowler by Fletcher Middleton. I'm just trying to think of some previous Hampshire players for the Brave. But you're right, it's not that many.
Not loads. No.
Oh, Ross Whiteley.
Yep.
Pocklington bowls. Bit of a windmill action as that's pushed to backward a point. Pocklington signed for this Metro Bank one-day cup competition. Came through the Sussex Young Age Groups, the Sussex Pathway Series, and has been playing for Lincolnshire at the start of this summer. Also for Yorkshire's second team, as that's played out through extra cover. Runs here for Fletcher Middleton. There is a man out in the deep, so it will be 2 when he moves on to 15, 89 for 1 in the 16.
Yeah, he's an Eastbourne College product, is Joe Pocklington.
Okay.
Obviously very successful, a lot of Brighton College, obviously very successful cricketing squad down there. Hurstpere Point College, Lancing obviously as well, just over the border from Hampshire.
That's right. As is Arundel.
As is Arundel.
Talking about.
Yep.
But it's not been unknown for the Hampshire men to play there. They did during COVID year. Hampshire women have been playing there even this year, as that's pushed out to extra cover by Middleton. 24 years old, Joe Pocklington. So 89 for 1, the one batter out. Ali Orr caught down the leg side for 33 from just 35 balls. That was 57 for 1 in the 10th over as Pocklington's in again from the pavilion end. Good diving stop from him to his left. Athletic stop, which was appreciated by this crowd here at the Utilita Bowl.
Stephen Clark's been back on the email with some sort of mathematics about today's crowd, which I'll come back to.
Has he counted them?
Somebody has.
Pocklington in again, bowls, and that's worked off the back foot, just wide of mid-wicket, up towards wide mid-on, and Middleton will keep the strike at the end of Pocklington's first over, which cost 3, 90 for 1.
In the absence of official numbers at the moment, the Shane Warne Wrinkly specialist crowd counter, Neil Prowse, has counted and reliably informed us there are 2,137.75 people in attendance today. However, we have our doubts about his methodology, says Stephen Clark at solentcricket at gmail.com. Vernon corrects us to say Liam Dawson played for Southern Brave in 2021.
Thank you very much.
There you go. I knew he'd generally been London Spirit and elsewhere, but there you go. Bowling change for Notts. So we saw Brett Hutton come back for 1 over at the other end before being replaced by Joe Pocklington. We're now going to see Lyndon James come into the attack with his medium pace from our commentary end, the hotel end. Scored runs here with the bat in the championship earlier in the season, Kevin.
Yes, a double 100. Yes, so I just imagine when he saw the fixtures and he was coming back to the Utilita, I said, "Oh, yes, please."
Not second highest wicket-taking bowler in this competition this year. He's taken 8 wickets, an average of 33.8. An economy rate of 6.2 for Lyndon James, who's running away from us over the wicket, bowling to Middleton, who gets that off the inside edge, and it's back down to the bowler, who does the fielding himself. No run, 90 for 1, 17th over here. Fletcher Middleton 16, and Gubbins still at a run a ball 41. The man out so far was Ali Orr, who was very well taken down the leg side by the wicketkeeper Dane Schardendorf, 33 from 35. Good full length, two-handed dive to his right. And while, yes, it's unfortunate for a batter, as the cliche says, to get strangled down the leg side, it took a very good bit of wicket-keeping to get rid of him. So, yeah. Credit to Schardendorf as James bowls to Middleton, who, again, is just turning his hands on that one into the short mid-wicket area. No run. Not so tight in on that leg side. You can see they've got a man on the drive, and they've also got a short mid-wicket, where Hampshire have been trying to turn the strike over with those easy singles.
Looking for back-to-back wins are Nottinghamshire in this competition after beating the holders Glamorgan in their last game by 7 wickets at Cardiff. They've had a horrible defence, haven't they, Glamorgan, of their one-day title this season.
Away goes James again, passes the umpire. James Treadwell, and that is a full stride from Fletcher Middleton there, who ended up playing it one-handed. The ball travelled about 6 inches off his right toe. And he ends up having to bend down and pick it up himself with his hand.
It's the only points that Glamorgan have picked up in Group A this year have been through a no result. 5 matches, 4 defeats. Just the 2 points. They prop up the table.
When I saw them in the blast earlier in the season, Kev, I thought they looked a really useful outfit. I think we discussed this as well away from the air, didn't we?
Yeah.
A lot of good performers knitting together into a good unit in the blast, but one day cup, no. James is in for the Outlaws again. That one's short of a length. That's pulled away by Middleton. It's into a vacant area out towards deep mid-wicket and just pitches inside the rope for 4 from Fletcher Middleton. But that was a relatively safe shot there. He's got pretty straight in the end between long on and mid-wicket area with nobody out on the fence there. Middleton picks up the boundary. That takes Hampshire on to 94 for 1, and he has 20.
That's nicely timed, isn't it? Heard Charlie mention earlier that he's yet to be dismissed in this competition. That's a kiss of death, isn't it, really? Hasn't played them all, though. Missed the first 3. 25 not out against Leicestershire, 35 not out against Surrey.
He's facing Lyndon James again, this time Middleton just opening the face and steering that one through the vacant gully area down to third man for a single. 95 for 1.
But, yeah, it's an interesting one, this competition, isn't it, really? On both sides, you only got to look at some of the names, some unfamiliar names. I guess as Nottinghamshire supporters will look at some of the names in the Hampshire side and say who, and vice versa. But this competition is a great one, really, isn't it, for just giving certain players time. It's not top level stuff, but it's better than second team cricket.
Certainly is, as James is in again to bowl. This time Gubbins, the left-hander, is whipping that away square. There is a fielder out protecting the fence away to our left in front of the groundsman's tunnel area. If you know the ground here at Utilita Bowl, that ends the over. 96 for 1. Tidy enough start from James, save for that one boundary where he got hoiked away through the leg side. I have had a response, by the way, from the control room here on my suggestion of playing the quarter-final on the nursery ground at the same time as the 100. It's a firm no. from a control room point of view. Yes. I think there's a few stewards thinking, oh, double time here, extra money. They would have said yes, but unfortunately the powers that be have said absolutely not.
It's a nice thought. It's one of those that's a nice thought rather than being practical.
I'm always looking for solutions, Kevin. You know me, always looking to find myself out of trouble.
You're not one that lets a problem overwhelm you.
I usually just leave it.
That's right, let somebody else deal with it. So we've had, what, an hour and 11 minutes of this game. This partnership's been worth 39 so far between Middleton and Gubbins. The first partnership between Gubbins and Alior, realised at 57. It's been a good opening partnership for Hampshire this year. And it's going to be Pocklington. Sort of fires it in as a left-arm spinner. Coming through the umpire and the stumps around the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes that out on the leg side, no run.
It's very sort of whippy arm action, isn't it? High arms as he comes into bowl. Gallops his way through between umpire Fillion and the stumps.
Reminds me a little bit about James Coles, the Sussex left-arm spinner. Don't know why. Not just because they both bowl left-arm spin, but he sort of fires it in a little bit as well. That's worked on the offside by Gubbins. Pick up a single, moves on to 43, and it's 97 for 1. The other games going on in Group A today. Leicestershire are taking on Derbyshire. That is 6th against 7th in this group, and Leicestershire batting first are 83 for 1 in the 19th. It's worked up to mid-on by Fletcher Middleton and moves on to 22, 98 for 1. Rishi Patel has got 34 not out there. Lewis Hill is 39 not out. Also in Group A, the other game going on in Group A, it doesn't start until 2 o'clock. That's Essex against Glamorgan at Chelmsford. It's been worked square on the leg side this time by Gubbins, who moves on to 44.
Looking at Pocklington, it's a similar kind of trajectory to Andrew Neil, isn't it, in terms of not his bowling style, but in terms of being a left-arm spinner who's been playing in national counties cricket, to give it its correct name. Andrew Neil, you'll see for Hampshire later on, he's been playing for Hertfordshire. Well, you mentioned Pocklington's link with Lincolnshire, so that's, again, the opportunities that this competition can bring.
That's right. That's pushed forward, back to the bowler.
Andrew Neil, now Hampshire's leading wicket taker in this competition, albeit the quicker bowlers have been rotating around the appearances, whereas he's been playing regularly.
That's right, yeah. I interviewed him at the last home game. After the last home game against Leicestershire, that interview will still be up on the Hampshire Cricket website, an excerpt of that on the at Sonnet Sport X feed, talking about the days when he used to bowl left-arm seam. as that's pushed out towards extra cover. End of the over. Pocklington's completed 2 overs, not for 6.
Just before I vacate for Charlie Harden, it was nice to watch that interview as well. For somebody who clearly hasn't done a lot of interviews. I know we've, as guys like us who've been around for a while have interviewed a lot of people, but Andrew Neil clearly hasn't done lots of interviews, and I think that was sort of refreshingly sort of raw and honest. Not that he was giving loads of secrets away, but just the way he delivered it in a very sort of personable and relatable fashion, I think, for a lot of people. But he's been a good success story for Hampshire so far in this competition. Yeah, that's for sure. Interesting. Yes, towards the end of the interview, I asked him what he was expecting after this cup run. Whenever that ends for Hampshire, and he's not sure, but I think he's created a favourable impression as well. Another man that's created a favourable impression in the commentary box, Charlie Harden, is with us. As James bowls, and that's lovely hit through extra cover by Nick Gubbins. It wasn't a half volley, and he's found the rope, moves on to 48, and that's the 100 up for Hampshire.
It's one of the great introductions there, Kevin.
I think
almost feel embarrassed.
Yeah. I know you've got very good computer skills. The 100 for Hampshire has come up in the 19th over. You need to cut that one out and keep that in your locker somewhere. Your digital locker.
My digital locker, whatever that looks like.
Is there such a thing as a digital locker?
There must be, mustn't there? Yeah. Can't not be. 103 for 1 Hampshire.
Lyndon James, right arm medium pacer, comes in again. Gubbins has no room there to manoeuvre the ball into a gap. That is a dot ball. Now, this is an email from David Hewitt under the heading of Lost Balls. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email to get in touch with us during these one-day cup group matches. He says, good afternoon. I'm listening to your excellent commentary whilst at work here in Yorkshire. Listening to the Middlesex-Kent game yesterday, I had the image in my mind of the hedge, because Kevin Howes was talking about the hedges at Radlett. As Gubbins works that away to mid-wicket, it's a good bit of fielding. Claiming so many of the balls and wondering what it actually looked like. Is there anybody that doesn't know what a hedge looks like? Anyway.
Pretty ruthless.
Clearly not a gardener. Anyway, later in the evening I saw footage from the Kent CC Facebook page where the ball ran away to the boundary, hit the advertising hoarding, which created a mini ramp. What they do, yes? And over the spectators and into the hedge. I have to say the hoarding plays nearly as good a ramp shot as Joe Root. That's down the leg side. It's called a wide by the umpire. That does actually happen, doesn't it, really, where the advertising boards are placed at an angle and the ball then just goes whoop up. Yeah, the hedges are all the way around Radlett, of quite a height as well, really, aren't they? Try to block out that railway line on one side, which is very annoying. The high-speed rail line into London, which actually is a very picturesque ground, Radlett, in the countryside of Hertfordshire, which is very quiet until the trains come rattling by. Gubbins drives, going to take a quick single up to mid-off. James Hayes fields, and Gubbins moves on to 49. I think the ramp shot that I enjoyed most, I think, was played by Harry Brook in the 100, where he literally scooped it over his head. Almost flat out in his position in front of the stumps. It's an amazing straight scoop over one's head. I don't know if you've seen that, Charlie.
Is it one of those where he just falls over, completely just tumbling all over the wicket?
Well, there are ones, isn't it? Risbah Pant is famous for sort of falling all over the wicket, playing one just over his shoulder. So that's pushed to mid-wicket by Middleton and there's no run. But this literally Harry Brook shot was literally a length ball, and he's literally just got the bat out in front of him in the face and just played it over his head as he sort of ducked very, very low indeed. Just literally goes straight over him and straight over the keeper. A perfect example of how to play a straight ramp. 105 for 1 in the 19th. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. As Lyndon James is in again and bowls short, pulled away by Middleton down to 5 leg, and he moves on to 23, and the Hampshire total onto 106 for 1.
Did well to get on top of that there, Fletcher Middleton. Just looked like it as a short ball that really just growed up onto...
Growed up?
Grown up. Rose up, that's what we're going to go for. Gosh, what a brilliant start to the commentary. Tune in for these 30 minutes, everyone. It's going to be a belt of a ride.
When's your next English lesson, by the way?
Yeah, luckily I teach science, not English. A new over then. Pocklington will be from the pavilion end here. It's coming through past the umpire. for a bit of, looks to be left arm round. Fletcher Middleton on strike. Coming down the track, pushes it straight to cover for no run. Dare I say it, I'm going to say it, Fletcher Middleton is yet to get out in the tournament so far. He's currently on 83 runs for the tournament. 2 not out so far. This is his 3rd innings. As Pocklington bowls again. Down the track, just squirted back to the bowler. Will be no run. Nick Gubbins at the other end on 49. Off 49 balls. Clouds just hanging quite high up in the sky, but there's a very dense coverage of some white, fluffy clouds as Fletcher Middleton's pulling over towards long on. I think he's picked him out perfectly. He has, and it's a simple catch. And Fletcher Middleton will be gutted with that way to get out. There was a short ball from Pocklington. There was good foot movement there from Fletcher Middleton, but he ended up picking out the only fielder out there on the leg side, other than deep square leg, who was out there with him. But he couldn't quite get hold of it, meaning that Hampshire are now 2 wickets down.
Yeah, catch for Freddie McCann out in the deep there. Quite interesting, if you watched Fletcher Middleton there as the ball was in the air, he kind of pointed his bat out to where he was hoping to hit that ball, and that was very much wider than Freddie McCann. He deliberately hit the ball in the air. He was expecting to get that a little squarer, but he's just got on the shot a little too early, and he's got a little bit underneath it. Mistimed. Good catch, and the first wicket for Joe Pocklington.
I wonder if it just skidded off the surface there from the arm of Joe Pocklington. But nonetheless, the partnership is 49 after that wicket. So they went from 57 for 1 to 106 for 2. Fletcher Middleton fell for 23 off 33 liveries. And the new batter is Brandon McMullen.
The Scottish international also signed for this one-day cup, although he wasn't available for the first couple or so. Richard Thomas has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, interesting to see Robert Lord's quirky start to his bowling run-up. I don't know if you noticed it, but he was sort of sideways, wasn't he? And then sort of ran around. A bit like the old Sunday League days, as those of you that remember the old 40-over Sunday League competition, where you had a maximum of 15 yards to run up. Some bowlers sort of tried to squeeze in a couple of extra yards by coming round in a half circle. He says, had you also noticed that when he was the non-striker, and I'm saying he was because obviously Fletcher Middleton has just gone, he says Middleton has his own superstition. He always turns to watch the bowler during the early stages of the run-up. I hadn't noticed that, but I will look for that, but obviously we can't do it today, but we will in future games. Thanks for the informative commentary and associated discussion. Keep up the good work, says Rich Thomas. Thank you very much.
Informative? Blimey.
Oh, I know. Is he listening to the right game?
Can't be us, can it? Here's Pocklington to bowl to McMullen. The South African-born Scottish international is pushing into the offside. No run. Here comes the story, Kev, if you're willing to hear it.
Oh, as always, especially from you, Charlie.
Well, I'll save it till after this delivery just to build up a little bit of anticipation. As Pocklington runs past the umpire, bowls, and it's driving as McMullen. Brilliant shot through extra cover. He didn't try and hit it hard at all, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. Great shot. So I was having dinner. I met them for the first time with my mother's cousin. Okay.
Right. Where was this?
In Durban.
Yes.
Actually, in South Africa, not long ago. And they said that we used to live opposite this this cricketer, young cricketer. And apparently he moved to Scotland, and he's now playing for Scotland. And I was like, what's his name? And they said, Brandon McMullen. I said, I'm commentating on that guy in a couple of days' time. So,
fantastic.
Yeah. So I've had dinner with his old neighbour. That's a claim to fame, maybe, as McMullen's working that into the leg side.
Well, depending on how McMullen's career goes in the next few years, that might be a welcome claim to fame that you will use on many commentaries to come.
His old neighbour is my mum's cousin.
What an association.
I'll tell you, I'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's closer than most of us.
111 for 2, Hampshire. That's the end of Pocklington's over. Lyndon James will take the ball from the hotel end. with McMullen on strike.
Andrew Tebb, I think this email has a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. We're talking about where Hampshire might play a quarter-final if they get into that situation of a home quarter-final, because there is a 100 fixture here at the ground. Sunandcricket@gmail.com. He said, would St Mary's be available? That's Saints home ground football, for those of you not in the know. It might be. That's turned away fine. Oh, hello. We've got something happening on our screen in front of us here. Good stop at fine leg, or is it? It's been palmed away, and it hasn't quite gone over the rope, so that is a good bit of fielding at the far end. Something is happening. It's not quite what we should be seeing, but it's halfway there with the Hampshire total onto 114 for 2. Just for those of you that maybe have just joined us, or just updating you that if you're watching the live picture feeds via YouTube, you're fine. If you're watching it on the Hampshire Cricket website, or certainly the screen that we have and back in the pavilion, that we haven't been getting anything, but there's something that's getting there. As Lyndon James comes in, Gubbins works that 2 extra cover, so remains on 49. James Bradley, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I agree with the view that the 100 is an irrelevance. Can I just say on the record, I don't think that. What about you, Charlie?
I'm going to stay impartial.
You're staying on the fence?
Yep.
Okay. No, believe me, as we go through the next few years, the 100 will become not that at all, but that's another story. Here's Lyndon James. I think it will become a very, very big part of the English calendar. Let's push that square, or just behind square on the offside no run. I have taken my 8-year-old son to 50 over and 100 this year. His view after the 100 was that he preferred the 50 overs, saying, I'd just like to watch the cricket. I thought this summed it up perfectly. Well, that's fine. I mean, there are people that like 50 over cricket. There are people that like 4-day, and that's why there is a different forms of cricket. They all attract a different type of person, different type of spectator, different type of fan. That's why they are all on the English calendar. It's a drive from Gubbins, half stopped at extra cover, but it will be Gubbins' half century. And that has come off 52 deliveries with 8 fours, and continues his wonderful form in this year's tournament.
His 4th 50 in the tournament to go alongside his 100 in the first game against Glamorgan. But Nick Gubbins has had a tremendous tournament. His average keeps on rising, and that brings his total tally for the tournament up to 462.
Here's Lyndon James in, and oh, is he edged? Not quite. Oh my word! Having a little prod outside off stump was McMullen. Email here from George Bailey. I had the pleasure of spending a very rainy afternoon at Radlett last year for the blast. I was there. The blow was lessened by being served pints by Gus Fraser under a gazebo in what became our garden behind the hedge. Yes, it was. He's involved in some venture that has real ale or something like that. I refrained from having one of them, although I did speak to Gus outside of that particular tent during the day, and he's playing a missing again outside the off stump. McMullen. He's trying to play that late, actually down to 3rd, 115 for 2 at the end of the over. An afternoon well spent despite not getting to see any of the cricket. Enjoying the stream from the side of the pool in Lanzarote, says George Bailey. Very nice. I presume that's not the George Bailey that captained Hampshire a few years back. I'd be surprised. But it is a gentleman of the same name.
I think he's head selector as well for Australia, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yes.
Ex-Australian player. God, we've got George Bailey in the emails. Pocklington to begin the over then. Just taking the 1 wicket so far, that of Fletcher Middleton. He bowls and it's a Yorker, and it's almost played on. Gubbins has just played it down to his feet and just brushes it away, and it's picked up by Shadendorf. Will be no run. So Pocklington just picking up the 1 wicket so far today. Brings his tally to 8. Bowls. Sweeping is Nick Gubbins, and it's just maybe put down there by Dane Shadendorf. I don't think it's a chance, but we're having some laughs from Kevin James up in the gantries. He's read an email. We're about to hear this.
Well, this follows on from your story about Brandon McMullen.
Oh, no. that riveting novel.
That was a great story.
Oh, thanks. As Pocklington bowls again, and it's just deflected into the leg side, finds the gap, does Gubbins, and they'll come through for 1.
Paul Burns, soloncricket@gmail.com, under the heading of name dropping. He says, I used to go to the same school as Paul Farbrace's brothers, Ian and Colin. Sandwich Secondary School in the 1970s. What a claim to fame.
This could be a good trend. Who's got the most distant but in some way possible claim to fame? Here comes Pocklington, bowls. It's just played back to the bowler by McMullen. Just 1 ball left in the over.
I wonder he still remembers.
I'm sure Paul Farbrace knows him well. Here comes Pocklington. This one just pushed out to cover. Dot to finish the over. 116 for 2. It's not finished the over yet. Got 1 ball left. Still 116 for 2 though. Did get that bit right. McMullen on strike. Bowls. Just pushed out towards long off. A good effort from Pocklington, but he can't get a hand on it. And it will be a single to end the over. 117 for 2.
Charlie Hudden will be staying on, and he will be joined by Kevin House.
So a good start this for Hampshire, 117 for 2, 22 overs gone. We're approaching the halfway mark. And it seems to be a pretty comfortable position here, especially with Hampshire's top run scorer and top run score for the competition. Nick Gubbins still at the crease on 51. Hampshire, pretty happy so far. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel welcomed. I feel as though I want to ask those listening and watching just to tell us about any experiences you've had during Kevin James's life. This one's down the leg side, flies way down towards the boundary, down that leg side, and doesn't matter how they come, keep coming here for Hampshire. That's a 4, and it takes them up to 121 for 2. So you started this all off with your little tales. I mean, Paul Farbrace's brothers, would they be younger or older than Farbs at that time? Who knows? Who knows? But that, I mean, God, you're going to eat out on that one a lot, aren't you? You're going to get some invites with that connection. So here we go. This is James in. Another one that flies down to the boundary. This is not a good start to this over. The 23rd over, another 4. And it's 125 for 2. McMullen's having a whale of a time out there right now.
Yeah, it's just found the edge, that ball there from Lyndon James. Another attempted just push in that 4th, 5th stump line from Brandon McMullen, which just takes the edge and runs down fine towards the boundary. 8 runs off the first 2 balls.
From the commentary box end, the hotel end. McMullen's on 17. This is James. The ball to him now. This time it's got more of a bat on it, and there will be a single behind square on the leg side, so he moves his score to 18 of just 12 balls, and Hampshire at 126 for 2 in this 23rd over. And you're watching, listening to the Men's Metrobank One Day Cup, including on BBC Sounds. If you're listening in, welcome along. Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds. This next ball is worked into the offside, no run. Hopefully we're there on the BBC Sport website as well, for those that still like to listen via that means. And we've got the Hampshire stream. You may be looking in, watching. In terms of BBC Sounds for the rest of the week, our coverage tomorrow moves across to Hove. Big game, Sussex Sharks versus Somerset Friday. We're with Nottinghamshire again, actually. The Outlaws taking on Gloucestershire, just having a terrific campaign. Unbeaten so far, Gloucestershire. That's on Friday. This one is driven. The timing's not perfect, and therefore it's just going to be 1, but 1 all the same for Gubbins. Moves to 52. Just pushed up to mid-off. James Hayes is the man. Gets down to field that. So we've got 1 ball left of this 23rd over at Hampshire, 127 for 2. And we are very much into the last week of qualifying. Matches to be played on all days bar Saturday, and no game on Bank Holiday Monday either, but games on Sunday and Tuesday next week. As long as they're not beaten by the weather. That one's past the off stump, safely through to the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Hampshire 127 for 2 then. We are now at the end of the 23rd over. From that over, there were the 2 fours, a couple of singles along the way. So 10 coming from it. McMullen's on 18 from 13 balls. Gubbins 52 off 57 balls. And James has now bowled 4 overs for 27 runs. So a tad on the expensive side. We'll be looking to pull that backhand, take some wickets.
Yeah, Lyndon James just yet to get into his full rhythm, as he has just sprayed a couple of balls just down the leg side. It was a great ball that just took the edge of McMullen's bat at the start of the last over, but still went away for 4. Just not quite Lyndon James's day just yet, although he can hit it with the bat. Here comes Pocklington, bowls, and it's an attempted sweep. Big appeal for LBW, but I think it must be probably impact outside leg, as Gubbins tried to sweep away. We've got a deep backward square leg, also a deep mid-wicket that's kind of slightly square maybe, but he is going slightly more orthodox now. We've got a catching mid-wicket and a long on out on the leg side, and then just a deep backward point as well. Everyone else is well in the ring. Pocklington bowls again, pushing his Gubbins, trying to split the gap, but he can't do so. Picked up by the fielder at mid-wicket, which is Lyndon James, 127 for 2. So Hampshire's 2 games left in the campaign so far before the knockout stages is Derbyshire at home on Sunday and the big game against Gloucestershire away on Tuesday. Gubbins this time pushing out towards long on. They'll get a single this time, 128 for 2. Big game that on Tuesday. Gloucestershire versus Hampshire. Top of the table plays second currently, although lots of games to play until that point.
They maintain their 100% record, of course. Gloucestershire will have already be certain by that stage, or will they? No, that 4-point gap that could be overcome. Net run rates. Ooh.
Hampshire ahead on net run rate, I think. This time McMullen's just playing into the leg side, picked up by the captain Hasib Hamid, who underarms it back to the bowler. No run.
That's right. So Gloucestershire don't play again until Friday. I think they've got games Friday, Sunday, and then Tuesday. And their group running. Working away into the leg side. Gubbins looks to take a quick single. It's going to try at the bowler's end, but it's picked up by the bowler. No attempt to take off the bails. And it's an extra single to the total. It's a leg by off the pads of McMullen, bringing Gubbins back on strike. Gloucestershire travel to Essex on Sunday in Group A. So it's Nottinghamshire away, Essex away, and then they've got Hampshire at home. Another Yorker this time from Pocklington. And that ends the over. It's a dot ball to finish. Pocklington's bowled 5 overs for 14 runs. His economy rate so far today is just 2.8. He's bowled brilliantly and he's taken the wicket of Fletcher Middleton, which left Hampshire 106 for 2. They are now 129 for 2. 24 overs gone. 1 over away from the halfway mark. And the bowler will be Lyndon James to carry on, I believe. Oh no. Change of the bowling. Freddie McCann, I think, is coming onto the bowling here, the number 44. It looks that way, so he and his captain sorting out their field. Whilst they're doing that, some score updates from other matches in this competition. Leicestershire Foxes going along very well at 25 overs, halfway through at home to Derbyshire Falcons. 120 for 1 is their current score. Budinger was out for only 1, but half centuries for Patel and Hill. Patel's 50 off 81 deliveries, Lewis Hill's 56 off 60 balls. So they're going along nicely there in that fixture. And there's one other game taking place right now. Meantime here, from Freddie McCann's first ball to McMullen, worked on the onside, a single, moves to 19. Hampshire 130 for 2 in the 25th over. Another game that's currently being played in Group B is the game at Liverpool. Lancashire playing a couple of home matches at Liverpool today. Durham are the visitors, and Lancashire 145 for 2 in the 27th over. Jones is out for 30, Harris for 8. George Bell's not out 60 off 71 balls. Josh, the Bosch Bohannon, 40 off 54 balls. Just a couple of fours there at the moment, so that's the situation. There is another game, but it doesn't start until 2 o'clock this afternoon in this Group A. Same group as these 2 teams. McMahon in and bowls, and that is pushed on the onside, so a single again, just keeping this board ticking over. Essex versus Glamorgan is a day-night game being played at Chelmsford today. Glamorgan, the holders of the competition, but they've had a torrid time of it, I'm afraid. Essex, can they keep that winning run going? That would be an extraordinary story if they squeeze in somehow following the dreadful start they made. So dot ball here, meantime. Mullen stays on 19. That would be some turnaround. There's no Curtis Camphor today. He's away with Ireland. That was always part of the arrangement to miss one game on international duty, but what a difference he's made to the team. Certainly with that century. Victory over Surrey. Dot ball again into the offside. No run. Simon Harmer's returned from paternity leave. That's got to give him a real boost as well. Defended by McMullen. So this is tidy stuff from McCann at the moment. One ball left as we reach the halfway point. Only conceded 2 runs so far. Let's see, have to get a wicket, and that's Fuller, but driven again for no run to mid-off. So that's a very tidy over from Freddie McCann. I've seen him perform well with the bat. That's not a bad over either. Just the 2 coming from it. Hampshire 131 for 2. Midway through 25 overs. Normally we take a drinks break at this point. It's not a tactical timeout, just a drinks break, an old-fashioned drinks break. And thankfully, because it's not for TV purposes, it doesn't go on for too long. So we'll just take a bit of a break down there at the moment. So a little recap of what's happened here so far in this match between Hampshire and the Outlaws. The Outlaws won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. 57 put on the board before Ali Orr was out. Down the leg side, so annoying. He played some lovely shots. 5 fours in that 33. Was caught by the keeper, Shadendorf, off the bowling of Hayes. As I say, you always think to yourself with those strangle dismissals down leg side, well, you know, real hard luck. Well, it may be, not from the best delivery, but we talked about it at the time. It really was some sharp work from Shadendorf, the wicket keeper. There wasn't the dive, but he followed the ball. He followed it really well. Use of the feet to get across, and then, as I say, somehow those arms just stretched enough. But he always seemed to have it in control, even though that did require that stretch. It was really tidy work, beyond tidy, from the keeper. But Orr was out for 33, 57 on the board. That was just at the end of the power play of 10 overs. And then Fletcher Middleton was caught by McCann off the bowling of Pocklington for 23 of 33 balls, 3 fours. The score having moved to 106 for 2 then in the 20th over. So at the moment, the wickets are falling every 10 overs, basically. Hutton has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 32. Hayes 6 overs, 1 for 33. Lord 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. Pocklington 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. Lyndon James 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. McCann has now bowled 1 over, no maiden, no wicket for 2, so that's nice and tight. But Nick Gubbins is still there, leading run scorer, and not out on 54 from 62 balls, 8 fours. McMullen is not out on 19 from 20, including 3 fours. So right now, Hampshire look well settled and in a good position to go on and set something very challenging for the Outlaws, who currently sit 4th to the visitors. Need to finish in the top 3. They're on 10 points. Hampshire 6 points and 2 places above them. 4 points for a win. So that's a win and a half, shall we say, away. Hampshire in second. It's Gloucestershire right at the top of this Group A. 100% so far. Played 5-1-5. How long will that continue? They've got themselves 20 points. Worcestershire also having a good campaign. They've got 3 wins and a defeat. 1 tied result, which is against the Outlaws on 14 points. Essex nestled in behind Notts. Leicestershire Foxes, who played Derbyshire, those 2 teams in 6th and 7th. They want to somehow keep in there with a fight. From Derbyshire's perspective, they're actually a game behind some of the other teams around them. So that's 6 points there. They do have chance to gain ground, but Leicestershire will try and stop them from doing so today. Surrey and Glamorgan are the 2 teams struggling there at the bottom. Surrey with 1 win on 4 points. Glamorgan without a win. They've only got the points from 1, no result, 2 points. So that's the way it all shapes up in Group A. As I say, the drinks break never lasts too long, so we're about to get going again.
So Pocklington to start the over. We've had a few emails. This one is titled Claims to Fame, as Pocklington comes in and bowls, and it's just defended back to the bowler. This one's from Neil. Talking of dubious claims to fame, my dad went to Edmonton County School, the same school as one Mr. Kevin James, albeit more than a decade before him. That's a belt of a claim to fame there.
A decade before Kev went there.
Yeah, my dad went to school with Kevin James, 10 years apart, as this one is pushed back to the bowler by Nick Gubbins.
The question therefore is, how much and how often did the teacher say, look, this is what can happen to you?
He continues his email. My dad was there at the same time as the actor Larry Lamb, enjoying listening while working from home in London. Right, another one. This time it's pushed up to mid-off by Nick Gubbins. This is gold. So, Cole has texted in and he says, I've eaten a Bradman burger at the Don Bradman Museum Cafe. Andrew, that is a claim to fame with the great Donald Bradman.
The fact he's eating in a burger place that's named after him.
Wow, that is quite incredible. I don't have any links to Don Bradman, unfortunately, as this one's pushed out to backward point. Just the 2 balls left in the over. That's a dot ball. Hampshire are 132 for 2. Just a 1 run off the over so far. McMullen is on strike on 19. In comes Pocklington again. It's just pushed straight to that man at catching extra cover by McMullen. Will be no run. Just the 1 ball left. Hampshire 132 for 2. Going at just over 5 runs and over in the innings so far. 26 overs gone. This is the last ball of the 26th, and it is defended back to the bowler Pocklington. That finishes the over. 132 for 2. I'm making way for Chris Temple.
Okay. I suppose I have to say, keep those emails coming in, and especially with any JMO connections. I guess we just have to make sure that we've got a legal team on standby before we divulge too much information. But
any broadcast that has Kevin James on automatically has a legal team on standby. Don't worry about that.
Chris, let us be the judge of whether or not the people need to know, yeah?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
I feel like this is a perfect time for me to get my James Treadwell claim to fame in, which I'll do in a moment. I'll do it in a moment.
McCann bowls, and this one is worked up to mid-on for a single, and Hampshire to 133 for 2.
It's quite weak, but we're talking about claims to fame. He is the standing umpire at the bowler's end at the moment.
Yeah.
I played with him in the Kent age groups.
Right.
The district, he was in our district team, Folkestone and District. He was about 4 years ahead of his age group.
Is that right?
Yeah, lovely guy, Treads.
Amazing, those stories. Round the wicket, McCann with his spin and went for no run. Out there to mid-wicket, getting down quickly.
I'm told his young lad is already a very good off-spinner and left-handed batter.
Round the wicket again and defended by McMullen. McMullen, it has to be set up against McCann. He's not fancying getting after him at the moment. He's been very watchful.
He is.
This spin. I mean, McCann has just gone for 3 runs from his 9 balls so far. Leaning back, tries to punch that for a run. They'll have to be quick going through, but they are. Gets that up to mid-off. Can't get it past the fielder there, but at least it's a single to get the board moving again. And it's James Hayes who's doing the fielding. 134 for 2. 2 balls left to the 27th over. It's round the wicket again. Punch straight to the fielder. Bless you, sir. Somebody down there with a case of the old sneezes. And once again, in is McCann. Good use of the wrist there from Gubbins. Quality, we've seen that before. Oh, they go through for 2. That shouldn't have been 2 out there. I venture to suggest, is that Martindale doing the fielding out there? Bit of a taking his eye off the ball. 136 for 2. McMullen is on 20, Gubbins on 58. All of this after 27 overs.
The good news is that sometimes, for those watching on the picture feed, I know we're obviously on Sports Extra 3 as well today, those on the picture feed, sometimes those fumbles out in the deep go under the radar because the camera doesn't quite pick them up, as you mentioned. And that also means sometimes great catches also sometimes miss the camera as well. But we start a new over with Pocklington, the left-armer, bowling a left-arm round from the far end as we look, our commentary end here at Utilita Bowl. That's gone up in the air for McMullen. This time he does take the spin on. He's in trouble down at long on, and he's gone. So it's an identical dismissal to Fletcher Middleton, who hold out to the same bowler, to the same fielder. And McMullen, you mentioned about his circumspect approach against spin. This time he tried to force the issue, and he has gone for 20, caught down there by Freddie McCann. Exactly the same combination that saw Middleton go. He's out for 20, and Hampshire lose their third wicket. The score 136.
Got it too early, and that sort of explains a little as to why he was trying to be more watchful, not comfortable against the spin. I mean, that's gone some way, hasn't it? He was looking to work it in that area, but he was looking to work it through mid-wicket and not off that leading edge and up to be caught. So that's 3 down, 136 for 3. And this right now, who would have thought this little combination of McCann and Pocklington would be the combination that is causing Hampshire right now some concerns? I mean, you've still got decent runs on the board. 3 wickets down is not a disaster in the 28th over, but this is where the questions are being seriously asked of Hampshire right now from this pair. Yeah,
a little bit of encouragement for those spinners as well. It's obviously a little bit of grip there potentially for Pocklington. That one, as you say, McMullen trying to work it through the leg side, got a big leading edge, if you can call it a leading edge, when it flies down to long on, but certainly wasn't where he was intending it, as Tom Prest walks out to the middle for Hampshire here, coming in at number 5.
Just to welcome listeners on BBC Sounds on Sports Extra with us just for 5 or 10 minutes or so. It's the interval there of the 100 match show. Welcome along here. You may have caught that Hampshire have just lost the third wicket, but 136 for 3 right now. And it's the spin of McCann and Pocklington, which are causing the problems here. Hampshire, though, with Nick Gubbins on 58 not out from 68 balls, will still be fairly confident and satisfied with their performance. But this is a very intriguing period of play. Myself, Kevin Howes and Chris Temple with you. Chris.
Yes, and Nick Gubbins leading the way for Hampshire here, 58 not out, continuing his outstanding run of form. It's his 5th half-century in 6 innings. One of them went on to be a big 100, the other one, the non-50, he got 40, so you can see the kind of form he's been in. 58 not out, as we say, leading the way for Hampshire here. 136 for 3, first delivery for Tom Prest, the right-hander, as Pocklington sees that one turn around the corner. Nick Gubbins calls Prest through for a single. Tom Prest himself, again, we mentioned this before on previous matches for Hampshire listeners, could do with a score. 7, 6, 36. He's only needed 0 not out in the last home game and didn't bat at the Oval. So Tom Prest, a good opportunity for him here with plenty of time left in this innings, Kev, to certainly get a score into his columns as well.
Yep, there is.
As we see Pocklington in again. Round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who picks up a single round the corner here. There's a, I'm going to call it a dive from Brett Hutton doing the fielding. It was more of a fall and an outstretched right hand from the fast bowler. And they pick up another single to rotate the score round to 138 for 3 on a overcast day with a little bit of breeze around here in the on the edges of Southampton in West End. It's Pocklington halfway through the 28th over in again, gives that one a bit of air, and Prest just drives it back to the bowler and there's no run.
I see on social media the Steelbacks must have given up their hopes in the competition. They're advertising their quarter-final in the Blast.
Oh, right.
Big push on that one.
There we go. And that's a what, isn't it? It's Surrey.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm working on that game. As in comes Pocklington again. It's very full, and this time Prest has the bowler diving to his right, but a fumble from Pocklington, which has him beating the ground in frustration with his hand, and they come through for another single. 139 for 3.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. You would expect it this time of the season. There's some very important cup games, knockout matches in both this one-day competition, but also the Blast returns for quarterfinals. Yeah,
it's a big couple of weeks, isn't it? End of August into the first week of September, as Pocklington bowls and Gubbins drives it back to the bowler and there's no run. End of the over, 28 gone. Hampshire 139 for 3, having been put into bat. And yes, of course, the way the Blast has been redesigned next year means that we won't have the July to September split, will we? But it does throw up this year with the September first week of Blast quarterfinals that we do have a couple of weeks of bumper knockout cricket hot off the back of the 100.
Yeah. I mean, the flip side to that, and the game has gone the way it's gone, fine. is the fact that there's not a lot of time for you to get your tickets and to work out whether or not you can go to these matches, and that's the other side.
That is a problem. It's very quick in this competition, isn't it? Go quarter-final to semi to final, or quarter-final to semi.
Final's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, there is, but quarters to semi in the space
Correct.
of a couple of days.
Yeah, you don't know until 2 days before either. Pressed. Oh, into the pads, LBW appeal. Umpire James Treadwell says not out. That's a good close call, that one, but the umpire not interested. Press survives.
Round the wicket to the right-hander. You just wonder if that's pitched in line. We might get another look at the pictures in front of us here.
So this is McCann. It's third over. Little uppish but safe on the onside, and he will go through for a single. Will Prest move to 3, 140 for 3 in the 29th over. Umpire Temple, what is your view?
It might have pitched on leg stump, but it was missing leg stump as well.
Oh, okay.
Did a bit, yeah. It's doing a bit out there for them.
Okay. It is. They're doing a really good job here. Problems for Hampshire at this particular phase of the game, and 140's not bad total. Ooh, I think Hamid thought he was possibly in the action there, fielding. It's going to be a single. He's fairly close in a mid-wicket. He could just see that ball come to, but actually it was quite some way to his right-hand side. Off Gubbins, he's on 60, 141 for 3. McCann midway through. There's some very tight bowling here. He'll be feeling he deserves a wicket. Will he get one here? This one is pumped away, square on the leg side. That could be perfect placement. It is, you know, from Press for a boundary through square leg. 2 fielders out there. Couldn't have been better in between the 2 of them. They couldn't cut it off. It went along at quite some pace. He moves to 7. Hampshire 145 for 3. 2 balls remaining. The 29th over in this Metro Bank one-day cup match. Men's competition. It's breezy down there. I see their shirts are billowing now here. Prest is on 7. Can goes in, bowls, and Prest comes forward and push back up. So that's that boundary sort of, it hasn't spoilt his figures, but he was keeping it really tight. He was 2s and 3s. He's now just up over 4. And runs conceded off the over. Goes back, steered into the offside, called through for a single. And that completes another. Yeah, still good bowling from McCann. 3 overs, gone for 13 runs. Hampshire 146 for 3 after 29 overs. We weren't on at the time, but I love the fact that when Gubbins got to his 50, and this is me, old grumpy man here. Who was it? It was McMullen at the other end. Didn't come running down to punch the gloves, as seems to have to be the only thing. He just stuck his thumb up. Well done, Skip. Good work.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think if you're a new player and you're trying to impress Skip, I probably would have made the effort to go down and shake his hand and say you're the best player I've ever seen. But yeah, a thumb up. I think job done. Yeah, it's passing on goodwill. It's like every boundary, you know, when batters have to meet in the middle and punch gloves and do everything else, but every boundary, it does take a bit of extra time. Got a slight delay here because Nick Gubbins is sorting out his Gubbins at the non-striker's end, doing his shoelaces up, gloves lying on the floor. Tom Press waits, 146 for 3.
Am I going to have to look up the true meaning of the word Gubbins?
Gubbins. I feel like, yeah. Let's hope not. Let's just it's a useful play on words.
I know what you mean.
Gubbins is Gubbins is sorted.
I'm going
to look at
deep dive onto.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Start of a new over. The left arm spinner, Joe Pocklington. That one left alone by Prest outside the off stump. There's a bit of an ooh from the bowler. So it started outside off stump and continued with the natural turn away from the right-handed Prest. 146 for 3. Hampshire here. We're in the 30th over. Still the fielding restrictions with 4 men allowed outside the circle until over number 40. As this one is full and driven by Prest, and it is out to one of those fielders patrolling the rope. Long off, it comes around quickly. They're coming back for 2 here. Gubbins, the throw was in the end off target, and Gubbins did have to get out a bit of a knee slide there. Not too desperate, but it was a relatively bold call for 2, which in the end comes to fruition.
It's some connection with fish, and I think the rubbish bits of fish. But I mean, any bits and pieces, scraps, gadgets or gadgetry.
I'm quite relieved about that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still so much so now that we're actually going to have to get some further Gubbins because he's now signalling for a new bat, I think.
So he's sorting out his bits and pieces.
No, it's not a new bat. What's that he's holding up? It's not a bat. He's waving his pad. I think in that dive there, that little knee slide dive that he had to do, he's actually managed to break his left pad. So he's now you'd be in the sort of the nets where you just bat with your front pad. That's what he's got on at the moment. He's just got a front pad, one of those yellow pads on.
Is that what's happened?
Yeah, I think he's broken the strap.
Oh, the strapping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think that's my guess from 150 yards away anyway.
Yeah. No.
So we've got a slight delay here as Hampshire scramble around in the dressing room to find a left pad that will fit Nick Gubbins.
Yeah. That's a challenge that I bet they were the 12th. Whoever's on duty wasn't expected to find.
And he's coming out with 4 pads of different shades of yellow as well, which have the fashion police turning and moving gingerly in their seats here. We've got yellow pads of different shades of yellow. Now he's got to reject every pad that is not the same shade of yellow as the one he's got on, or change both.
That's good. I thought you were going to say he's got to reject them all and send him back for another one.
He's now trying out his second pad. I think he's brought out. Has he brought out pairs? Nick Gubbins is going to, at the moment, he's still got his right pad on, so it looks like he's going to maintain his own right pad and just borrow somebody else's left pad. Because how many pairs of yellow pads do you have in your bag?
I honestly don't recollect ever seeing this before, the pad change.
Certainly not one.
Well, that's, yeah.
Because I'm guessing there's only a finite amount of yellow pads knocking around. There's probably white pads until the cows come home.
Yeah.
But yellow pads, thankfully, it looks like we do have the same manufacturer and the same shade of yellow, I think.
Oh, I can see that was really troubling you. They'd be the wrong colour.
You should see Charlie Harden off air as well here, worrying about the colours.
And I didn't have you down as a fashion police sort of guy.
Well, just looking at the way I'm dressed, is that how?
No, that's a bit harsh. just your general outlook on life, you know.
Well, it's the kind of thing that as commentators, Kev, we tend to spend more time sort of obsessing over little details, don't we, than maybe is necessary.
Okay.
But that filled that 3-minute gap while Nick Gubbins was getting his pad sorted. So we start again. Gubbins is at the non-striker's end. It's 148 for 3, Hampshire here against Notts Outlaws, if you're just joining us by whatever medium you are. And Pocklington is in, bounding his way past the umpire, and Prest is just dropping that out on the leg side, and there's no run. Gubbins on 60 from 71 balls. Prest is 10 from 11. The batters out so far, Ali Orr for 33, caught down the leg side, and then Middleton and McMullen both holding out to long on for 23 and 20, respectively, off this bowler now, Joe Pocklington, who's in, and again, Prest is wristedly working that through just in front of square on the leg side for a single. Out towards Ben Martindale, the young opening batter for Notts, fielding away in front of the groundsman's tunnel to our left, just underneath the bright green Southern Brave 100 music stage, which will be back in action for one more Southern Brave doubleheader here, which, as we've been mentioning, clashes, unfortunately, with a potential quarter-final here in this competition, as Pocklington bowls round the wicket to Gubbins, who picks up a single through backward of square on the offside. That's
quite the gap in between matches, isn't it? Because that isn't until Thursday, week tomorrow.
Hampshire's 150 is up towards the end of the 30th over. Yes, you're right. They're away today at Welsh Fire, Southern Brave, as we've been talking about. And I presume they must have another away game before they're back here then. You can tell when you come into the ground here and they have those yellow traffic signs. I'll come back to that in a second. As Pocklington bowls, that's flatter in towards Press, so there's no run. As the wicketkeeper Schardendorf comes scooting around, whips off his right glove and prevents a run. End of the over, 150 for 3 off 30. Hampshire going exactly 5s. Yeah, you come into the ground here, and as you approach any major sporting arena, there's a list of major events on these dates, and you've got major event this date, this date, this date. This game doesn't qualify. What is the definition of a major event where you're likely to run into traffic? Because I got stuck in traffic leaving here after the last one of these.
Well, I think there's been a game here since, but for the Essex game, I left some time, or tried to leave some time after the game had finished, and there was a still massive queue.
Yeah.
Although it is known for not being the easiest to get out of.
I need to quickly get into the defence of the Utilita Bowl, because they have sorted it very well and they've got a good system now. But the general traffic in the area, there's a few sort of pinch points around the area.
So it's not the ground, it's outside of the ground.
There you go.
Okay. I don't mind being corrected. I've got used to it in life.
If I'm expecting them to bring me lunch, I need to stay on side.
Yeah, and I'm now not going to get any lunch. That's a single here. Hampshire moved to 151 for 3 in the 31st over. But there's also part of me, and I'm not trying to get my lunch back here now by saying this, as McCann bowls worked onto the onside. I didn't mind sitting in the track, because I think it suggests there was a reason to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone wanted to be here. Yeah. Absolutely.
151 for 3. We're in the 31st over, and that's his pushed into the offside. I think all I've done with my lunch is I'm going to get more rice than sweet and sour out of pork. I think that's the only difference there'll be now.
Should have gone Ploughman's.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Looking to reverse it. Bowled him. He has his wicket. He's deserved that because McCann has been bowling extremely well, and it's Prest who's gone. He's been bowled for 11, and Hampshire now 151 for 4. Take a look at this one. Is this behind his legs? He's gone to reverse, he's gone to get a little bit too funky, and played and missed and straight into the stumps. So, yep, 16 balls faced out there for 14 minutes, 1-4. It's 151 for 4 in the 31st over. Well, it's all very well being enterprising, trying to be innovative with your batting, but when that happens, it doesn't look so clever, does it? And that is another wicket taken. As I say, from the bowler's perspective, I'd say he deserves that. Those are really good-looking figures. 3.4 overs, 1 for 14.
Yeah, you're right. It's a great idea until it goes wrong, isn't it? Tom Prest, the bowler, his right arm round the wicket to the right-handed Prest. He set himself early, got his front leg off towards off stump, and he's, as you say, reverse. He just got himself in a difficult position. And there has been a little bit of grip for the spinners, and that one just moving ever so slightly off the pitch, taking it away from the attempted shot from Prest. He just wondered percentage-wise for Tom Prest there, with 20 overs still to bat, having just recently lost the wicket of McMullen, McMullen previously, whether that is the right percentage shot. And for Tom Prest as a batter as well, that he's looking for a score. Kevin James has rejoined me.
Yeah, it's not quite happening for him in this tournament so far for Tom Prest. You'll remember about 2 or 3 years ago, got the second highest ever list A score for Hampshire down at Beckenham against Kent into the 180s. 36 is his highest score. That was Worcestershire at New Road. Otherwise, they've been single-figure scores, although he was not out here in the win over Leicestershire. But it's been a story of players getting in and getting out, hasn't it, so far for Hampshire? Ali Orr 33, Fletcher Middleton 23, Brandon McMullen 20, and now Prest with 11.
It does bring the new batter Ben Mays to the crease. It's exciting talent who's had everybody here certainly talking about him. He's kept wicket absolutely brilliantly, and we'll look at that a little bit later on. But batting-wise, Mays made 74 on debut against Glamorgan down at Neath off just 55 balls. A couple of low scores since then. Hasn't batted in the last 2 games. He's up against Freddie McCann. He's back in defence. Up to the bowler, and there's no run. 151 for 4 here.
Well, this is my first look at him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, finally.
What do you think so far?
After 1 ball, pretty good.
Very solid. Here comes McCann again, round the wicket. And diving. Mays is off the mark as he runs that through the mid-on area, despite the tumbling effort of McCann, who, if you joined us late, is back on, not on loan, but he can't be on loan to your own club, really, can you? But he's been borrowed from Birmingham Phoenix, as has been the rule in this competition. If you don't play 2 successive games in the 100, then you can be released back to your county. We saw it with Hampshire and James Fuller at the Oval, who has now gone back to Manchester Originals. But Freddie McCann, the beneficiary on this occasion for Notts, who's getting some cricket that he hasn't had recently.
Fuller's Superchargers, isn't it?
Is he sorry, I knew it was one of the Northern teams. Sorry, Superchargers. Apologies. It is Superchargers. Yeah.
I just saved us getting about 12 emails.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry,
It is the Superchargers. It just gets confusing when Hampshire players aren't in Southern Brave colours. You start to lose track. Yeah, you start to lose track after that.
Earlier I got a message from Joe saying, don't forget Joe Weatherly was part of the Brave setup up until this year.
Yeah. Who we should mention, by the way, as well. You might have seen confirmation that he's broken his arm, unfortunately, Joe, and will be out for the rest of the season. So best wishes to him.
I know, it's a shame he had an injury during the winter which kept him out the first part of the season. So, yeah, he's been a bit unlucky with injuries over the last 8 months, 9 months or so.
Bad news for Hampshire's last quarter-final as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, yeah. So we've got Robert Lord back into the attack from the pavilion end outside the off-stump, and Mays leaves alone.
Yeah, Joe Weatherly was a late bloomer, wasn't he, in the blast this year? He was really, in the last few games of the group stages, was scoring some terrific runs. Mr. Consistent he ended up being. Toby Albert was superb in the early stages. James Vince, of course, is continually superb, but Joe Weatherly really was one of Hampshire's key batters in the latter part of the blast as Hampshire got themselves into the quarterfinals, but he will miss that trip to Durham and the rest of the season.
Lord, right arm over, comes in from the pavilion end, runs towards us and bowls. Mays tries to hit that away on the offside and misses. Trying to play that away on the up, a little wide of the off stump. So Ben Mays, who is rapidly making a name for himself, just 17 years of age, been part of the England under-19 squad for a little while now. signed a deal with Hampshire up until the end of the 27 season recently. As it's, in comes Lord. Mays drives. Doesn't really time that. Goes out to extra cover.
We mentioned that we talked about this in the last game, but the benefit of maybe some Notts listeners or listeners on Sports Extra 3 who went with us. We got a great email in the last game that he'd been back to his local club Lyndhurst in the New Forest down here and was helping out carry the drinks out for a game and stayed in the bar for a soft drink after the game as well, bearing in mind he's only 17. But it's a terrific story in terms that he was a seam bowler, he bowled spin. He hadn't put on a pair of wicket-keeping gloves until this year and now keeps for Hampshire in this competition.
That's right, yeah. Lord bowls, Mays drives, finds the gap out in the covers. There is a man out in the deep, so that will be 1. Moves on to 2, does the 17-year-old, 153 for 4. That's right, we learnt that from Brad Taylor, didn't we?
We did. Brad Taylor, Hampshire's fielding lead and under-18s coach, was with us on the Hampshire stream in the last game. But yeah, Ben Mays, when you get an opportunity, if you do, to see the way he gloves the ball behind the stumps, I mean, it looks like he's been doing it for years. He's an England age group hockey player as well, which we've mentioned previously, which is obviously, when you see some of the shots he plays and the way he keeps wicket as well, you can see those two crossing over very, very helpfully for him. But a genuine local product from the New Forest, from the Southampton area.
That's right. Here comes Lord again. In and bowls. Short. Gubbins pulls that, helps it down to fine leg. It's going for 4. It's gone very, very fine indeed. A little bit of extra bounce from Lord, but he did bowl it into the pitch. And Gubbins moves on to 66, 157 for 4. You do feel that Gubbins needs to play another one of his knocks where he sort of bats most of the 50 overs and batters play around him. Lord is 1 ball away from completing 6 overs, none for 27. I have to say, young Joe Pocklington, the left-arm spinner, has impressed me. I don't know about you, Chris, but he certainly has in this game. 2 wickets he's picked up so far. Slower ball, wraps Gubbins on the pad. End of the over, 157 for 4, 32 gone.
We've had an email from Sean Anderson here into solentcricket@gmail.com, which is the address, although we normally use it for Hampshire. We're very welcome emails from Notts fans with the view on the game so far, or Notts' hopes in this competition generally, or some of their young up-and-coming talent, like we mentioned Joe Pocklington, one of those on a short-term deal. But Sean says, ever wonder what proper domestic cricket in August actually looks like? Stop wondering. Metro Bank cricket it is. You can bring your own beer, can you? Bring your own beer? None of that more expensive nonsense you sometimes have to pour yourself. There's a few other thoughts from Sean about the 100 and long queues and various other things, fireworks and DJs and things, as we see McCann starting you over from our commentary end for Notts here. And there's a diving attempt at mid-on, which was ultimately unsuccessful. Got a hand on it, but didn't stop Mays coming through for a single, which takes him on to 3. What have we got here? The best part is watching a husband put his wife through 7 hours of one-day cricket while she quietly reads a book, wondering why he thought cricket was a valid reason to ever take a day off work. As that one's carved away square on the offside, there's going to be at least 1 here for the left-handed Gubbins as the fielder runs around on the boundary, and they will pick up a couple. 160 for 4, Gubbins to 68.
I don't think Sean likes 100.
No, or blast by the sound of it. I mean, educated or traditional, or whatever you want to call the crowd. There's certainly a crowd of all ages out there in the school holidays as well. As McCann is into bowl once again and drops it out into the covers for a single. I know they've previously done under 17s go free, certainly in the early, maybe the first game of this competition here. And there was a great number of youngsters who came in and took advantage of that offer. Certainly, I think back to my under 17 self, free cricket at Canterbury, where I went through my childhood. I would absolutely be there.
Yeah.
As in comes McCann again, round the wicket. He's persevering with that line, no run this time, as it's played back up the pitch by Mays.
Yes, that's your county, isn't it, Kent?
Yes, it is. Every opportunity I could. I think you could be a member for a tenner then as a kid and go to every game for free. Which was, shows you how long ago it was. As the ball is played up to straight mid-wicket for no run this time. Fielded in that position by Jack Haynes. Not top run scorer in this competition. That's down the leg side from McCann. Unfortunately for Mays, he couldn't get it past the diving fielder at short, fine leg. End of the over. Tidy enough one from McCann. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19 so far. Hampshire 161 for 4 from 33.
Stephen Clark, who's a regular emailer, soncricket@gmail.com. He says, my auntie was married to the brother of Trevor Jesty, who may have been a teammate of mine. Actually, no, we didn't overlap. He left Hampshire in '84. I joined in '85. So we didn't, but I did play against him when I think he went to Surrey and then Lancashire, if I remember rightly, in that order. Off the top of my head, but no, we missed each other by a few months. I think he left. I don't want to put words in his mouth if I get this wrong, but I think he left because he thought he might get the captaincy, but he didn't. Mark Nicholas got it. That's driven by Nick Gubbins up the ground. A token run up to the far end from Nick Gubbins, because that was always going for 4. An over-pitched start to his over from Robert Lord. Nick Gubbins moves on to 73.
I believe that was his first scoring shot of the day, an off drive up to a straight one up to the boundary and the pavilion end as well. So Nick Gubbins moving on to 73 here. He is the unstoppable force in the season's competition, isn't he? Closing in on 500 runs now.
Terrific. Way out in front. Here's Lord, right arm over, bowls, and Gubbins just flicks that away into the gap on the leg side, almost runs into the bowler as he completes 1. And he moves on to 74, 166 for 4. Email here from Jed Robinson. solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of quarter-final venue. We've been talking about this, of course, because there is a 100 game here if Hampshire get through to the quarter-finals and get a home draw. I'm a Yorkshireman listening to your coverage via BBC Sounds. There's a few Yorkshire people that have been listening today, isn't there?
Not much going on in Yorkshire today?
Clearly not. As Lord is in, bowls, and Mays pulls that away, but into the ground. Ball bounces away on the leg side, and there is no run. Great coverage and commentary, thank you very much. I'm not going to give you my thoughts on the 100. They wouldn't be broadcastable. Right. However, I noticed that if Hampshire make the quarterfinals, it would clash with the Southern Braves match at the Utilita Bowl, so clearly he's not following the 100.
And hasn't been listening for that long either.
No, that's right. I don't like the 100, but I do know the Brave have got a game. Do you know where it's likely to be played? I don't. I haven't asked the question. Jed's in Leeds. But my guess, and it is only a guess, Mays hits that away through the vacant point area, and he moves on to 4, 167 for 4. My guess at this stage will be Arundel. But I don't know if there's even a game at Arundel on the day. It's the 28th of August, quarter-final day. I do not know. I haven't got the Arundel fixtures to hand, although I could look it up shortly. But that might be my guess. As we've been discussing earlier, we don't think Hampshire would give away.
And the reason Jed's asking is because, of course, Yorkshire could be in contention to be in that match.
There we are.
They're currently top of Group B.
Well, provisionally book a hotel in Arundel, as that's pushed away square on the offside, but make sure it's a refundable deposit.
The Kevin James Tourist Board, I've got to say, it's got one of the most unreliable services I think I've ever known.
Yeah, it's not official,
no,
obviously.
But you're right, if you can get a non-refundable one in the Arundel area.
Yeah, that would be, because there's not too many around there, I don't think.
No, and probably not the cheapest this time of year either.
No, that's true, during the school holidays. But it's a lovely spot, well worth a couple of days.
But it might not be there.
That now familiar sort of start to his run-up where he actually runs or walks towards mid-on. That's hit away by Mays, hard but not timed, but it's somehow managed to squeeze past the fielder. And he will pick up 2. And that will be the end of the over. And Chris Temple is making way for Charlie Harden. 34 overs gone, 170 for 4. Charlie.
Well, the Hampshire batters have been making starts, but not capitalising on them, unfortunately. Orr made 33, Middleton 23, McMullen 20, and Press, the most recent to go, on 11. So the pick of the bowlers, McCann and Pocklington taking 2 wickets there in quite very quick succession, but Pocklington in particular, 8 overs, 2 for 22, going at 2.75 an over. But as Gubbins sits on strike here on 75 for this over from Freddie McCann, Gubbins just pushing out towards cover. There will be no run as the fielder dives onto that Astro mat that's covering a wicket, which might be the 100 wicket for the next game for the Southern Brave. But Freddie McCann has bowled well so far. Into Gubbins, who's lofting it over the cover region. It will just be picked up by the man at deep cover, who is... God, the numbers, those gold numbers are very hard to see on those backs. Chris Temple's shaking his head. He can't stand the gold numbers on the back of a gold and green kit.
He's a stickler for having standout numbers on players' backs.
This time in again, Mays just hitting it straight back to the bowler. will be no run.
Now, I've just looked up, as I say, this is not official, but whether a game could be played at Arundel, there actually is a free date on the 28th.
McCann bowls again this time. Mays is working away into the leg side. Two fielders are converging, but it will be picked up by the man at deep fine leg and thrown into the keeper's gloves.
It could be squeezed in between a fixture the day before on the 27th, which is the Duke of Norfolk's 11 against the Ace Academy. And on the following day, on the 29th, Sir Tim Rice's Heartaches 11 against the Authors.
That sounds like a belter. Here comes Freddie McCann, and this time it's cutting away by Nick Gubbins. It's a good shot, but the man at deep cover picks it up and throws it in comfortably. That man, I believe, is Joe Pocklington out there. It looks like the number 15 on his back, but it's a good bit of fielding from him.
Clearly, if Hampshire did play there on the 28th, they'd have to cover the wicket that's going to be played for the Tim Rice's game. You wouldn't want to ruffle that up.
There could be a few unhappy authors out there. As this one's picked up by long on, Mays gets to the non-striker's end, a single for him, bringing the score to 174 for 4. That's the end of McCann's over. It went for 4 runs. Mays sits on 8, and Gubbins on 77, who will be at the non-striker's end.
Daniel Leavesley has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says Arundel would be my guess as well. Although Arundel is in Sussex, yes it is, but I think it's one of those where it's needs must. Don't forget Hampshire women play there and have another fixture coming up there next month in the 50 over competition, of which they are currently top, which is good. And the final of the women's 50 over competition this year is actually here at the Utilita Bowl in September. But they do have a game coming up. I'll give you the exact date actually. It is Saturday the 13th of September against Lancashire. There'll be live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app on that one, and hopefully if they can sort out the technicals, live commentary on the Hampshire Cricket website as well.
We've had some very good crowds in for the women's games of late, especially those in the T20 Blast. We're getting some very good crowds in. The 100's doing well as well, of course, as it always does. But it looks as if we've got a change in the bowling here, Kevin.
I think it might be Lyndon James. Yes, it is. 4 overs, none for 27 for the all-rounder, the seam bowler. Stephen Bryce, silentcricket@gmail.com, says if it is at Arundel, he says there is a certain hotel, it's a budget hotel, I won't mention it, at Crossbush, near Arundel train station, but it's a good walk up the hill after the game. Well, there's one option. There is a couple of options in the high street, one of which I stayed at during the COVID year when Hampshire played a couple of games there in the Bob Willis Trophy, which was quite nice. But I say the options are a little bit limited around there. Here's Lyndon James from the pavilion end. Bowls. Ben Mays is playing and missing outside the off stump as he tried to guide that down to third man.
Yeah, Ben Mays not off to his characteristic electric start so far. We can't really blame the 17-year-old, can we? He's on 8 off 17. It's his first real full shot there. But Lyndon James beating about on his return to the attack.
Into the 36th over of 50. Nottinghamshire winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first. Hampshire 174 for 4 as James is in, and Mays hits that away into the gap on the offside, picks up another single, moves on to 9, 175 for 4. Paul Williams back on the emails, silentcricket@gmail.com. It says it's interesting that so much of what Ben Mays is achieving in cricket is also more wide, and also more widely, is similar to A.B. de Villiers. Ooh, that's not a bad comparison, 17-year-old. In South Africa. I'm not comparing them, he says, but love that some people are able to prove their abilities in so many different ways. As James is in, bowling to the rather more experienced Nick Gubbins, who drives hard but finds the fielder at mid-off.
I think I remember A.B. de Villiers, tennis player, I think, golfer. I think he just did a lot.
Did he?
A bit like Johnny Best. I think he was Leeds Academy, I think, at one point with football, if I'm not mistaken. A good rugby player as well.
Was he?
Yeah.
Okay. Vernon Needham on the email, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, would they use Arundel? It seems to be, as I say, I have no idea. These are only thoughts. And of course we have, I'm not confirmed as quarter-finalists yet, nor are not, as that's pulled away on the leg side by Gubbins. 78 he moves on to, 176 for 4. James Bradley says, I'm setting off for Arundel now to get my seat nice and early.
Could be sitting there for a while there, James. Mays is on strike here on 9.
Here's James bowls, and Mays again has guided that into the gap on the offside, moves into double figures, 177 for 4. Now, interesting one here as well is that Sussex currently sit. Oh, I missed that. I just pressed the wrong button. They're in the other group, and they have also a chance of making the quarterfinals. They sit 5th, and they're 2 sides above them also have 12 points, so they have a chance of a home quarterfinal. So we might not worry about that, but whoever has the home quarterfinal, obviously, is if Hampshire would have to make the decision. Sussex, if they get the home, and it's against Hampshire because it's in a different group. That's hit out to extra cover by Gubbins. End of the over, no run. James has completed 5 overs, none for 30, 177 for 4. If it was Sussex away, well, that's interesting. Yeah, if they had Sussex at home, and it would be in Arundel, that would be a double home game, wouldn't it? Yeah, sorry, I've just got my head around that. Took me a little while. Thank you, Chris. Who has home advantage? Who chooses the dressing room? Well, I suppose if you're technically the home side, it is your home game. I say, who calls the toss? The toss of the coin.
All these questions that need answering.
No.
Here comes Freddie McCann then. Reverse sweep attempt by Ben Mays. Are going to be given by the umpire? Don't think so. James Treadwell stands firm. He's not in a giving out mood today, is Treadwell, but nonetheless probably looked like it was pitching outside leg. Always a tricky one to call when the legs come flying around as a reverse sweep attempt is made. Freddie McCann in again, this time heading straight back to the bowler is Ben Mays. No run. He's just gone over 100 runs for the tournament. His high score being that 74 in the first game against Glamorgan. Here comes McCann again, working away into the leg side off the back foot. They're going to look for 2. Ben Mays working hard, but it will just be 1. Good fielding out there by Pocklington, who's bowled tremendously well alongside the other spinner, Freddie McCann, today.
Yeah, done very well. Very well indeed. McCann, who's with the Birmingham Phoenix, has obviously been let off for one-day cup duties today.
Here he comes in again, this time scooping over his head is Nick Gubbins. I think that's going to run away for 4. It looked like he was going to try and hit a paddle sweep, but it ended up just him playing it straight over the top of his head. Almost like a paddle ramp kind of thing from Nick Gubbins, and it runs away for 4. He moves into the 80s, 82 for Gubbins and 182 for Hampshire.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a glue in the Hampshire side today, hasn't he?
Yeah, while people have fell around him, he stood firm. 82 for Gubbins. This time driving up towards mid-off. There might be a shy for an attempted run out, but Lyndon James can't get the pick-up sorted. It'll be another single to the total for Hampshire, 183 for 4. As the field changes, we've got 3 deep men out on the leg side, a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg, and just a deep cover on the offside. An attempted reverse sweep, and it's done brilliantly from Ben Mays. It's gone for 6. He's switched his legs around and he's just swiped it over deep backward point for 6. Huge applause from the crowd.
It's a bit like Kevin Peterson, that, isn't it, really? There was I think Chris mentioned that he's played a bit of hockey. Let's watch this. Oh my word. That's a clean hit, isn't it? If you watch on the picture feed, that's never in doubt.
It's not a tremendously short way out there either, and he's hit it quite far back into the crowd. It is the short boundary, but you can't take that away from him. What a tremendous shot. And that brings the over to the end, and Hampshire 189 for 4.
Wow. If you've got that shot in your armoury in one-day cricket, makes the game a little easier. So 37 gone. 38-run partnership, run a ball 38-run partnership at the moment for the 5th wicket for Hampshire. And Lyndon James is going to continue from the pavilion end with his right arm medium pace as comes in and bowls. Gubbins pulls that away on the leg side down to fine leg where it's fielded by James Hayes. Hampshire move on to 190 for 4 and Gubbins on to 84.
Got a couple of coaches just walking around the boundary. The coach for Nottinghamshire for this tournament is Paul Franks, who's standing in for Peter Moores, who's at the Trent Rockets.
That's right, yeah, he's one of them there. Former all-rounder. Mays hits that on the onside length ball, but finds the fielder. apart from that amazing reverse sweep in the last over, it generally, at the moment, I get the feeling that Ben Mays isn't quite located in the middle of the bat at the moment. He's got very fast bat speed through the ball. And you do feel that once he starts connecting, then the runs will start flowing. But he's on 17 from 24, which is okay, but he hasn't quite hit the middle of the bat as yet. It has there as he works that up to mid-on. 191 for 4.
Email here from Stephen Clark on solentcricket@gmail.com. Hi Kev, and everyone else in the team, I'll add that on top. Additionally, many congratulations to H and Terry Stevens on the occasion of their 42nd wedding anniversary. They are in the ground today, so many congratulations to those two.
Very nice. Hopefully they've got the earpiece and they can hear all that. Enhances your enjoyment of the cricket, of course, if you do, as that's worked to mid-wicket. That's me saying that. That's not any sort of line I've been fed.
Yeah, we really do improve the experience out there for these people watching on. Good crowd as well in today for the Metro One Day Cup, Metro Bank One Day Cup. Sorry, pretty crucial part of that.
Yep.
Tournament name missed off, but Lyndon James is just bringing back control of his spell here. Good over so far.
Lyndon James in. Short, slower short ball, and Gubbins waits and pulls that away behind square on the leg side. We'll pick up 2. Moves on to 86, 193 for 4. Max Gray, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm new to cricket and I love it. Been following Hampshire in the Blast and the One Dayers. I'm also a big fan of the 100. Hurrah! We've actually got an email from somebody who's a fan of the 100. And we are all up here fans of the 100 as well, so it's nice to have an email that endorses that as well. As I say, there was a good crowd here apparently on Monday for Braves' last game. Oh, that's very short, and that's pulled, well, sorry, cut away over the top of back. What a point. Gubbins had all the time in the world to play that. The ball just seemed to take its time coming off the pitch.
It's a good shot from a man in form, and it was one of those balls that was so short, so slow, that it was the kind of delivery that a man who's in form could actually find himself getting out to. But he did really well just to wait for it that extra bit longer and cut it over backward point for a nice 490 for Nick Gubbins.
And with that, he moves past 500 runs in the tournament. I'm going to leave you to read out the rest of that email from Max Gray, because there's a couple more paragraphs there. Charlie Harden will stay on, and then he'll be joined by Kevin Howes.
Right, rest of the email from Max Gray. I just can't quite understand where on earth they have got the name from. You have the Blast and then the 100. Do you know why it is called the 100? Please enlighten me. Well, it's 100 balls aside, and we've moved from the T20 Blast, where the name for Blast probably because balls were getting blasted everywhere by the batters. But it's called the 100 because there are 100 balls per innings. Up the Hawks. Well, the name Gubbins has to be the best surname for a sportsman.
That's really going to upset the marketing department of the 100, isn't it? Why is it called the 100? Anyway.
This new over, as Chris Temple has just enlightened me, Hayes up against Mays. Mays is the batter. James Hayes is the bowler. Here comes Hayes. Bowls. It's pulling away. It's Ben Mays. A man's coming in. It's going to be bowled. Hayes caught out in the deep. I don't know who the fielder is, but Ben Mays has been caught on the short ball. I think it's Joe Pocklington.
Martindale.
But it's bowled Hayes to Ben Mays. And that is a wicket.
And all I can say to that is thank goodness there wasn't a catch for Jack Haynes, because that really would have thrown us all. It's Pocklington who's taken that catch, beg your pardon. So,
197 for 5. Ben Mays, once again, another Hampshire batsman to get in, get settled, and then get out. He's caught at deep square leg. It was a short delivery from James Hayes. He's back into the bowling attack, and it's a top edge out towards the man who was coming in. It was a good catch by Pocklington.
So much seemingly upon Gubbins again, from what has been a terrific display from him. It's virtually a runnable 90. Leading the way in the country as well, but now with over 500 runs in the competition. Terrific, but well done to the Outlaws, because they keep plugging away, keep taking the wickets as Partnerships are developing. And, you know, they've good batting as well to the Outlaws. So right now, this is an interesting one to call. Felix Organ is the new batter making his way out to the middle. Because at 197 with still over 11 overs remaining, still capabilities 5 down and getting a big total on the board. But Gubbins needs something there with him to help them get that score, that total. But fair play to the Outlaws. You know, they're not letting them run away with it as yet.
No, it's what Felix Organ has almost come to be known for in this Hampshire side. A little bit of a player where, when Hampshire needs someone to stay out there, Felix Organ has often played that role many a time in the county championship, coming in lower down the order. He's in at 7 today, 197 for 5. Can he do the role that Hampshire needs? Here comes James Hayes in towards a new batter, Organ, who's working it away down to fine leg. It's a nice little deft touch, and it will just be the single, 198 for 5. Organ off the mark.
So much talk before Hampshire even got to the knockout phase of where this game was going to be played. But Andrew Bosey on email has said to me, why is no one mentioning Basingstoke? Well, I'm sure, where do we want the list to begin? Because it won't be there. That's beside the point. There are some people clearly love their cricket being played at Basingstoke. How many years now, Kev? Very roughly, since Basingstoke. 10 years? Maybe, at least, yeah. And unfortunately, in the infamous sight of Michael Bevan, who clonked somebody from the Basingstoke brass band on the head pre-game on Sunday afternoon.
Here comes Hayes, and it's an attempted cut here by Nick Gubbins, but it goes straight down into the ground, and it's picked up by Lyndon James. Will be no run.
It was a beautiful afternoon there at Basingstoke. It was a Sunday league. I mean, Jack Hartley was still playing for Hampshire in those times, and there they were. Oompa Oompa, beautiful, seriously beautiful music being played by the band. And Bevan accidentally sent one sky high. They clonked somebody in the on the trombone, I think it was, on the head. They were fine afterwards, but it caused some trouble.
Hayes this time cutting more convincingly from Nick Gubbins. It's great work from Pocklington out in the deep, and it will just be one run as ripple of applause comes from the rest of the Nottinghamshire players, and it's picked up by Shadendorf. There is 2 balls to go in the over. Hampshire just 1 run short of the 200 mark. Hayes picked up his 2nd wicket earlier in the over, caught by Pocklington, that same man, out at deep square leg. Ben Mays fell to a short delivery, which looked to just perhaps beat him a little bit for pace.
15 years since the game was last played there, 2010.
Wow. Hayes bowls again, just defended by Felix Organ. Picked up by the Nottinghamshire captain, Hamid, no run.
Seem to remember the championship game being over quite quickly, so it might be in a lively old pitch and surface there for the championship game I'm thinking of, which would be a Yorkshire game. But the Durham was the last one. Ben Stokes, he remembers Basingstoke because he was out for 99. Chris Temple with all the information. God, he's got it there on his fingertips. Wow.
I thought you were going to claim that for yourself, Kevin Howes. I thought that was going to be off the tongue. Here comes James Hayes, and it's an attempted little ramp shot from Felix Organ. It's missed, it's caught by the keeper, and he looks up to the sky as if to think, I could have got hold of that one.
Charlie, you've got to realise that people know me well enough to know that I would have no idea about that stuff, so I may as well name the person who's done the hard graft and the hard work.
There's always time. There's always time, Kevin.
No, I'm afraid I'm beyond that now. You'll realise when you get to my age, there comes a time when you just thank people for it. Anyway, Andrew, that's your answer to that. It's definitely not going to be Basingstoke. Next thing will be somebody saying Bournemouth. That would be anyway, can we just reiterate, Hampshire have not yet qualified for the knockout stage of the competition. They're going on very well, but they may not yet get there. It could be yet very tight. Very tight. So what we've got here now, we've got Lyndon James to continue. Hampshire 199 for 5. We've got 11 overs left of the 50. This is over number 40. It's been punched by Gubbins in the offside. He'll move to 92 and brings up 200 runs for Hampshire to 39.1 overs. They like that around these parts, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's been a good, strong batting display by Hampshire, but you can't deny that it's really all been on Nick Gubbins gluing this innings together as players have come in, showed great signs of making a big score, and then just given it away. Nick Gubbins has stood firm. He's on 92.
Lyndon James again to Felix Organ. Bowls now tucked away but for no run to short mid-wicket. There's a bit of energy out there in the field here for Nottinghamshire. They probably get a sense as we move towards the last 10 here that they are taking those wickets at regular intervals, and if they could just get to a position where they could take 2, possibly 3, but certainly a couple of wickets close together, that really does put Hampshire a little on the back foot. Gubbins will keep on going, of course, but others coming in, having to start afresh and anew, could dent the total by some distance. Very nearly gets a, well, it is a leading edge out into the offside. Underarm throw over the top of the stumps. That could have been the worst possible end almost for Gubbins if he'd been run out, with him being in such a strong position, but they get through for a single, and Hampshire to 201 for 5. Midway through this 40th over. Nick Gubbins having a great season, a campaign, should I say, in this competition in particular. He's playing his 96th List A game. He's already got 10 hundreds to his name. Will he be getting an 11th century in this format? And Nick now, who is 31 years of age, and he wears the number 31 on his back. I don't know if he changes his number as every birthday comes by. Anyway, that's pushed up to mid-on for a single. He moves to 93. Hampshire 202 for 5 in the 40th over. We've got 2 balls remaining. We'll update some scores from the other matches, as I say. But regardless of which group it's in, whether it be in this same group as the 2 teams playing each other here, but eventually there will come a time when you'll need to take a look at the other group anyway to see who you're likely to meet if you do get through to the knockout phase. Down the leg side and away, wide signalled by the umpire, so the score moves to 203 for 5. The other matches, 42 overs gone, Lancashire Durham in the other group, and Josh Bohannon, well, there are a couple of centuries there. George Bell's got 104 but now out of 115 balls, 11 fours. Josh Bohannon with 2 sixes, 8 fours at Liverpool. It's 106. Oh, now out. 106 off 102. 259 for 4 in the 43rd over. It's just gone, just been dismissed. That's pushed into the offside. Can't get it past the fielder. Gets down quickly to get to that one. That's Jack Haynes. 203 for 5 Hampshire then, with 1 ball left of the 40th over. So that's the situation there at Liverpool. 259 for 4 in the 43rd over, Lancashire against Durham. And I'll give you the score from the other match, which is currently in action, one due to start at 2 o'clock, but Leicestershire Foxes, Derbyshire Falcons also an 11 start. This next ball defended into the offside, no run for Organ or for Hampshire. Completes 40 overs, so 203 for 5 with 10 to go. So will that become a 300 total and more? We wait and see. Gubbins on 93 off 96 balls. Felix Organ not out on 2. He's not faced too many deliveries at the other end, but the Foxes at Leicester are 228 for 3 in the 42nd over. Hill missed out on a century, so too did Rishi Patel. Patel made 94, Hill a 93, both out. And Shah Massoud and Peter Hanscom. God, that's an experienced lineup, isn't it, for the Foxes? But they're 232 for 3 in the 42nd over against Derbyshire Falcons. The match, which starts at 2 o'clock, is the game involving Essex and Glamorgan. Can Essex keep that winning run going? Can Glamorgan's defending champions get themselves a win on the board? Essex have won the toss. They're going to bat first. 2 o'clock start in that fixture.
Now we're about to enter a very interesting part of this innings. 10 overs to go, 203 for 5 Hampshire, and a couple of wickets could really sway the momentum here. This time driving is Nick Gubbins out towards deep cover point, will be picked up by Joe Pocklington and returned to the keeper. Just a 1 run, but you really do get the feeling that a couple of wickets completely switch the tides, but as long as these 2 are out there, 300 could possibly be on the cards, maybe.
If one of those wickets were to be Gubbins, that's a major blow here for Hampshire, but wait and see.
So James Hayes 2 for 35 from his 7 overs. Bowls short, pulled away by Felix Horgan. Looks to be in the gap between the two deep fielders, but it will just be the 1 run. It was a little bit of an expensive start to James Hayes' spell earlier today. However, he's clawed it back, and his last couple of overs from this end have been a lot more economical. First 2 balls have gone for 2 runs. And Nick Gubbins, the man on 94, is on strike. 4 balls left in this over, as Hayes runs into bowl. Bowls. And it's an attempted shot, and it's gone over the keeper's head. It's a top edge, and it's picked up by the fielder as Nick Gubbins comes back for a second, and it's safe in the end. He moves on to 96, but it looked like he tried to swipe it over deep mid-wicket there or something, or maybe back over the bowler's head. He might have been slightly deceived. But it's a 2 to the name of Nick Gubbins, and he moves on to 96.
Standing up now, that suggests you're getting ready for a biggie.
Here comes James Hayes, bowls to Nick Gubbins, who's cutting away. It looks like it's going to go straight to the man out there, and it's been fumbled, and it's gone for 4. It's 100. It's 100 for Nick Gubbins, his second one of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's a hug with Felix Horgan, and everyone in the Utilita Bowl stands to their feet. Helmet off, bat in the air, and a brilliant show of high-class, in-form batting from Nick Gubbins.
That was some shocking fielding, wasn't it, out there in the deep? Running round, well, it wasn't shocking, but he should have kept hold of that one. Take nothing away from that 100 from Gubbins, though, but what a way to get to it.
James Hayes, last ball of the over, driving into the offside. They're going to come through for a quick single, and he moves on to 101 of 100 balls. Hampshire are 212 for 5, and there's 1 ball left in the over.
We talked about Gubbins when he got to his 50. It was the thumbs up and not the punch of gloves from McMullen at the time. That one, we had the full lot. Started off with a massive hug from Felix Horgan. Terrific hug. Squeezed him. Terrific. And then he did the shape with his gloves of the love symbol. Back to his captain. He really wants to keep his place in the team, does Felix Horgan.
James Hayes bowls, and it's just pushed up towards long on. That'll be a single to end the 41st over, which saw Nick Gubbins get to his second 100 in 6 innings of Hampshire's One Day Cup campaign. I'm going to make way, and into the commentary gantry will be Chris Temple.
So we had the hug, which was lovely, the embrace, and then we had the love sign with the gloves, which takes some doing, in fairness. I think he's worked on that as Felix. And then after that, we then had the puncher gloves. We had the whole lot. Terrific stuff, apart from the thumbs up. A thumbs up after that would have been quite good.
I think he went back for more as well, while Gubbins was still getting himself organised.
I know. I think Nick might have said, enough. 213 for 5. Chris Temple's alongside me. We're in this period of the last 10 overs. It's the 42nd over. And this is James in again. Pushed back just out of the reach of the bowler by Felix Horgan, who remains on 4. He can't quite get going yet, but Gubbins is doing okay at the other end anyway. But 213 for 5. Can they get that up around the 280, 300 mark here? Hampshire today.
300 looks a big ask, doesn't it? But we've discussed this previously. Past scores in this competition here have been around about 280, 290.
Yeah.
They need to get somewhere near that, I think.
Teams will try and get 100 runs off the last 10 if they can. So we'll wait and see. It's just that at the moment, it's Horgan. He finds the boundary. Does he there? No, just pulled back inside. Nice work, actually, out in the deep. Does it go for 4?
It has.
Signal. I thought he'd got hold of that just inside the rope, but clearly not. Lifted that away through mid-wicket, so it is a 4, and it takes Hampshire to 217 for 5. So Horgan moves on to 8. He needs to get going if Hampshire to get north of 280. He needs to be more than just chipping in here, but that is a 4, confirmed by the umpire. So 217 for 5, 42nd over. Down the leg side, as a wide given. Nothing on that, as I say, when we saw that dismissal earlier for Ali Orr, seen a few of those now. That the keepers some of them, those lakeside catches, have been absolute stunners in terms of diving, one glove, and terrific work. But this was almost the best, but without it being overly dramatic, because it was the use of the feet.
Yep.
Getting himself in the right position, reading the line of the ball well. 218 for 5. This is punched a little uppish, but safe, but for no run.
I love to see Kev great catches standing up as a keeper. I'm a keeper myself. You know, moved a bit, used to move a bit better because I couldn't move that well. I used to stand up a lot, but I love to see great work standing. And you see some absolutely terrific work these days. Obviously, everything moves forward, doesn't it? But I would say wicket keeping up to the stumps at the minute. I mean, some great moments from Rihanna Southby, who's probably the standout keeper in the women's 100, who plays for Southern Brave, based here. Some outstanding stuff from her in this tournament.
Morgan on 8 at the moment. That's fine, down towards fine leg. Clipped away, moves to 9, not out. Takes his team Hampshire to 219 for 5 now.
I look back at those older videos of Jack Russell standing up to Mike Smith in the One Day Cup final. Some of those stumpings where he's taking a half volley right out of the dust and down the leg side, whipping the bails off, and even the James Fosters of this world, even Ben Folkes, the brilliant glove men of recent times. But you're right, wicket keeping. There's some absolutely outstanding wicket keepers, and we love to see it.
Dane Shadendorf is the Outlaws keeper. He's the one we're talking about from earlier in the day today. He hasn't got to do work there, maybe to receive the ball thrown in from the deep. In fact, he does. It's right there at long on. He has the ball eventually thrown to him, but it's a single in the meantime, taking Hampshire to 220 for 5 now. On ball after the 42nd over.
The last game here, Hampshire won over against Leicestershire. They put on over 200 for the first wicket. Alior and Nick Gubbins in absolutely searing heat, really oppressive conditions. It's been much fresher out there. Still a bit of a breeze around the ground, but Nick Gubbins has been getting used to batting for most of the innings. I'm surprised Metro Bank haven't actually given up their sponsorship yet to Nick Gubbins. The Nick Gubbins One Day Cup this should be.
On ball left of this over, James now bowls it. Balls to Organ, who tries to really muscle that one away. I think it's come off the bottom edge of the bat. Doesn't time it. Does get a single, and he keeps the strike. So it's 221 for 5 now. 42 overs gone. Nick Gubbins on 102 from 101 balls. Organ's 10 from 14. Lyndon James has bowled 8 overs, 50 runs without a wicket, run rate of 6.3. But he's pulled it back a bit. He was very expensive at the top, and he's got more economical in the last few overs that he's bowled.
We were talking, Kev, earlier on, you were talking about Basingstoke, and I was feeding you some information about possible venues for a game that might not happen for Hampshire, the potential quarter-final that would clash here with the 100 and this ground not being available. I was looking up when the last Hampshire first-team game at Bournemouth was, which obviously staged Hampshire cricket for a number of years at Dean Park, which is actually it was a long time the home of Dorset as well since Hampshire left, but it's no longer. It's now privately owned by a school in the Bournemouth area. So I looked up the last Hampshire game played at Bournemouth. Opening batter for Hampshire, K.D. James, opening the batting. Court Gatting bowled Embry for 33. Opened the batting with Tony Middleton. Do you know that, Kev, last game at Dean Park?
Oh, that Bournemouth 33 they talk about.
McCann is into the attack here, returning for Notts from our commentary end, the Hilton Hotel end here. Got the wicket earlier on, did McCann of Ben Mays, bowling him round his legs. Tom Press bowling him round his legs. 1 for 35 from 7 overs so far. He's bowling to Felix Organ, he's on 10. Hampshire 221 for 5, no run there to straight mid-wicket. Some of the names in that game: James, Gower, Nicholas, Marshall, Udall, Cardigan, Connor, Gatting, Embry. What a game at Bournemouth for the farewell of first-class cricket as McCann is in again to bowl. That's short and pulled away out towards the leg side between the two fielders. One bounce 4 out towards deep square from Felix Organ. Beautifully placed. They got the 2 men out there and he bisected them perfectly.
Was that a championship game?
It was the last championship game, yes. Hampshire won by an innings. In fact, yeah, no, it was a draw actually in the end. Sorry, not an innings. Yeah. Kevin James, 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8.
What? From 4 overs?
Yeah, none for 8 from 10 overs. Kevin James, he's opening batter though in that game. He's looking at us if he doesn't remember ever opening the batting. As in comes McCann again. This is down the pitch. Organ drives it straight back to the bowler.
He always does that look of he can't quite remember.
Yeah. Can't quite remember that double 100 I scored in that game against.
And then you'll find when he comes on next, he'll just rattle off a few performances.
Ball by ball analysis.
Yeah.
In comes McCann round the wicket again. The sweep attempt. We talk about nice bits of keeping. That's a nice bit of keeping from Schardendorf, moving down the leg side to take that one. There's a big swing of the bat from Organ.
What he needs is somebody listening or watching to send in an email to give. Then he thinks that's a good enough reason to go through it all.
McCann this time, he's got Organ squared up there. It runs off the outside edge, but good call from Gubbins. The ball only ran 10 yards square out on the offside, but it came through with no fielder in the immediate vicinity to pick up another single. 2-2-7 for 5.
Well, I'm sure Gubbins will be looking at this and thinking, right, well, you know, we've got 5 wickets standing here. We're all into this 43rd over. We need to make the most of it. You know, with 5 wickets standing, that's still a good, strong position to be in. And Felix Organ is trying his best to muscle it away, find the boundary, but he's not finding it that easy at the moment. So running between the wickets could be key.
Yeah, last of the recognised batters, Felix Organ as well. Hampshire have got Andrew Neil, spinning all-rounder, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack still to come. So Organ, these days, an off-spinning all-rounder himself, but has been, of course, an opening batter in first-class cricket, as the reverse sweep attempt by Gubbins this time, bringing out some extravagant shots himself now. Not always known for those, but this time picks up a single round the corner to short third. End of the over, Gubbins to 103 from 102. Organ has 15 from 19. And McCann now 8 overs, 1 for 42.
Just remind ourselves of how the Outlaws are lining up in terms of the batting. Ben Martindale, Ben Slater. Slater very capable of scoring big runs. Jack Haynes, Hasib Mead, Lyndon James can strike a ball well. Freddie McCann, he's a recognised batter. Dane Schardendorf, then we're into Pocklington, Hutton, Lord and Hayes. So Jack Haynes, who got himself a century last time out. Big runs for him. So can he keep that going? I mean, this already is looking at a testing, challenging target, but the potential to go on and get that 280, 300 mark still exists with 7 overs remaining. And it's for Nottinghamshire, by one means or another, by taking the wickets or just good tight bowling, to keep this total down as much as they possibly can. We're now going to see Pocklington brought back in to bowl. He's bowled 8 overs and terrific bowling from him, 2 for 22. And he's going to be bowling to Nick Gubbins, who's on 103. He's bowling from the far end, from our commentary position. That's the pavilion end. In and bowls. Use of the feet and a stumping opportunity. Is he out? Well, the bat's gone back down in. Umpire Treadwell's not for raising the finger. That, to me, was a close call. Was that quick work by the keeper? I'd love to see the replay on that. But what an end that would have been for Gubbins. He's not out, but what a terrific first ball up from Pocklington as well. He was trying to be positive, come down the pitch.
Yeah, the keeper had plenty to do, didn't he? There was quite a lot of distance for the keeper to make there once he got hold of the ball and gathered it to get back to the stumps. And I think, just looking at first glance, it was one of those touch-and-go ones which a TV replay might prove to say he might have been an inch off the ground, but I think the umpire with a naked eye there has decided that Gubbins did get the back down, but it was all a bit ungainly, wasn't it?
It was. And he's going to encourage Pocklington. He's also going to put on alert the fielders out on the boundary.
Certainly is.
44th over we're in. And Gubbins on 103. What's he going to do now to this next delivery? Is he going to be as adventurous, as attacking? That's full. He's going to try and be attacking, but that's actually really tight bowling, which means he hasn't got any room to work with. He'll get a single on the onside, but no more. He clearly feels that needs to muscle a few away here, but he's moved to 104. Hampshire 229 for 5. 44th over. All change plays in the field. They're all running around here for Felix Organ, who's only been out there for 19 balls. He's on 15. Young Pocklington. He's telling his captain. He's going through the captain. It's a little bit like in the Commons when everything has to go through the speaker. He's going through the captain to change the field, and he's telling the captain where to go in the nicest possible way. Hasib Mead, he's moved him out there on the offside now. He was on the onside, so that onside is it's a short, just inside the circle, fine leg. Hamid, who was there at short mid wicket, has now gone out to fairly short extra cover, and this goes well. Tries to send it out on the leg side. I was looking for that, ending up back there at mid-wicket, but actually it's just fallen just a couple of yards in front of him. Doesn't get that timed at all well, so that's a dot ball. First 3 deliveries of this over, just 1 single. This is good stuff from Pocklington, very nearly a stumping on the first ball. This is in the air, safe out on the offside, pretty square. And 1 run for Organ to go to 16, 230 for 5. This is good from, and this is one of the, I hope it doesn't break any young cricketers, but this should be the making of hopefully more than not of young players. And Pocklington, along with McCann earlier, as the spin pair, they've done it before, they've kept it really tight, causing problems. Nice timed reverse shot, but just for a single from Gubbins, taking to 105. Hampshire to 231 for 5 now in the 44th over. But some of the, some of those early shots that we saw, I mean, admittedly not off the spinners, that V, that straight area was profitable. They're trying to be a bit more funky and work it with a few reverse shots. This is a bit more orthodox to mid-wicket off the bat of Felix Organ. He moves to 17 and dead on 2 o'clock. Dead on 44 overs. Hampshire 232 for 5. Organ on 17. Gubbins once again leading from the front on 105. And Pocklington's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 26. This is really interesting how they're turning to the the young spinners here. McCann and Pocklington, such a key period of the game. Wonderful responsibility being handed to this pair.
Yes, indeed. Thank you to Kevin Howells, who will hand the responsibility of the microphone over to another Kevin very shortly indeed. Kevin James will be returning. 232 for 5 knots. Thanks to Matt Warmington on email, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says, no chance of Hampshire playing a game at Basingstoke, of course, but no alternative ground in the county is a shame. Incidentally, I reckon the only player still playing with a first-class 100 at Basingstoke is Adil Rashid in 2009. As that was the start of a new over from Freddie McCann. His 9th, he's gone for 42 for 1 wicket so far. Big swing out to the leg side by Organ and picks up just a single. Kevin James is back with me, and Hampshire will be well aware, Kev, that Nottinghamshire in the last game against Glamorgan chased down 280 for 3. They've scored 300 a couple of times in this competition as well, albeit they're inconsistent, but they're well capable of chasing down a score in this region. So they've got to get a little bit closer to a par score here, haven't they, as they pick up another single? Yeah,
I think at the moment, I think Nottinghamshire will be fairly happy here. I think there was a little bit in the wicket every now and then, but you can't help feeling that ideally you'd want Hampshire about another 25, certainly 20 runs ahead at this stage. I think Nottinghamshire will be fairly happy.
McCann round the wicket away from us. Another reverse sweep attempt, this time from Organ. Picks out the fielder at short third man on this occasion. So no run. Organ remains on 18. Gubbins 106. Hampshire have 2, 3, 4 for 5.
I think what Nottingham's done well is they've just picked up wickets just as 1 or 2 batters have started to look set.
Yeah, when you look at the Hampshire scorecard, as that one is played out into the leg side by Organ. There is a fielder out there, away to our left. That is Pocklington himself. He's been very impressive, as Kevin Howells was just talking about.
Yeah, I like him.
So I think give Andrew Neil some hope to see how Pocklington's managed to use the conditions as well. Has been a little bit of turn out there. As in comes McCann again round the wicket. That one is flatter and fuller. Well taken by Schardendorf behind the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, Nottinghamshire do have a front-line left-arm spinner in Liam Patterson-White, who's with Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, but I think Pocklington, he looks a good prospect.
McCann again to bowl. Big swing at the bat this time from Gubbins out towards deep mid-wicket, but don't worry about that unless you're at least 10 rows back in the crowd, because that is where it has landed. A forlorn attempt by a spectator to jump up and catch it one-handed, but 6 more for Gubbins to end the over there. And after a good one from McCann up to that point, Gubbins moves on to 112, and Hampshire with 5 to go at 241 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good hit, isn't it? Right out of the middle of the bat. Pick the right length as well, Nick Gubbins. And just inches. Hampshire are going to need to be late 200s for me here. It's 5 overs to go, 241. Ideally, they want to be in the 290s if they can get there. I think that would put Nuts under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, you're talking about the starts, Kev. The men out so far, all for 33. Middleton 23, McMullen 20, Prest 11 and Mays 18. So a lot of batters have got themselves in.
Here's Pocklington then. It's driven out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Pocklington from the pavilion end. 44-run partnership of 41 balls so far. As that's short outside the off stump, hammered away by Organ out into the deep on the offside. He moves on to 20 from 27. 242 for 5.
We talk about, you know, talents and up-and-coming talents. Don't forget, if you went with us earlier on, Joe Pocklington is from Sussex. So one of those that you'd think Hampshire would have been aware of at some point, coming in through their twos and the school system.
I really thought Sussex would be aware of it.
Well, absolutely. They've obviously decided it wasn't for them.
Well, they've got James Coles, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's a nice sweep shot from Gubbins out towards deep backward square leg.
Hampshire got a lad called Dawson, of course, as well.
Who? Robert Lord out there on the deep backward square leg boundary. 243 for 5. To the 46th over, sorry, Chris.
I was going to say, James Bradley, thanks for your email on Kevin James' achievements, but you'll be too modest to read out himself, so I'll do it for him at the end of the over. solentcricket@gmail.com.
It's Pocklington again. It's full. He's trying to sweep that away. He's gone LBW. 2 sounds. And the umpire's decided that the first of those is the pad. It was fired in and looks a little too full to be playing the sweep shot. Organ got himself a little too tucked up. That's good bowling. Just watching the replay here on the live picture feed. See it again here as he's right across his stumps and it looks like it hits him just above the boot. First up, he's just been a little bit back there, but unfortunately a little too late.
Yeah, umpire Casper Fillion giving Tom Prest out. Umpiring his first, of South African origin.
Oh, did, didn't he? Yeah.
Yep. So 3 for 28 now, Pocklington. It was very full, wasn't it? As you say, struck him around the boot, but it's hard to tell from this far away in the replay that we saw, without various close-up slow-mos, whether there was any bat involved. Felix Organ did look, you know, relatively disappointed as he walked off. Have you ever seen a batsman cheering they got out LBW? I know what you're going to say, but in terms of reaction to decision, if he feels there was any injustice in there, as Andrew Neil walks his way out to the middle for Hampshire. Limited opportunities with the bat so far, Andrew Neil. In fact, he's only batted twice. 4 of 5 balls in the first game and 4 not out off 12 in the game at Worcester. So this is the first time Andrew Neil has batted at home in Hampshire colours.
With the wind coming from the right.
Yes, on a Wednesday in late August. Yes. So Neil, who is a batting all-rounder, he's scored some runs. He bats up in the order in the Hertfordshire Premier League as well, and in National Counties cricket for Hertfordshire. So he's a genuine all-rounder, but hasn't had much opportunity so far with the bat for Hampshire.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? When you've been doing well in a competition, that the batter's coming in. If you've lost a few wickets like Hampshire have done, then they've done very little. Joe Pocklington, in just his 6th List A game, has currently got his best figures. 3 for 28, previously 3 for 53. That was in a game against Essex earlier in this competition at Sukhholm. Wow. Sukhholm. That's news to me. Obviously not for people up in Nottingham. Here's Pocklington then, bowls to Neil. It's a length ball. Well, there's Welbeck, which I know known as John Fretwell Sporting Complex, Nettleworth.
It's just outside Mansfield, apparently.
Oh, right, okay. Well, it's in that area.
Yep, near Warsop.
Okay.
Probably said that wrong.
Well, where? Warsop.
Warsop, not Worksop.
No,
Warsop.
Okay.
Yeah. WARSOP.
Yeah, there we go. Food's just arrived, which has momentarily taken our attention away from the cricket. Thank you very much, Holly.
What gave it away apart from silence?
A confusion over Sukhholm. As Neil plays out into the covers. Now that's interesting. There could have been a single taken. Applause there for Pocklington, who's completed his 10 overs, has bowled very, very well indeed. 3 for 28. As I say, his best List A figures. And he bowls with a good speed, doesn't allow the batters to come down the wicket at him, certainly the speed he's been bowling today. And whilst there hasn't been a lot of help in the pitch for him, those figures are standout figures in these conditions.
Particularly bowling to a guy who scored over 500 runs in the competition and can't stop scoring runs as well at one end. So yes, they've been chipping away with wickets at the other end as we see Rob Lord return to the attack here. 7 overs, 1 maiden, number 36 so far. James, I promised I'd read your email, so I'll do it very quickly. It says there's a unique record written up on the wall at Utilita Bowl in the concourse. It's held by Kevin James. I can't remember what it is. It's one of the most famous and most talked about records in cricket. 104 wickets in 4 balls in the same game. It says it was achieved against the Indians rather than against India. What is the difference? Kevin, you'd like to explain the difference?
I'd love to be able to explain the difference.
Well, I think it's because India is a national team and the Indians is like a touring, not a non-international game, isn't it? I think that's the reason. It's like when teams used to play against the Australians rather than Australia. It's because it's not an international fixture.
Got you.
I think that's the reason.
Now, our very, very good friend, Mr. Dave Bracegirdle, who must be at pains listening to this and not being involved in the commentary, has told us that Sukholm is Welbeck. No, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Rob Lord starting a new over. That's horrible. That's outside the off stump. A full toss, and that is carved away behind square for 4, down towards third man. That was a very much here's my first delivery of a spell kind of delivery from Lord.
Yeah, and I'll try and get it full, but I've overdone it. So John Fretwell Sports Centre, Nettleworth, Welbeck, Sukholm. Take your pick.
They're all the same place.
Apparently so.
Oh, for goodness sake!
I know.
And they're the things where cricket doesn't help itself, as they say, does it?
No.
There you go.
There we are.
Lovely. Well, I've got a more intrinsic knowledge of the Nottinghamshire countryside than I perhaps
North
had.
Nottinghamshire.
North Nottinghamshire countryside that I might have had before.
It's a bit out in the sticks out there.
Yeah. So Lord, as first ball's gone for 4. Gubbins going on to 117, 247 for 6. I was watching the live pictures. It's just fallen slightly behind on the scoreboard, but it is 247 for 6, whether you're listening on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra 3 or watching via the Hampshire Cricket stream on YouTube. As that swung away to the leg side, that's going to be more runs for Nick Gubbins here. And it's 6. It's gone all the way down to the long leg boundary. A swing of the bat as Lord strayed onto leg stump, and Gubbins has put it away. 250 comes up for Hampshire, 253 for 6.
Yeah, it's just a hike across the line there, but when you've been in there for as long as Nick Gubbins has, and not just today but in the tournament, you're seeing those balls big. So Hampshire still for me just a little light on the runs front, but inching their way towards, I reckon, 280, 290 they're going to need here.
Well, Gubbins list a career best from earlier in the tournament, 144 not out. Is under potential threat here if he can get plenty of the strike and keep going the way he has. 4 and 6 to start this over. That's full, that's out towards the leg side. That's going to be 6 more for Nick Gubbins. No relenting from Hampshire's man of the moment here. He moves to 129 from 112 balls, 259 for 6, depositing Lord out into the stand.
Yeah. Well, he's seeing the ball big here, isn't he, really? Just watching this again, this replay again, he's coming across his stumps and just hoiking that away from just outside off. But it's in that slot. Gubbins has made no mistake in the last couple of deliveries. Just watch him come across the stumps here, if you're watching the picture feed, his head still. It's a good shot.
14 4s and 3 6s so far for Nick Gubbins, and that's prompted a 3-man conference here at the end of Rob Lord's run-up with his captain Hasib Hamid about how to bowl to Nick Gubbins in this kind of form when you've just conceded 4-6-6.
Yeah, it hasn't helped with his first delivery. He obviously aimed it full outside the off-stump with a bigger boundary, well, slightly bigger boundary away on the offside, and of course a harder hit to get it over the rope. In fact, he overdid it and he went for 4. I think it's probably just sort of put doubts in his mind, but he's got to get it outside off-stump.
Round the wicket now to Gubbins. He's got it outside off stump, way outside off stump. Nick Gubbins is looking back at James Treadwell to say, James, that's very close to the wide line. And the umpire decided it was just inside.
Yeah, it looked wide, didn't it? But he's done well to come round the wicket. He has to do that, and he's got to keep it away from anything that's straight, because Gubbins is seeing it like a football.
Yeah, with this power play, of course, 3 now. There are 5 fielders out on the ring, out on the fence. There are 3 of them out on the offside boundary now that he's come round the wicket, and 2 out protecting the leg side fences. And he comes again. That's wide outside the off stump. That one will be a wide. He's overdone that one. Gubbins was potentially expecting it and got himself into position, but in the end, Lord, it's been a mixed bag. We're going to call this over so far, Kevin.
Yeah, but this is what this competition's all about, isn't it? You know, giving players that wouldn't normally play in the first team. You know, Robert Law's 24, but it's no real age at all. And, you know, it's learning how to bowl under pressure situations. And this is a pressure situation. And this is what this competition's all about.
Yeah, just 10 list day matches for Rob Lord as he comes in again to bowl to Gubbins. Round the wicket, Gubbins is on the move. It's full. It's a good delivery from Lord there. Got it right up there, but Gubbins is moving around at the crease and couldn't make anything happen there.
Yeah, that's perfect. You know, he's got it about 6 inches, 8 inches outside off stump. It's exactly the right length going under the bat. Of course, the hardest thing is to keep bowling those sort of deliveries.
Well, he has, although he's bowled a wide in there, he's come back well from 4.66. He's then gone dot wide dot for Nottinghamshire here. 260 for 6 Hampshire, the final ball of the 47th over of 50. Lord continuing around the wicket again, going for that wide off stump line, and this time he's again gone full, and Gubbins has got that off the toe end of the bat out towards mid off for a single, and the applause around the ground as Nick Gubbins goes to 130, keeps the strike. That might be why there's a bit of applause as Gubbins rotates the strike. 261 for 6, 3 to go.
Obviously the crowd haven't seen enough of Nick Gubbins so far in this game. I don't know if you've read this one out. Jed Robinson, SoManCricket@gmail.com. We've been talking about claims to fame. My totally spurious claim to fame is that Eric Clapton stole my pen. What?
Wow.
Back in the summer of 1987, I was working as a steward at the Edgbaston Test, England versus Pakistan, and an ideal student summer job it was. Fresh air, cricket, and the occasional misplaced sunburn. As you've probably heard, Eric Clapton is a keen cricket fan, yes he is. At the end of the day, several spectators approached him for autographs. Politely, he apologised. "I do not have a pen," he said. "Cue hero of the hour, me." And I generously lent him mine. And then he walked off with my pen. So yes, Eric Clapton is now the proud owner of my disposable ballpoint. I can't believe he's still got it. Anyway, I decided not to call him out. After all, it was disposable. But still, it's the closest I will ever get to being both famous and fleeced by a Qatar legend. Fleeced? Here comes Lyndon James. Short, pulled away by Gubbins, down towards fine leg, 262 for 6. Charlie Harden.
Well, it's lovely to be back up here in the gantry with you, Kevin James. And it's been a brilliant show of batting from none other than Hampshire's main man, Nick Gubbins, who's really just taken it up about 5 notches in this last little period of play. It was a very successful over in the last one. As Nick Gubbins has moved up to 131, Hampshire are 262 for 6, and we're set up for a very interesting final 3 overs.
Yes, and a sparse, well not sparse, but a scattered field out on the offside for Andrew Neil. There's a short third man, extra cover, and 3 other players out on the boundary, and he's found the boundary out, or the man up at deep mid-off as Neil. He's off the mark, third ball he's faced. Obviously somebody in the crowd, maybe a relative, applauding that single from Andrew Neil. 263 for 6, travelling down from Hertfordshire, no doubt.
Or they were just very happy with that single.
Well, yeah, it could be either. 263 for 6, we are in the 48th over here. Lyndon James running from exactly the 30-yard circle from the pavilion end. Bowling to Nick Gubbins. Gubbins tries to wheeze that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, dot ball. Good bowling from Lyndon James, getting it fullish. He's into his 9th over, none for 52. There's been nothing in the wicket today for Lyndon James. We've seen Rob Lord get a little bit from time to time. Full seamer. James Hayes is impressive as well with his seam bowling. Yeah,
he has, and actually probably the only real one of the Notts paces to seriously look like he could take some damage. We mentioned Rob Lord, but other than that, Brett Hutton and Lyndon James have had a bit of tap.
Yeah, I haven't really got anything out of this wicket at all. As that's hit up to mid-on, not timed by Gubbins. He's going to find it difficult to pierce the fielders on the leg side to the west side of the ground, to the white as we look. It's quite a big boundary, not quite so much towards the tunnel area, but it's Neil back on strike, 264 for 6, 2 balls left of over number 48. And again, there's that scattered field out on the offside. I think we can safely say that Lyndon James is going to keep it outside off stump. As he bowls to Neil, that's wide, my word, that's wide. That's brought up some chalk on the horizontal line.
We've got an interesting field placement here. You can just see him in the top left corner of your stream. It's almost a fly second slip. It is almost there just to protect the fleeting edge off the bat of Andrew Neil, because there's a third man out there as well. But it really shows that as Lyndon James looking to attack that wide outside the off-stump region, that is a shot that could possibly come off for Andrew Neil.
And again, bowls. Again, it's outside off stump. It's full. It's driven out towards extra cover. It will be cut off, but it's well timed. And they will pick up 2. Joe Pocklington out there doing the boundary duties. Good fielding from him. 267 for 6. Neil moves on to 3.
Yeah, Joe Pocklington's been really, really good out there, other than one moment where Nick Gubbins was on 96, and there was a cut shot from Nick Gubbins, and Pocklington had a bit of work to do, and he just let it go past him, and it went away for 4. And I'm sure he'd like to bring that back if he could, but Gubbins got to his 100.
Neil it is, facing Lyndon James once more. Short outside off stump, hammered away on the leg side. It's in the air, should be caught at deep mid-on. It is, well caught. Brilliantly caught. Has it gone for 6? Oh, it has. It's been carried over. Or has it gone through his hands? It's actually just... I thought he'd caught that. Maybe the momentum of the ball just took him. It was way outside off stump, pulled away. Neil, I think, thinks it's going to be caught, and actually it's gone through the fielder's hands.
So I think potentially what's happened is, I'm pretty sure he caught that initially. We're going to zoom in on it here. I don't think we've quite picked it up. But there was a wicket in the Ashes in 2023 where Ben Stokes caught it at leg slip and went to celebrate and knocked it out of his hands. I almost think that he might have caught this one, but on the rebound or something, it's just bounced out of his hands or done something like that. But it's gone for 6 anyway, so whatever we think happened, it's 6 nonetheless.
I don't know if that's Freddie McCann out there. He's been out there earlier on in the innings when he caught Fletcher Middleton and Brandon McMullen in a similar position. I hesitate to call him out too much, just in case it wasn't him. But
well, here comes James Hayes for the penultimate over of the innings. He bowls, and it's an attempted slog sweep by Nick Gubbins, and it's played and missed. It's a shot that's come off for him in the last few overs. He's trying to clear that man at deep mid-wicket. There's also a man at a wide long on. But other than that, we've got a long off, a deep point, and a deep third man as well.
yeah, it's quite clear that the chat that Mead had with his bowlers, or a couple of the bowlers a couple of overs or so ago, is get that ball outside off stump.
So here comes Hayes again. Nick Gubbins stepping wide over to the offside. It's another play and a miss. It's the way Nick Gubbins is trying to counteract that wide outside the off bowling. He's stepping well out in front of his stumps and trying to make room to play it into the onside, but he's not getting as successful so far. He is on 132 though, so we won't blame him for that.
Yeah, it seems as though he's finding Hayes a little harder to hit from outside off onto the leg side than he was Lord.
James Hayes in again. He's taken 2 this innings. Bowls, and this time Gubbins connects with it, and it's going to run out to the boundary. But it's great fielding out there by Lyndon James, who keeps it inside the rope, meaning it's just 2 for Nick Gubbins. Terrific work out there from wide long on.
Just watching the shot again on the picture feed, and yeah, well outside off stump, and he's got hold of that. There was some a few miles per hour behind that shot. What a good piece of fielding that was.
Terrific work from Lyndon James. As Hayes runs into Bolt, and Nick Gubbins, and he's got hold of this one. It's going just over the boundary. It's another 6 for Nick Gubbins. He's tried that shot every ball of this over so far. It started with 2 plays and misses, and then a 2, and this time he's hit it all the way for 6. He moves on to 140, and Hampshire 281 for 6.
Well, he's been looking for that every ball. I'm just not sure if the 2 fielders there just sort of didn't really give it 100% effort, as if to say, well, I'm sure the other one's going. I'm not sure it was catchable height when it went over the rope, but I tell you what, it went far away from that.
It was not far away at all. Here comes James Hayes in again to Nick Gubbins, who tries the same shot for the 5th time on the 5th ball of the over, but it only goes as far as deep mid-wicket, who this time is up to the challenge, and Freddie McCann picks it up, throws it into the keeper, just a single.
Well, it's a little unfortunate, isn't it, because the 2 left-handers, no, it's not left-handed, is he, Andrew Neil? I think he's done well, actually, here, Hayes, with bowling predominantly to Nick Gubbins. When a batter like that is trying to hit balls, every ball out the ground, or over the rope for 6 runs. I think he'll be happy so far. He's got 1 ball left. Interesting field to the right-hander now. Again, the field is scattered on the leg side, but it's a bigger hit.
Yeah, Andrew Neil on strike for this final delivery. Nick Gubbins just 4 runs away from getting his highest score, not only of the tournament, but of all-time in list day competitions. Andrew Neil trying to make room, but it's a play and a miss, and it goes through to the keeper. Will be no run. That finishes the penultimate over. We've got 1 over to go here, and Hampshire are 282 for 6.
Yeah, good variation that last delivery. Shorter, quicker. Probably Neil's expecting a full delivery. And that is very, very well bowled. James Hayes finishes his bowling. 9 overs, none for 62. Hampshire have 6 balls to get that total of 282 as high as they can. They're starting to get into the realms where I think they'll be reasonably happy.
Yeah.
They were, after 40 overs, 203, so they've hit 79 from 9 overs.
But at that time in the game, we were really thinking how crucial Nick Gubbins was going to be in this innings.
Last over, it's in the air, down the leg side. It's going to bounce, a bit like a sandwich there from Gubbins, who was trying to ease it away on the leg side. Full delivery, it just sort of looped up in the air, fielded down at fine leg. Gubbins moves on to 143.
It's funny, if you take Gubbins out of this equation with 10 overs to go, you're decreasing Hampshire's score by at least 50 runs at that point, because more wickets would have fallen and they'd have been happy to get to about 250, but they're now looking to maybe get to 300.
They are. Short, pulled away by Gubbins, should only be a single. Out to deep square leg, and he moves on to 144, and he equals his highest list A score, playing his 96th list A game. 285 for 6. Should get another chance to better than that, you would have thought, with 4 balls left of this over. Lyndon James then from that pavilion end bowls to Neil. It's a foolish delivery which is squirted out to backward of point. I'm sure Gubbins was thinking about 2. Andrew Neil was, and almost forced Gubbins into a second run there.
Yeah, Andrew Neil seemed pretty happy to get himself back on strike there, but Nick Gubbins was a little bit more tentative. But there's only been 1 inning so far in this 6-game tournament so far for Hampshire. That's not saying the tournament is only 6 games. It's only been 6 games so far. But Nick Gubbins has only not made 50 on 1 occasion. 350s and 200s.
Incredible. Right, Lyndon James. 3 balls left of the Hampshire innings. In, bowls, full outside off stump, hit up to mid-off. Are they going to get 2 here? They may chance it. They are. Gubbins will have to hurry. Gets in. That's good running. There was always a little doubt whether there was 2 in there, but the batter's scampering between the wickets there to make sure it keeps Nick Gubbins away from strike with 2 balls left.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be looking to get on strike for this last delivery. If Andrew Neil calls for the second, I think he might be a little bit more convincing this time, but he's clearly just trying to get runs for the team.
289 for 6, James in, full outside off stump. Neil hits it out into the cover. Should only be 1 if it's picked up cleanly, which it is from Pocklington. And it will give Gubbins the chance to improve on his best score in List A cricket. 290 for 6, 1 ball left of the Hampshire innings. Gubbins is 144 not out. His previous best, and this was also 144 not out. He's got to be able to do it here, isn't he? He'll be devastated if the ball hits him on the pad. Or it goes through to the keeper and they run a by. Here's Lyndon James then with the final ball. Gives himself some room. He gets an inside edge through to the keeper and they complete the single. Oh no, he's run out. An underarm throw from Schaddendorf on the ground. Runs Andrew Neil out, which means Gubbins remains on 144 not out. And Hampshire end their 50 overs on 290 for 6.
Yep, 290 for 6 there for Hampshire, held up by the impeccable Nick Gubbins, scoring 144 not out as the Hampshire batters consistently fell around him. All made 33 and it was 20s for Middleton, McMullen and Organ. But the pick of the bowlers, you've got to say, was Joe Pocklington, who got his best list day figures of 3 for 28 from his 10 overs, and 2 wickets for Hayes and 1 wicket for Freddie McCann as well. So we're going to be back in about 30 minutes as we all take lunch here, as Nottinghamshire are set to chase 291 to win, as Nick Gubbins leaves the pitch after a magnificent 100. See you in 30 minutes time.
54 first-class matches. Chris has just sent me some details.
Here comes Brad Wheel then as he returns to the side. Inside edge drive from Ben Martindale, runs down to fine leg. 2 runs to start his innings haven't been the most convincing we've ever seen here at the Utilita Bowl. But Brad Wheel returns to the 11. He's played 1 game so far in the tournament, in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, where he got 2 wickets for 58 runs against Leicestershire just 2 games ago. But Brad Wheel is returning with Ben Slater on strike now.
So that news that Keith Barker is to return to Warwickshire at the end of this season, I suppose that does open the door for him still to play for Hampshire between now and the end of September. And we'll get some clarification on that later on for you. Hopefully do some sort of interview with somebody.
Wheel bowls, and just defending into the offside. They're going to go through to a quick single, and they make it comfortably as Kyle Abbott picks up and throws, and it's picked up by the gloves of Ben Mays.
So the stats I've got for Keith Barker from Chris Temple that is on the screen here. 54 matches Keith Barker played. That'll be first class, I guess. Just under 1,900 runs at an average of 28 with a bat with 10 50s. A high score of 84, which was against Middlesex at Lords back in 2021. I remember that. He kept hitting the ball down the ground for 6, or down to mid-wicket. 174 wickets at just under 25 apiece. Best bowling of 7 for 46.
Wheel bowls, and it's a fleeting edge straight towards the man at third man. Hits him on the 1 bounce. Ben Martindale with another streaky edge. He moves on to 3.
Best bowling of 7 for 46, ironically against Nottinghamshire here in 2021.
Thank you for that, Kevin James. A player who will be greatly missed amongst the Hampshire community, especially in the first class stuff, as we just heard his immaculate stats there. But Ben Slater, second top run scorer for Notts in the tournament so far. As Brad Wheel bowls, and it's a play and a miss. And goes through to the keeper. Ben Mays picks it up. Brad Wheel just returning to the side today. First 4 balls has gone for 3 runs. He'll be looking to carry on his form from a pretty fine display of bowling in the Red Bull competition in the county championship for Hampshire so far this year. But Brad Wheel looking to use his expertise in the 50 over stuff today. He runs into bowl. Slater on strike, whose attempts are cuts. Another play and a miss, and Ben Mays picks it up. No run, 4 for none.
Yeah, Brad Wheel, another one that's coming back from injury. Several of the Hampshire bowlers got 1 or 2 problems at the moment. Most notably John Turner, of course, who's got a stress fracture of the back. Brad Wheel playing just his 2nd game in this competition after coming back from a bruised heel.
Yeah, no Manny Lumsden again today, who fired up social media with some mid-80s bowling last week, and this time it's cracked through the covers from Ben Slater. There's a little bit of a catchable height, maybe a little bit streaky, going just past the fielder at backward point, but it's a 4 either way, which moves Notts on to 8 for none.
So 2 overs completed. I'm just looking at Keith Barker's stats when you compare what he did at Warwickshire and what he's done at Hampshire. For Warwickshire, made his debut in first class in 2009, and he left there at the end of 2018. Joined Hampshire in 2019. Just to repeat, it's been announced literally in the last half hour that he is to leave Hampshire at the end of this season and return to Warwickshire. Look at his stats. If you take his batting, as Kyle Abbott around the wicket, Martindale pushes forward out into the covers, no run. He played 54 for matches for Hampshire, as I mentioned, just under 1,900 runs, averaged 28. For Warwickshire, in 113 matches, he averaged 28. But for Warwickshire, he hit 600s. Didn't actually quite achieve that for Hampshire. And bowling-wise, he picked up 174 wickets for Hampshire at an average of 24. For Warwickshire, 359 at an average of 25, so he's slightly bettered that for Hampshire. As I say, at the moment I've got no indication as to whether he won't play again for Hampshire before the end of this season. So that's worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. We'll get clarification, as I say, at the end of this.
So Ben Slater, the man at their non-strikers, then made 57 of 79 balls. couple of days ago in the game against Glamorgan, where Nottinghamshire won by 7 wickets, chasing down Glamorgan's 278, only 3 wickets down, which doesn't spell very well for Hampshire, who posted 290, just 12 more than that. Now we're looking to defend this total today.
Abbott's around the wicket, bowls. Martindale just pushes that back to the bowler. Conveniently for Abbott, it bounces up. Makes it an easier take.
But the man of the moment for Nottinghamshire so far, the top run scorer of the competition for them, made 124 just a few days ago against Glamorgan in that chase, is Jack Haynes, batting at number 3, and then the captain Hasib Hamid just behind him, who made 58 not out in that game.
Yeah, they've got some good batting. Nottinghamshire put Hampshire under pressure in this game, you would think, at the very least. Here's Abbott again. Martindale works it up to mid-on. And there is no run.
They've got the returning Freddie McCann in as well, who we're expecting to bat at 5. But in the county championship, I believe he bats at 3. I want to say. Maybe a little bit of work at number 4 there as well. But who knows what we could see.
So 2 slips for Abbott. It's Brandon McMullen in at first slip, Andrew Neil in at second. As Abbott's in again, driving and missed. No, he's edged through to the keeper. Now he's staying near the batter. The umpires had to put his finger up to give him out. The Hampshire players were convinced. Maybe Martindale was hoping that the umpire hadn't noticed, but he's got to go. Just watching this again, and yeah, he looks behind him, the batter. He's looking at square leg umpire. I'm not sure if he thinks that the square leg umpire is going to give him out. Maybe he wasn't sure that it carried. It was a little low through to Ben Mays, but he's gone anyway, and Nottinghamshire are 8 for 1.
Yeah, it was close to the ground, that one, but Ben Mays, you can clearly see he got his fingers underneath it, and for a man who's only recently taken up the wicket-keeping gloves, it's a very fine bit of work back there, and it's been fine throughout the whole tournament, to be honest. Took a brilliant catch just a few days ago, but Ben Martindale is out for 3. Nottinghamshire are now 8 for 1. The new batter is coming out to the crease, who we're expecting to be Jack Haynes. Yes, it is. As we just previously mentioned, 124 of 103 balls 3 days ago against Glamorgan. And he scored 281 runs in the tournament, and he's averaging 56 at a strike rate of over 100, 250s and 100 in the tournament so far. So Hampshire will be thinking that this is their man, the crucial wicket to get out. And Kyle Abbott is the man to do it. He'll continue his over. There's 1 ball left before Brad Wheel will take up the reins from the other end. But the new batter, Jack Haynes, is in, and all of a sudden, the second slip is out. So for the new batter, out comes the second slip. And it looks as if they've got a little bit of a plan for Jack Haynes. You can't see it on the stream, but there's a catching mid-wicket who's really close in. And then a forward square leg who's just past his right shoulder. So we've got the 1 slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Then we've got that catching mid-wicket. Kyle Abbott is now switched to over the wicket to the right-handed Jack Haynes, after dismissing the left-handed Martindale from round the wicket. The 2 deep men, Felix Organ and Ali Orr at fine leg and third man, respectively.
Here's Abbott then. From that pavilion end and bowls. Nice looking shot off the back foot. Found the gap. Run straight away here for Haynes. It's going for 4. Nicely timed by Haynes to end that over. And Nottinghamshire 12 for 1. From here, needing another 279.
Yeah, raced off the bat. Well, Jack Haynes did that one, and it's something we picked up in the first innings where Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins, the 2 Hampshire openers, got off to a blistering start. And it just felt like the ball was coming onto the bat so beautifully earlier in that innings. And we're seeing something maybe a little bit similar here with that good shot from Jack Haynes, who got off the mark with a boundary. But Ben Slater and Ben Martindale looked a little bit of trouble at the top of the order. But the breakthrough has come, and Nottinghamshire are 12 for 1 as Brad Wheel sets to begin his second over. So again, just the 1 slip. Ben Slater on strike, a packed offside ring field with a catcher at extra cover. Here comes Brad Wheel, driving is Ben Slater straight to the fielder at forward point. And it will be no run. It's Andrew Neil in there who's been brought out of second slip.
Yeah, it's important to get some early wickets here from a Hampshire point of view. Important that Nottinghamshire get a firm base, because at the moment they look well, they need 6 and over from here on in, which isn't terribly I'll think of a word in a minute.
Bowls, and it's just a play and a miss outside the off stump. Ben Slater, have you got enough time? Should we come back to you, Kevin?
No, that's right. Yeah, I think I found something. Well, I mean, it doesn't put you under a lot of pressure, but you know, 6 and over, it does need a bit of managing. Just want to get away to a nice little start, which haven't quite done yet.
It's the kind of run rate that can just creep up if you lose early wickets, and as long as you set a firm base, don't have to go all guns blazing these first 10 overs, but if they can get to a similar position as Hampshire were 57 for 1 after their first 10 overs, so if these two can put on a partnership, they'll be feeling comfortable as Brad Wheel bowls an on drive straight to mid-on, but there will be no run as Felix Organ gets around and throws it into Ben Mays.
Yeah, Ben Slater, a veteran really now, isn't he? 33 years of age.
Yeah, 3,200 runs in List A competitions for Ben Slater. An average. I've got 57 here.
Wow.
That sounds ridiculous. Check that for me, Kevin, would you?
I'm going to double check it for you, because I actually don't have it written down. But it is. It's in the 50s.
Wow. Here comes Brad Wheel in again. Slater pumping it through the offside. Straight to Andrew Neil again at forward point. No run.
Which is a very handy record. 51.
51.
In 73 List A games. That's a very good record indeed with 800s.
Yeah, my handwriting here looks like a 7. It's actually a 1. Should have typed it up, shouldn't I? But Brad Wheel to continue his over. 4 dots so far. Very consistent at one end with Kyle Abbott, even more so from the other. Here comes Brad Wheel, left alone this time, and a tricky bit of work there for Ben Mays, and it's very well picked up. Just bounced maybe just half a yard in front of him. Good work from him behind the stumps. Jack Haynes will be feeling pretty good at the non-strikers end on 4 off 1. But after that brilliant knock a few days ago, he'll be chomping at the bit to keep his good form going. As Brad Wheel sets off again. Past the umpire, defended into the offside, a little look for a single, but that man who's close in at extra cover, Nick Gubbins, is there to field it.
Right, I'm making way for Chris Temple, and he'll be alongside Charlie Hart.
So a bit of a slow start this for Notts, with losing the wicket of Ben Martindale early on. That was to the arm of Kyle Abbott, caught behind, well caught by Ben Mays. He fell for just 3. But Nottinghamshire are looking at these two, both pretty experienced batter. Ben Slater the more so to rebuild from an early wicket loss. Welcome, Chris Temple.
Charlie, pleasure to be alongside you for the first time today as in comes Abbott and bowls to Haynes, who drops it out on the offside. There's no run to Hampshire's man of the moment, Nicholas Gubbins. As you've been mentioning, Jack Haynes' form in this competition certainly will have Hampshire. And it was very interesting, that immediate field change that you also drew attention to, wasn't it? The second slip immediately coming out for Haynes. So 12 for 1 here. Notts have proved in their last game they can chase these kind of totals with some ease, although they have been inconsistent. A couple of low 200s scores before that, as Abbott turns at the end of his mark, running towards us from the far end, the pavilion end here at Utilita Bowl, and this time Haynes is right in line defensively. Back to the bowler, who picks the ball up and immediately slings it off to his near compatriots, Andrew Neil. Do a bit of ball shining.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just pointed out this catcher we've got here at short mid-wicket, and not far past him. There's that forward square leg, so I don't know if they're looking to really target in and try and get Jack Haynes flicking through the leg side early in his innings.
Yes, well, it's 15 yards or so from the bat on that leg side. As in comes Abbott again. This time Haynes is dropping it out for a quick single. This is a risky one, and if the fielder had picked it up the first time, Eddie Jack coming in at mid-off, then that might have been interesting. That was risky at this stage of the game. 13 for 1.
Yeah, clean pick up there. And who is it running to the non-strikers? Jack Haynes could have been in serious trouble. And a man in that kind of form. There was a couple of times where Nick Gubbins kind of almost got himself run out, and I was there thinking, what's he doing? He's in such good form. But Jack Haynes, who is Nottinghamshire's top run scorer for the season so far, made it safely to the non-strikers' end.
So 13 for 1 Notts. Haynes has 5, as does Slater. The left-hander is back on to strike, and Abbott is immediately round the wicket and beating the outside edge of Slater and through to the keeper Mays.
Yeah, Slater's just walking down the wicket at that one, maybe trying to get Kyle Abbott off his length. We saw it a week ago or so in the game against Essex, where Tom Wesley came in. Kyle Abbott was bowling really well at the top of the order. But then when Wesley arrived at the crease, he started walking down the track at Abbott, trying to knock him off his length. But Kyle Abbott's a man of experience. He'll know exactly how to combat it.
Reminder, solentcricket@gmail.com is the email address to get in touch, whatever your viewpoint, wherever you're listening from today. As in comes Abbott again to bowl to Slater. This time he's dropping it just a few yards away from the stumps out on the offside. And then quickly was Fletcher Middleton to deal with the bouncing ball. And immediately raise of the hand from Slater to send his partner at the non-striker's end back, as we see a number of the spectators still just walking their way back round from wherever they've gone for lunch. It's a beautiful ground, this. If you haven't been to Utilita Bowl before, the fact you can walk around and watch the game from the berms around between the main stands and the hotel here. Lots of people do that. Very popular spot certainly for the blast matches and the 100. It's very busy, people standing up, but great to see almost the mass movement of everybody during the interval, walking around for their little bit of exercise. A little bit of a miscue there from Slater down towards fine leg. He got an inside edge, which could have gone anywhere. And in the end, they pick up a single. But that was almost one-handed in the end. He took his hand off the bat and pick up a very lucky single.
So the ball's done really, really well to not crash into the stumps there. It looked mighty close. It might have even taken a little bit of pad as well as the inside edge of the bat, knocking it back towards the stumps. But Nottinghamshire now 14 for 1. It's a pretty slow start for them. Many thanks to the bowling of the Hampshire opening bowlers, Brad Wheel and Kyle Abbott, who've been incredibly well measured so far.
Yeah, Bradford was pretty expensive, wasn't he, in the game against Leicestershire here? 8.4 overs. He picked up a couple of wickets, went for 58, but a much tighter start. Kyle Abbott, as expected, as tight as anything up at the Oval. 8 overs, none for 16.
Wheel in again, then it's a play and a miss. Score. Ben Slater really slightly knocked off his balance there. It was that good of a delivery. But a little shake of the head and he'll be back on it. Walks down the crease, does a bit of gardening.
Good win for Southern Brave Women, by the way. I think you were mentioning this a little bit earlier on. Away from home today, of course. Doubleheader against the Welsh Fire, who just haven't been very good, have they? Again, Welsh Fire. It's a bit of a problem for the 100, that if you can have 8 teams and they're trying to, you know, all of the draft picks and things, they try and make it competitive, but Welsh Fire just always seem to be the worst.
As Wheel comes in, and again it's a false shot from Ben Slater, who comes walking down the wicket after he gets beaten again. I keep calling the wicket the tricket, and I have no idea why. But Ben Slater beaten again by Brad Wheel.
I'm just praying that we don't have Haynes and Hayes batting together with Mays behind the stumps, because I think it's unlikely if Haynes is staying in that long. Southern Brave Men, by the way, here's me talking about Welsh Fire's problems. They've got 2 early wickets. Southern Brave Men 18 for 2 early in that game. Deploy and Roy both out in single figures.
As Wheel in again, cutting very confidently this time. Ben Slater, a couple of playing and misses mean nothing because he's cracked that away through a tiny gap in the offside. 4 runs to the total, 18 for 1, Slater on 10.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of those balls served up so far by Brad Wheel, but he knew as soon as he didn't even look to see where that one had gone to know that he got that one wrong. And again, it was one of those shots we see more and more. Not a huge amount of feet movement there, but he didn't need to because he just played beautifully through the ball and away square, and we see the kind of form that Ben Slater is in.
Yeah, he's always moving in towards forward into that cut shot. This time driving is Ben Slater towards Kyle Abbott. He's still lying on the ground after that impact with the ball. Ben Mays is ready to receive the throw if it came in, but it didn't. Kyle Abbott just giving the ball back to Brad Wheel now.
Other scores elsewhere in the group, by the way. Leicestershire 312 for 5 they made. Derby have started well. They're 50-odd for 52 for none off 7 and a bit in that game at Leicester. That's in this group. And East Midlands Derby. Hampshire played Derbyshire here on Sunday. Penultimate game.
Wheel bowls, it's inside edge, it bounces past the stumps, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. We've seen a lot of streaky little edges, inside edges, outside edges from the Nottinghamshire batters so far, and it's a real compliment to the way the Hampshire bowlers have bowled so far today, and maybe conditions are just getting a little bit trickier for batting.
Well, it's the second one, isn't it? Slater in the last over with the inside edge down to fine leg. That's 2 in successive overs for Ben Slater. So, I'd say a man, he's in good form. He comes into this with 57, 1, 68, 41. He's had some good scores in this competition, but not easy out there at the minute.
Wheel's final delivery then, just driving straight back to the bowler. It's a dot ball to end, 8 runs from it, the most expensive over so far for the Hampshire bowlers, and Nottinghamshire finish the 6th over, 22 for 1.
Well, Hampshire's performances, the 4 wins they've had so far in this competition. A big win batting first against Glamorgan, and then since then chasing down 285 here against Essex. Next game we'll not talk about because that was a pretty comprehensive loss down at Worcester, but then chasing home 250 here against Leicester, and then chasing against Surrey. So since they batted first in the first game against Glamorgan, their wins have come chasing. So it's a different challenge for the Hampshire bowlers today, but actually their attack is a lot more experienced than that first game against Glamorgan, with the likes of Abbott and Wheel involved. And it's Abbott starting a new over here, and this time that's a pretty airy waft outside the off stump from Jack Haynes. Goes through to Mays, just dies on Ben Mays slightly, that down by his bootlaces, just moving to his left. That's not the first couple we've seen go through a little bit low.
Yeah, they almost seem to be dipping as well on Ben Mays. Actually, it's not a massive amount of difference coming off the pitch. However, it really is dipping on Ben Mays at the last minute, making it very tricky to get a hold of. But he took a brilliant catch off the edge of Ben Martindale. He didn't look very happy with the decision.
So here comes Abbott again towards us. He passes umpire Fillion, and again it's a full shot, and again it's only getting round to Ben Mays down at boot level, as Kyle Abbott just has a little word with himself, maybe 1 or 2 towards the batter, and turns around, chuntering away, moving back towards he's still chuntering away at the batsman, having a bit of an exchange with him, the batter I should say. Haynes had to come down for the second time in a row and do a little bit of gardening on the wicket.
Yeah, he did that gardening quite far down the pitch, actually, towards Kyle Abbott's end. It must be quite weird being an umpire in that situation. You kind of want it to keep going, but you don't want it going too far. Just standing in the middle of it all there.
Haynes, 5 off 6 balls so far. 2 successive plays of misses. This time he does lay a bat on it, but only out into the covers, where it's fielded by Gubbins, Hampshire captain, just close to the protected green matting that is laid down on what will be the 100 wicket, or potentially the wicket for Sunday. But in fact, the Sunday game here is before the 100, isn't it? So more likely the wicket for Sunday's game against Derbyshire, which will be to the right of the square, as we look from where we are watching high up on the camera gantry from the Hilton Hotel, wherever you're joining us, either on BBC Sports Extra 3 or on the Hampshire picture stream. You're very welcome. We'd love to hear from you as well. solentcricket@gmail.com, as Abbott is in again once more. This time the attempted pull shot again, this time by Haynes, and again he's taken his hand off the bat there, and a misfield at mid-wicket has got Kyle Abbott absolutely fuming, as it's gone straight through the field, as Tom Press was there on the leg side, and Andrew Neil as well, and that should not have reached the boundary, I don't think.
Yeah, just as Kyle Abbott was building a little bit of pressure on the new batter Jack Haynes, and maybe giving a few little words, he bowls a little bit of a shorter ball, but still really shouldn't have got through that gap. It wasn't timed very well, and Tom Press put in an almighty dive, but he couldn't quite get there, and it was a big sign of frustration for Kyle Abbott, who was just really building that pressure on Jack Haynes.
26 for 1 knots coming towards the end of the 7th. What's Abbott's response? He's in again to bowl, and again Haynes, every single shot he's taking his right hand off the bat here. It's going to get 4 more through the covers on this occasion, so successive boundaries for Jack Haynes. It's really interesting to see him taking that bottom hand off the bat every single delivery here at the moment.
Yeah, you've picked up on that well there, Chris. I wonder maybe if you picked up a little injury in the field earlier today. He didn't get any catches, I don't think, so maybe, just maybe towards the end, he might have got a little bonk on his bottom hand, but it's not stopping the way he's playing out there today.
No, he timed that one well as well, and he's moved on to 13 all of a sudden, so he's ending this over more convincingly than he started it. And Hampshire now in response have reinforced the offside ring and have taken the slip out, Brandon McMullen, and stuck him in to cover on the ring. As Abbott bowls again, and that is run down to third man for a single by Haynes, fielded by Ali Orr down underneath us. And that will end the 7th over with the Outlaws 31 for 1, chasing 291.
Yeah, it's brilliant batting from Jack Haynes. A couple of boundaries, and then as the slip comes out, he looks to use that gap towards third man, just angles the bat and places the ball down towards third man, taking a single at the end of the over, keeps the scoreboard moving, and he keeps himself on strike. Ben Slater at the other end, keeping him company as Notts rebuild for 31 for 1.
We mentioned the email from Chris Hutchings, didn't we? Lots of talk about that potential quarter-final, where it might be, and the various options that basically aren't in existence anymore, the Basingstokes and the others. Kevin James has been working for the Arundel Tourist Board already pretty strongly today. I expect he'll cash in his stay in the area at some point. Arundel probably listening. You what? We're not interested in hosting it.
They'll have no idea what's been going on earlier today. As Brad Wheel begins his 4th, bowls to Jack Haynes, who kept his strike and just played out towards point, picked up by Fletcher Middleton. Will be no run. So the slip is kept in for Brad Wheel. He was taken out and put into point for Kyle Abbott's bowling, but Brad Wheel still thinks there's something in the pitch, a little bit of sideways movement.
It's got to be a physical element that you mentioned, that the Haynes hand off the bat thing, isn't it? Because technically there's no reason you do that every single ball, is there? You might do it the odd one occasionally for technical reasons, or one misbehaves. Yeah, you're not doing it every ball, are you? Surely not.
Here comes Brad Wheel. Bowls again. It's just attempted to work down the leg side. It will be a wide. Little appeal out there is trying to get the umpire to think there's a little tickle on the pad maybe. But no, maybe. Here's a little thought for you. Sometimes if batters are gripping with the bottom hand too hard, they try extra commitment to loosen that bottom hand grip. But I've never seen it go as far to just remove your right hand from the bat.
There's loosening and then there's removing, isn't there? Well, keep an eye on him, because I don't remember him getting clouted in the field, but I mean, it's hard for us to tell up here, of course.
Yeah, it didn't stop him giving a little bit of chat to Kyle Abbott earlier today. So here comes Brad Wheel, and just maybe hitting the thigh pad there as it's skewed out towards Fletcher Middleton, who kicks it towards the captain, Nick Gubbins, who made 144 not out earlier today, bringing Hampshire's total up to 290. Other little scores were Ali Orr scoring 33, and 20s for Felix Organ, McMullen and Fletcher Middleton as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that those sort of contributions. I guess would be one area of concern for Hampshire there, that what could they have got if they don't go on to win this game if a few others had stayed with Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, this is Brad Wheel bowls again, just defended into the offside. You can't really fault their partnerships, you know, people getting in, making a start, getting to at least around a kind of 30-40 partnership. Wickets never fell in quick succession, but then the problem is to really up that total to something seriously competitive and maybe even outside of Notts' reach. We needed someone a bit like Ben Mays when he came in and scored 74 alongside Nick Gubbins, his 144 not out again earlier in the season. They were able to really combine and get up to a 300+ score that was hard to chase. Here comes Wheel again, and this time pulling out towards fine leg from Jack Haynes. So he'll bring Ben Slater back on strike with 2 balls to go.
And of course, there is time in a 50-over game. There's time for a couple of guys to get 70 or 80, even if someone else gets 100, isn't there? There's time for a couple of guys to play big partnerships with a Nick Gubbins, who's batting through for 144. As you say, with the likes of Mays doing that down at Neath in the opening game.
Yeah, and a couple of players just getting out, caught on the boundary. In particular, Mays, Middleton, McMullen, and also, no, that's all 3 of them, all getting caught trying to clear the ropes earlier today. So Brad Wheel in again, bowls, and it's driving off the bat of Ben Slater out towards mid-off. But yeah, you're right, just felt like a lot of batters got into positions where they easily could have pushed on to score a 70 or 80 to accompany Nick Gubbins, and Nick Gubbins did incredibly well to get this team almost single-handedly up to 290 in those last 10 overs. But it felt that if someone was there to accompany him, it could have been much higher.
Well, he's literally scored half the runs, and he pretty much one out from scoring half of the total in a 50-over game.
So final ball for Brad Wheel, bowls. And it's a waft outside the off stump from Ben Slater, which finishes the over. Nottinghamshire are 33 for 1, rebuilding slowly from the wicket of Ben Martindale, and I am going to make way for Kevin Howes.
Thanks, Charlie. Charlie Harden with us here on the Hampshire Picture Stream and also on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra 3. We'll be staying uninterrupted for the rest of this game here at Utilita Bowl, Hampshire against Nottinghamshire Outlaws. Big one in the chase for knockout places, which of course gets underway pretty quickly after the end of the group stages. Final group games on Tuesday. Then we're into quarter-finals a week tomorrow, the 28th, for the teams that finish second and third in the group. Remember, the group winners, the two of them, will get home semi-finals. They go straight to the home semi-finals on Sunday, the 31st of August. Then the final on Nottinghamshire's home patch of Trent Bridge later in the month, 20th of September, which is actually the week after Finals Day. If any teams that get to Finals Day, Kevin Howells, also make the one-day cup final.
Oh, it's exciting times.
In comes Abbott again bowling, and this one is driven out into the offside by Haynes, and there's no run. Good tumbling stop out there by McMullen. It's not McMullen out there, it's somebody else, because McMullen's at backward point. No, it was McMullen. I was right the first time. Trust your first instinct, Kevin.
Never in my case will I do that, but I like the idea of coming into bowl now is somebody else.
Yes, not the person we thought it was.
Driven into the cover, that's somebody else who moves on to 22.
The worst one is when just two fielders just swap, as they sometimes do.
Deliberately.
Someone will be out there for 40 overs, and then the ball will go in the air to them. You'll say, caught by Kevin Howells. Oh no, he's now over there.
Yes, shouldn't be allowed.
In comes Abbott again past umpire Villian, and that's pulled away short of a length and dispatched into the leg side, 4 through mid-wicket by Jack Haynes. So Kyle Abbott seemed to have the better of Jack Haynes in the previous over, but Abbott's length straying there. And whatever Haynes' problems he may have with his bottom hand on the bat, that he's been taking off of the bat, no problems evident there. 37 for 1 knots in the 9th.
Keep an eye on some scores as we are reaching that period now of pretty intense stuff for teams trying to qualify for the knockout stage. There are other matches going on. We'll update some scores at the end of this over.
Here comes Abbott again. Interval to Haynes, this time is forward in correct defence. No run to Nick Gubbins out of the covers.
One of the games started at 2 o'clock. It's a day-night game, Essex versus Glamorgan. That's in the same group as these two teams, Hampshire and Notts Outlaws. And Essex are 158 for 2 in the 24th over against Glamorgan. Defending champions have had a dreadful time, but the openers, Das and Critchley, are both out. But Wesley and Allison, terrific stuff from them. Tom Wesley's 54 of 50, Allison's 72 of 53 balls, both unbeaten at the moment for Essex.
Yeah, Charlie Allison played very well here for Essex in the first home game of the competition, then ultimately Hampshire went on to win. Notts 37 for 1 here as Abbott is into bowl to Jack Haynes on 19, who's driving. That's an inside edge. Full shot, picked up at mid-wicket by Neil. There's no run. 2,500 is the crowd in today, approximately, Kevin. I had word from the people who know these things.
Isn't it strange? Big crowd. I felt maybe it was even more than that. But
yeah. That is almost as an official word as it gets from the people who know these things.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so somebody did count up. So I can't remember who it was on email earlier on, solentcricket@gmail.com. Someone had done sort of scientific, somehow counting the crowd. They're only about 100 out from that figure with that guess.
The lives that some people live.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And that's
one of the regulars up in the Shane Warne stand, I think, as Abbott bowls. This one's driven beautifully straight by Haynes as a chase on for two fielders up towards the pavilion here, and they're not going to get there. That's exquisite timing from Jack Haynes. Just a little push of the bat, dead straight. Just went to the left of the stumps at the bowler's end as we look. And the total moves on to 41 for 1.
Well, off the back of a big score, that will rest upon his shoulders. Although already in this competition, the Outlaws have managed to score runs even when all hope seemed lost. And that tied result, they had some late order runs. That was Pocklington and Lord that day. We're going back a couple of weeks now, early on in the competition, so they do bat deep.
Yeah, just 3 days on from that 100 down at Cardiff is Jack Haynes, 124. That's an absolute identical shot. This time he doesn't get the same result. Didn't quite time it as well. The Hampshire fielder around at mid-on was able to get across and cut that off as a single. But that was two beautiful on drives to end the over from Jack Haynes. He moves to 24 from 20. Ben Slater at the other end is happy just to be the supporting role at the moment. He's 14 from 24. And Notts 42 for 1 after 9. 1 over remaining of the power play regulations.
But it's not been smooth running this for the Outlaws on the run chase so far. They've only lost the 1 wicket, so that's fine. Slater rode his luck quite a bit for his 14 off 24. And Haynes not right into his fluent best as yet. But for as long as it's just the 1 wicket down, that's fine. There'll be time later on to build upon that. So we are at the start of the 10th over, which will be the final over, obviously, of the power play. And this is Brad Wheel bowling from the hotel end in and bowls and defended by Haynes. And that's up to Carl Abbott getting down there at mid-on. And for talking about the fluency, I mean, you've got to hand to the Hampshire bowlers. I mean, Carl Abbott. This is a dreadful way to put it, but for how much longer can he keep on performing at this level? Because he really is a handful. He's just a wonderful performer. 5 overs, 1 for 25 his figures at the moment. I mean, it's stunning stuff. No doubt maybe 1 year, 2 years, who knows how many more years he'll keep going, but he's doing a great job here. This time it's wheel bowling. That's squeezed out on the onside for a single. The Outlaws move to 44 for 3, or was that board ticked over?
They're quick. They are quick.
43 for 1.
Yep.
So Slater back on strike down on 14.
I think for Carl Abbott is that, I mean, they manage his workload well. He, early season, then they're pretty much off while they play the Blast for a couple of months. And it's good to see him in this competition. Some of those who play mainly red ball cricket, you don't see them in this. Obviously, not to have Mohammed Abbas, formerly of this part, of course. Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah. And the wicket play and miss, and that was again a little fortunate for Slater. He's really not found it comfortable out there so far today. So as the keeper remains on 14 for the motivation for Carl Abbott as well in this competition. I'm going to move on from Carl here, but just talk generally about players of a certain age, their motivation for a competition like this. I sometimes do wonder as to where that comes from, but certainly not in Abbott's case. Wheel meantime, another beautiful delivery. That's just a little lifting delivery, a little bit of movement through to the keeper. Nice and full to Slater. So for whilst they're not taking wickets, they're squeezing here. I always think that 50 is a good benchmark really for what you want to be getting in the first 10 of your power play. 290, it's a stiff old target. Got 2 balls left of the 10th over, and they're still on 43 at the moment. Wheel to come around the wicket. Into Slater. He's looking so out of sorts at the moment. Slater just moves forward to that, looks back and thinks, what on earth happened with that ball?
Yeah, the double C put on there.
He did. Just goes down and knocks the pitch from where that ball did pitch. He's really if he gets out of this over, he'll be delighted, I think. Will Slater. I did say gets out of it, not gets out in it. Gets out of it. 1 ball left to the over from Brad Wheel, been bowling beautifully. Next delivery, width, and that's again not timed. Just the 1 run coming from it. That's 5 overs Brad Wheel's bowled. No wicket for 18. And that's the Outlaws at 43 for 1. Still need another 248 to win from the remaining 40 overs. Haynes is on 25 from 22, Slater 14 from 28. So, yeah, it's pretty tough going out there at the moment, but the Outlaws will say we've only lost 1 wicket, so plenty still to come.
Plenty going on out in the middle at the moment. There's all sorts of changes as 12 men run on and take off and bring on various bits of equipment. So Jack Haynes dispensing with his jumper at the end of the over. Nott's 12th man came on for that. The Hampshire 12th man came on to deliver a helmet to the Hampshire wicketkeeper Ben Mays, who is now stood up to the stumps because the end of the power play and the extra couple of fielders available outside the circle means that Hampshire is switching to the medium pace of Brandon McMullen, their Scotland international, recent signing on a short-term contract as the replacement for Tilak Varma, who could only play the first couple of games availability wise. So McMullen into the attack to bowl from the far end, and great to see Brad Wheel back into some sort of rhythm after his desperate injury troubles. Up until last week he hadn't played since May in the county championship after a heel injury, but that was a great last over. Here's McMullen then into bowl, starting a new over to Haynes, who's short and crashes that away through the offside, but only out as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary away to our right, and they pick up another single. 44 for 1.
Once again, I make a promise I failed to deliver. Those scores, Leicestershire Foxes scored 312 for 5 in their 50 overs. That looks a very big target to chase down for the Falcons, Derbyshire. They're 81 for 1 in the 13th over.
McMullen is into bowl to the left-handed Slater on this occasion. There's no run on this this moment as Middleton is there square on the offside. Picks it up.
Harry Kane's the wicket just to have fallen, actually. No, they've changed it on the scorecard. It's Jewell who's out for 39, not Kane. Kane is still there, he's on 39. Both of them on 39, but Jewell is the one that's gone. Travaskis, the bowler, having taken that wicket.
Here comes McMullen again for Hampshire here. This one's driven by Slater up to mid-off. There's no run. I feel like Kevin Howe's chaotic cricket scores could become a some sort of social media phenomenon.
Often I will always hold by against me, but genuinely on that occasion, the scorecard changed. You can just imagine saying, "Oh, yeah, that's definitely Kane who's out." Oh no, it isn't, and you go and correct it. Anyway, so he's not out on 39.
I'm happy to admit there was a moment earlier in the season here, which I come back to, as McMullen is in over the wicket again. Short, pulled away by Slater. There is a fielder down at long leg, just underneath us, which is Eddie Jack, the tall England under-19s fast bowler, whose throw back into the keeper isn't the best, and has Ben Mays leaping, throwing up one hand in the sky, but no damage done. 45 for 1 knots.
And he's looking back at him. He's trying not to catch his eye, I think, as the fielder down there.
Yeah, it's hard that, isn't it, to avoid the wicketkeeper's gaze when you need to be looking in that general direction. Yeah. As in comes McMullen again to bowl. That's short, and that's played away beautifully through the offside. Tom Press is after it and should catch that, and does catch it. A couple of metres inside the rope with the sliding stop. Away to our right as we look from our commentary position, and Notts Outlaws move on to 47 for 1. 4 from this over so far.
Leicestershire performance included 2 batters who were out in the 90s, Patel and Hill. And 1 for 94, Patel, Hill for 93.
McMullen completing his first over. Haynes works that through straight mid-wicket. There's a sliding stop, which again, they do manage to reel the ball in there on the edge of the circle. That's a good bit of fielding. Keeps them down to just a single to end the over. 48 for 1. Notts here, chasing Hampshire's target earlier of 290. Built around Nick Gubbins, 144 not out for the second time in the competition this year. I'll leave you with Kevin Howells, who'll be joined with very capable hands of Kevin James.
Score from the other group, one game there, Lancashire versus Durham. Durham 84 for no wicket in the 15th over. They've got a big target to chase down at Liverpool. 320 all out, actually, Lancashire. There was 1 ball left of the 50 overs. A couple of centuries there. George Bell 104, Josh Bohannon 106. 4 wickets for Ben Rain of Durham. That's a solid enough start, isn't it? 84 for no wicket in the 15th over, but a lot of runs for Durham and Lancashire, both of them just about hanging in the competition at the moment. It's going to be a tough one for them, both of them in Group B, but victory obviously will help their cause. Group A, Essex 169 for 2 after 26 overs against Glamorgan. That day-night game, Wesley and Allison still going along very nicely, 59 and 78 respectively. Mean time here, it's Eddie Jack who's going to be bowling for the first time today, and he's in and bowls full down the leg side, so he starts off with the leg side wide. So just gets those, trying to get the radar right. Goes back alongside me. I honestly can't call this one here. I think the 290 is quite a stiff target. I think anything around the 270 mark I'd have been in favour of the Outlaws, but I think 290 just, for me, just by the small percentage, puts Hampshire in a slightly strong position. But they do need wickets, and they need to be bowling a little bit better than that. That's another leg side wide, taken low down by the keeper.
There is just
50 brought up for the Outlaws.
Yeah, in the 12th. There is just a little bit in this pitch, isn't there? I'm sure Ben Slater is the first to have handed Brad Wheel his sweater at the end of that spell. There was a bit of playing and missing going on there because there was just a little bit of nip.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, we could be seeing a game where Gubbins really does stand out as the main performer here with those runs he scored for Hampshire. That's a nice shot though from Haynes. He has every chance of equaling and performing at the same level as Gubbins. Haynes for the Outlaws. That's a lovely boundary. He moves to 33 through wide long off 26 balls, takes Nottinghamshire to 54 for 1 in the 12th over. When you've only lost 1 wicket, you see it. What is we got run rates on the board? Yes, yeah. That run rate at 6.1. I mean, that's not too bad. They probably would like to be going at just over 5. So just under at the moment. But Jack again will come into bowl to Haynes. This time it's on the leg stump and driven to the fielder at short mid wicket. He gets down quickly get his hands on that. That's McMullen. So the Outlaws and Hampshire. Hampshire in a strong position in the group. Even defeat today for the Outlaws wouldn't rule them out, but makes life very, very difficult. And they've got a tough game coming up in a couple of days' time, haven't they? They've got Gloucestershire unbeaten, 100% record, travelling to Trent Bridge. Will they be going there, the Outlaws, on the back of a win or a defeat here today? Let's wait and see. That's a Yorker length delivery, driven for 1 run only by Haynes in the offside. He moves to 34, and the Outlaws up to 55 for 1 midway through this over. We had a couple of wides to start off with, so it's going to be a little bit longer than it ought to be. But again, the old DLS score, I love it when they put that up on the board, because that gives you a good idea of where things are. And right now, the Outlaws will be thinking, we're doing okay. That's up at 58, the score at 55. He's back to his mark here as the tall figure, Ferry Jack, and he's going to come around the wicket into Slater, who, well, that's... I think he's a little bit lucky there not to be called a wide. But anyway, it had width, but it's not called a wide. Umpire Treadwell was happy enough with that one, and it is a dot ball. So no 2 balls left. I thought it was going to be even with those wides, the last ball. We've got 2 balls remaining, the 12th over of this reply for the Outlaws. It's a cloudy, it's a breezy day here at the Utilita Bowl. Short sleeves of Jack in bowls, and that is driven into the offside. The sound off the bat, it's very heavy sort of sound. It's not this light sort of click of a pistol almost for Slater at the moment. Can't really get into the rhythm and a groove at all of batting, but he's still there, and therefore he still has the option of going on to perform and get some runs. He's 15 off 33, 55 for 1. And Jack will bowl to him again, and does find a gap this time, does left-handed Slater, just for 1. Fairly deep out there on the offside, so he will move to 16. And at the end of that 12th over, the Outlaws at 56 for 1. Need another 235 from 38 overs. And Jack has conceded 8 from his opening over of the day.
I think you would call that an introductory over. It got better. The last 2 balls of the over, a better length. It was a little too full and at times a little too wide during that over. I think you're right. I think in the end Hampshire probably got a few too many as far as Nottinghamshire were concerned. They scored 87 off the last 10 overs. There's start of a new over here from McMullen, the Scottish international, driven out on the offside by Slater. Moves on to 17, 57 for 1 at the start of the 13th. But I think where Nottinghamshire have done well, maybe in Slater's case a little bit by a bit of luck, but they've only lost 1 wicket in the first 12 overs. And I think really with the ball doing a little bit, I think probably Hampshire should have picked up 2 minimum. That may have a bearing on the game at the end, as that's not timed at all by Haynes as it goes out on the leg side. So I think overall, I don't think Notts are in a too bad a position here. McMullen very much medium pace, probably won't get quite the same out of the pitch as the others, but it's never been lots, but there's just been the odd one. We saw Robert Lord with his height get a few to nip at Gubbins in when Gubbins was established. That's a no ball and it's driven through extra cover. We'll go for 4. Nice piece of timing on that occasion from Haynes. And Notts move on to 57 for 1, 63 for 1, I tell a lie. It's they're a little bit behind. 50 partnership up between these two as well, which has come up in 58 balls, and this will be, is that a free hit then?
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
It is.
Which I'm sure Haynes is looking to take full advantage of here as McMullen comes in, and Haynes whacks that over mid-on. And that's 1 bounce for 4. He's gone for the full delivery there, McMullen. He's overdone it. Well, this is a good over.
It is. In some ways, you know, looking down these 2 teams, these are pretty well-matched sides, really, in terms of experience, of the players out there. In equal measure, I've seen some games when there's been a genuine mismatch of a lot of young players up against quite a few senior ones in the opposition. This isn't one of those games.
No.
I think it's a good balance, both teams.
Haynes drives. He goes up towards mid-off, fielded by Abbott. He'll pick up another single. He was on to 43 from just 32. My word. He has raced along to 43. I must admit, I've been sort of watching without taking it all in whilst I've been off mic, and I'm looking up, and here's Haynes with 43 already.
He can do a Gubbins and a bit extra.
And more. He did, yeah. 124 in the last game in the win over Glamorgan. That's played out by Slater into the offside.
He's definitely one that when I see on a team sheet for this competition, I'm thinking, and I shouldn't think this, but I do, I think, how's he not been picked up?
I agree.
By the other competition.
Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky, isn't he? Got 50 in the previous game as well in the defeat to Leicester at Kibworth, so he is in good form in this competition. Slater looks a little bit out of form, but he's still there, as you mentioned, and he's driven that up towards mid-on, and he will keep the strike at the end of that over. So 13 gone. Nottinghamshire are 69 for 1, replying to that Hampshire total of 290 for 7, so they need 222 off the last 37 overs. Mark Taylor has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, this is another one about the 100 actually. Driving home, I was forced to listen to the commentary of the Brave game, and I of course turned back to the Hampshire game as soon as I got home. Quite right. But one thing he was talking about, this was Dan Norcross apparently, one thing he was talking about was next year, and there may well be an effort to split many of the 100 double headers into single games. That's likely going to make scheduling the grounds for this competition next year even more problematic than we're getting for this year's quarter-final situation, if it indeed is a situation. That's you, isn't it, this one?
It is me. Hello, everyone. Jack is in and bowls.
Hello.
And pushes into the offside. Down Slater for a single. He moves to 19, 70 for 1.
Yeah, Mark Taylor says, yeah, it's going to be kept as roughly the same slot, so in parallel, both the 50 over and the 100. I suppose if some of those games are split, and I have heard those rumours, whether or not it will actually happen or not, of course, it's a different matter, but that will make things interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, that could be an interesting. You might want to use the word interesting carefully with the ground staff. As on the leg side, one bounce down there to fine leg for a single. And the score moves on to 71 for 1 in the 14th over. I think what's driving this is the idea that the women's matches should be stand-alone games, and the perception being that the women's game is feeding off the men's. I've got to be honest, in the years that I was with the 100, I thought it was the other way around. Certainly in terms of excitement and entertainment, the men were feeding off the women. This one is driven in the offside and a tumbling stop and no run. They must do what they want to do. For me, I think it's a perfect scenario. And you take a look at some of these crowds that are turning up for the women's game first now. I mean, the people are wanting to make sure they don't miss out on that, but it's a real good full day for them with the men's game to follow. So around the wicket in bowls and back to Jack again, no run. That now is 2 dot balls in this over. That's better from Jack, keeping it really tight to Slater, who's not finding it that easy out there at the moment. 71 for 1, but it's entirely up to them how they do it, but it does put, as your correspondent said, even more pressure upon the ground staff. And also I would venture to suggest, I don't know how they would play it all here in the terms of scheduling with Hampshire, but for some counties, increasing the need for second and third venues to play at during the summer. That's squeezed away by Slater, and well, he's got the way for 4 somehow. It's it is set up for Slater to score a century today, isn't it? I mean, the way he's got some of his runs, 23 off 41 balls, 75 for 1. I mean, had a couple of dot balls there, a 4. So Jack will be frustrated by that. Just 1 ball left of his second over, 1 ball left of the 14th. But Slater's moved to 23, and again Jack is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Slater. Bat is raised. He's in and he bowls now full. And again, he doesn't really time that. So a little push up to mid-on, no run. And applause for 3 dot balls in there. That was fairly tight and very unfortunate with that boundary. 14 overs gone. Still another 216 needed. 9 wickets standing though. That's the point that Kevin's making next to me. The Outlaws at 75 for 1. We'll think, yeah, this is okay. Haynes is on 44 from 33. Slater 23 from 42.
Just going back to that email. Let's say, for argument's sake, that a percentage of next year's 100 games are split, whatever percentage you want to put on that. Do you see a situation where obviously that will obviously have a impact on scheduling and grounds? Do you see more of this Metrobank one-day cup competition? Do you see more matches being played on outgrounds?
Well, you say the venues that would be affected are those that host the 100, and of course that is only 8 of them. I mean, you've played your Hampshire here have played all the games at this venue, haven't they? So I don't know where. Yeah. That's the point I'm making. Would that put pressure on venues like this to have to find another ground somewhere?
You'd think so. Andrew Neil with his left arm spinners. That's hit off the back foot by Haynes. Great stop by Gubbins in the covers. One of many applause that he's got from this crowd today after his innings of 144 not out. Yes, well, yeah. So it's 8 venues that will be put under more pressure. And that's again gone out to Gubbins. I'm
just thinking through them all now. Yorkshire will not have played a single one of their home fixtures in this competition at Headingley.
Right. So that won't affect them really. That's hit to backward a point, and that's fielded by Fletcher Middleton.
Lancashire have got 1 game at Old Trafford this season, so again they've been taking it out and about a bit, haven't they? Sedbergh and Liverpool.
Again, it's gone to Middleton. The crowd are clearly enjoying any ball that goes to a Hampshire fielder at the moment, especially the ones at our end at the hotel.
I love it when the crowd cheer the old dot ball.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's what one-day cricket's all about. Gubbins does well. He can't quite stop the single as the ball just ricochets out of his hands, but it was nevertheless a good stop.
It's a little bit like in the football where the crowds, they'll cheer their team if they're passing, and it's been 25, 30 passes and the opposition haven't been able to get hold of it. The dot ball is very similar to that. Yeah, you can score off us. But at the same time, still, that 1 wicket needs to change.
It does, yeah. I think Notts will be very happy where they are at the moment. Vinod comes up rather than on the boundary for Slater. As Neil is in again, Slater's on the back foot, guides it into the gap in front of square on the offside. 77 for 1, and Kevin Howes is taking a break. Charlie Harden will come in alongside me. Applause for Andrew Neil's first over, which costs just 2 runs. With Slater 24, Haynes 45, 214 needed, 77 for 1. Welcome back, Charlie.
Thank you, Kevin. After the early loss of Ben Martindale, which left Notts 8 for 1, it's been a very steady, yet also convincing rebuild from the Outlaws. 77 for 1 now. The partnership is up to 69 between these two. Slater just going a little bit slower than Haynes, but that's quite characteristic of Ben Slater over the years. He's got a strike rate of about 77 in the tournament so far, but Jack Haynes living up to his form so far as Eddie Jack runs into the bowling, and Ben Slater's just heading it out towards mid-on for no run. Jack Haynes sits on 45, Slater on 24.
I was just having a conversation with Kevin Howes about if the 100 does split some of the double headers and sort of pressure on grounds with the extra days scheduling. It's quite interesting, yeah, the 8 grounds that actually have 100 teams. This ground would probably be affected the most, I would have thought.
As Jack bowls, and it's just punched off the front foot this time into the offside, out towards deep cover, will be 1 run. I mean, the groundsmen are under quite a lot of stress anyway, aren't they, Kevin? You know, they've got to fit in so many games and days of cricket on this pitch, and you just get the feeling if you're adding too many standalone 100 games into the mix, it's going to make things incredibly challenging unless you start hosting any games elsewhere. But realistically, you can't in the 100 tournament with 8 teams in the competition. The Utilita Bowl is a hub. Here comes Eddie Jack in again, clipping off the legs of Jack Haynes out towards the fielder, who's Andrew Neil, and it will just be 1 run. Andrew Neil, you get the sense, is going to be vital in his innings for Hampshire. He's bowled more overs than anyone else in the whole tournament as Andrew Neil. Bowled more overs. He's got the most overs bowled. And after Joe Pocklington bowled so well for his 3 for 28 off 10 overs, Andrew Neil, same left arm off spinner, is going to be dangerous. Eddie Jack runs in and bowls, and his driving almost just goes back to the bowler. And has Eddie Jack hurt himself? I don't think so. Gets up pretty promptly as the ball's picked up by the captain, Nick Gubbins.
And the lights have come on here at the Utilita. It's not obviously a little darker, but the heavy cloud, I say heavy cloud, the full cloud has sort of hung around us most of the day, hasn't it? Sun hasn't been able to burn away the cloud. It's probably a little dull, but no more.
Here comes Jack then, and it's hit on the pad. A little muted appeal, but won't be given as Ben Slater looked to work that over square leg, where there is actually a fielder out on the boundary, so maybe lucky he didn't get the full connection on that one. But we got the we had the conversation earlier, I think, Kevin, about where we thought Notts needed to get to with this next little partnership, and they've done exactly that. At 8 for 1, we just thought they need someone to set the foundation, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, they got wickets in hand. And, you know, the ball did a little bit, especially for Brad Wheel, especially to Slater. He's got through it. I think they'll be happy only losing 1 wicket at this stage.
Here comes Jack then, just deflected out towards backward point. It's a great delivery from Eddie Jack to finish his over. Just 2 runs from it, leaving Notts 79 for 1 as a ripple of applause in appreciation for that Eddie Jack over.
Yes, a little tighter now. The first few balls of his first over a little wayward, but he's certainly tightened things up. And with Andrew Neil at one end now, it might just make Nottinghamshire work a little harder for their runs. But as I say, they are in a good position here, leading 212 from 34 overs. We've had 16 so far. It's a good batting lineup still. Hasib, Hamid to come. Lyndon James, who got a double 100 in the championship game here earlier in the season, as Neil from the pavilion bowls a bit of turn. There's an edge there from Haynes. No slip. It's running down to third man. It will be picked up just below us by the hard-working Kyle Abbott. And Notts move on to 81 for 1.
Yeah, Freddie McCann also to come in as well.
Of course.
After Hamid, who's done terrifically in the county championship this year, averaging over 40 for his whole first-class career.
Yeah, got 100 up at Old Trafford, Trent Bridge against Hampshire as well. So yeah, good batting to come, out into extra cover, good stop. But still come through for a single. Again, Gubbins flinging himself on the floor. 82 for 1. So yes, plenty of batting to come for Nottinghamshire, who come into this game with 2 wins, having beaten Essex on the Duckworth-Lewis, Welbeck and Glamorgan in their last game by 7 wickets, as that's driven back, well stopped by Neil. Also a tie in there as well in the second game against Worcestershire, and also on the Duckworth-Lewis, that was at Welbeck as well. Or Snookholm, or whatever it was called, and we got earlier. It's not Snookholm, but you know what I mean. That's driven to mid-wicket. That's something like that anyway. I went to see Phil Tufnell there one year.
Did you?
Yeah, could you believe that? Yeah. There was a championship game there, I think just before COVID. And we played day 1, didn't play the next 3 days. Absolutely threw it down with rain. We turned up to the ground every morning and always knew that we were never going to play, as that's turned up towards mid-off and there's no run. I think one of the days, literally I went with the head coach, A.D. Bill, and Sam Northeast at the time. I think must have been captain in the game, I guess. I can't remember, but and I went in with them, and we therefully just turned up to look at the wicket and turned back and went back to the hotel. And it got so dull because of no play. That's driven out to deep cover, 84 for 1. That's Jack Haynes' 50. And that has come off 42 deliveries with 8 fours. And I think on day 3 or something like that, or day 2, Phil Tufnell was doing an after-dinner speech on the ground at this sporting complex, and myself and the Notts commentator Dave Brayscott, we got a couple of tickets and went along.
Oh, nice! It wasn't raining whilst the.
No, it was it might have done, but not in the evening. I don't think. I can't remember. But yeah, we went back to the ground and just had an evening's entertainment courtesy of Phil Tufnell. It was quite fun actually. I knew some of the jokes anyway, but he was still very good.
can imagine an evening with Tuffers can be quite a good laugh, to be fair, even if it's just him up there. But Eddie Jack is back onto the bowling. I was just about to say, Andrew Neil's been an almighty find for Hampshire, bringing him from the Hertfordshire playing 11. Here comes Eddie Jack, pulling away is Jack Haynes as he just goes past the 50 mark. He moves on to 51 now. It's his third 50 of the tournament so far. And his total runs for the tournament has gone well past the 300 mark as he looks to hunt down the leading run scorer of Nick Gubbins, who I tell you just made quite a big leap forward at the top of the run scoring list today. He made 144, bringing his total to about 556. This time driving into the offside is Ben Slater. It's going to be picked up by Tom Prest out there. Thrown into the keeper's end where Ben Mays takes the catch. 86 for 1.
Yes, equalled his highest ever list A. 144 now, made in the first game of this competition this year against Glamorgan. I mentioned earlier that he has one other score of 140. That was for Middlesex way back.
244 not outs in the space of a couple of weeks for the Hampshire captain. Here comes Jack then into Jack Haynes. Hit out into the offside, picked up by Ali Orr. And Ben Mays picks it up again. Eddie Jack bowling to Jack Haynes as Ben Slater comes back on strike on 27, 87 for 1.
Email here from Dave Squires under the heading of Outgrounds. Thanks for the commentary as always, very good and informative. Thank you very much. Surely the only club with an issue with the scheduling of the 100 is Hampshire. That's right, we sort of touched on that a little earlier with them playing all their 50 over group home games here.
Eddie Jack bowls. It's a lofted extra cover drive. That's a glorious stroke as it takes a couple of sticky bounces, but nonetheless it runs away to the boundary off the bat of Ben Slater. 91 for 1.
He says all the other clubs use their outgrounds for one-day cup. Hampshire made not a good decision, he says, in his opinion, many years ago to drop the outgrounds. Well, they didn't. I think some, to be fair, a lot of them was forced on them. Basingstoke was. It's a tiny ground, and by modern-day standards, very difficult. The Portsmouth situation was forced on them because the upkeep of the actual pitch went to the council, which was never going to match first-class standards.
Eddie Jack, 2 balls left in the over. An attempted clip over the leg side, just hits the pad of Ben Slater. No run.
And the owners of the Bournemouth ground were looking to sell, so Hampshire and the wicket there got very bad. So they were forced into a situation. And of course, you have to remember that Hampshire spent an awful lot of money on this ground. Why do you then want to spend money going to other grounds? So, you know, there were lots of reasons why they are just playing here. The problem is here that there is no really any other suitable ground in the vicinity that can host first-team cricket.
Here comes Eddie Jack, and it's bowled him. A very similar attempted shot from Ben Slater. This time just a little bit straighter, and Eddie Jack reels off in celebration. It struck the middle stump of Ben Slater's end. And Nottinghamshire are now 91 for 2. A brilliant comeback this from Eddie Jack.
Certainly was. Get a replay in a moment, so if you're watching the live picture feed, just come across that one, Ben Slater. He's looking for the short boundary, looking to hit that over mid-wicket. He's just coming across that a little too much. And he's paid the price there. I don't think we're going to get a proper replay here, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Ben Slater's sort of eyeing up that short boundary. He's been out there for a little while, probably feeling he needs to just get on with it a little bit more. And he's ridden his luck out there a little bit, has to be said, especially against Brad Wheel. And just took one chance too many.
Yeah, it's another sign. I know it's the first real man of the Nottinghamshire 11 to get at in this fashion, but it happened a lot in the Hampshire innings where players got in and got out, which is, I think, is just showing that this pitch is not as easy to bat on as Nick Gubbins made it look earlier today. A lot of players just getting in, looking a tiny bit scratchy, and then falling in the 20s and 30s. But the new batsman for Nottinghamshire, Hasib Hamid, not been the tournament he would have hoped for, but he's been in scintillating form in the Red Bull competition, this county championship, as he goes alongside his top run scorer, Jack Haynes.
Yeah, good partnership between Slater and Haynes. 83 in just 15 overs. So they were going along very, very nicely indeed. Nottinghamshire would have hoped that would have continued for a little while. Hampshire definitely needed that one. Yes, Hasib Hamid, apologies. So Haynes is out there on 52, looking particularly dangerous off his 44 deliveries. As regards to other games going on, will we just wait for the players to get back in position, ready to get on with this Nottinghamshire innings? I'll come to that in a moment if I can find the other scores, which has just gone off my page. Here's Andrew Neil to start a new over with his left arm spinners. I love how tall he is. Really does make the maximum use of his height. Length ball there to Haynes, played out on the offside. There are a couple of other games going on in this group today. Quick single out in the covers. Gubbins does well. Not quite well enough. In the end, it was a well-judged single. So Leicestershire are taking on Derbyshire. Leicestershire made 312 for 5 off their 50 overs. 94 from Rishi Patel and 93 from Lewis Hill, anchoring that as fielders pushed out at deep. Backwards square for Hamid. Derbyshire in Bly doing pretty well here, 131 for 1 after 22, so they need 182 from the last 28. And Harry Kane, formerly of this parish, as it's pushed out towards deep extra cover. Hamid off the mark straight away. Is 67 not out?
Former player of St Cross Cricket Club as well. Harry
Is
Kane.
he really?
Yeah.
Everybody's a former player of St Cross.
Yeah, well, it's that kind of club, really. Thought I'd drop them in.
Anybody who's anybody in sort of local cricket circles has some sort of accompaniment with St Cross. Lovely shot off the back foot and well fielded at deep extra cover. Although the fielder, I think, was Fletcher Middleton, was actually out of deep cover at the time. Might be Tom Prest, actually. That's a great bit of fielding. Safe 4, 95 for 2. Yeah, St Cross near Winchester. The great and the good of Hampshire cricket at all levels assemble out there. Here's Andrew Neil. Your club as well, of course, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't really fit into that category, unfortunately, of the great and the good of...
Well, all levels. Essex 222 for 2. I think there's been a bit of rain there, actually, in Chelmsford. That's off 35 overs. Looks like that game against Glamorgan. Looks like that game's going to be reduced in some shape or form. Andrew Neil, how on earth has that missed the stumps? Forward prod there from Hamid, and that's only just beaten the top of off. End of the over, 31 gone. 96 for 2, and Nottinghamshire needing 195. Charlie Harden is staying on. Chris Temple will join him.
So Hasib Hamid, the new batter for Nottinghamshire, isn't having quite the List A competition he would have wanted. Just 110 runs at an average of 28. If I switch that, that's through 5 innings, by the way. If I switch that to his county championship stats, he's the top run scorer in Division 1 with 1,108 runs in 11 matches at an average of 79. So Hasib Hamid slightly contrasting in his form between the two tournaments as Kevin James makes way for Chris Temple.
And the bowling change, Felix Organ is introduced as well to replace...
Eddie Jack.
I was going to say, I completely forgot for a second it was bowler. I've just been sitting there watching it and it completely went from my mind. Eddie Jack is out of the attack, a little bit expensive, but did get the key wicket in the last over. But Hampshire encouraged by what they've seen from Andrew Neil and from earlier on from the Nottinghamshire spinners as well. So Felix Organ to bowl his off spin. He's going to go round the wicket, away from us, from the Hilton end of the ground. Bowling to Haynes on 56, and the first ball is played with the spin round the corner towards fine leg for a single. And if Organ can extract, like Andrew Neil is trying to do, what Pocklington and a bit of Freddie McCann did earlier on, then Hampshire will hope to get the similar kind of results here. There's Haynes on 57. Now Hamid on to strike, as you said, having a very profitable season in the county championship is Hasib Hamid, the man with 10 test matches for England to his name between 2016 and 2022, albeit with a bit of break in the middle. And on strike here, the Nottinghamshire captain. Organ bowls, and Hamid just gives himself a bit of room and works that, again, waiting for it, out into the offside for a single out to Ali Orr on the cover boundary. 98 for 2.
A quite incredible break as well, wasn't it? You know, dropping down to the Lancashire second 11 at one point between England call-ups and then making their move to Nottinghamshire, which really did change his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously sliding down the order a little bit as well in this competition, at least, as that one is played by Haynes up towards long on. Eddie Jack underneath us is the fielder. Did I just hear Kevin, by the way, mention rain at Chelmsford?
Yes.
I hope that's not correct. It's not due to come this way, I don't think, is it?
No, I don't think so. I did see a couple of groundsmen earlier hovering by the covers, but it just really hasn't felt like there's been a sense of rain around so far today.
Notts 99 for 2, coming towards 20 overs gone in their reply here, chasing 291 as the next ball is played defensively out on the leg side by Hamid. No run on that occasion. And there is a genuine enthusiasm from some of the Hampshire fans, particularly underneath our commentary position, just for dot balls sometimes, or a good bit of fielding. Here's Organ in again to bowl this time. Oh, it's somehow gone through him and missed leg stump. I'm not quite sure how, because he set himself there, almost split his legs in a head-on position there, went to whip it away through the leg side, missed it, and somehow the ball also missed the stumps.
How that's missed, I'll never know.
Well, we'll have a look at that again, hopefully on our pictures anyway, as Organ bowls, and this time Hamid is much more in line. That's a good over from Felix Organ, conceding just 3 singles there. Notts 99 for 2 after 20. Well, he was playing it on length, wasn't he, Hamid? Got himself into that sort of set position, and with a big flourish of the bat for that one that went through everything. I'd love to see it again to see what it missed.
Yeah, it's almost come off the bottom edge of the bat, then hit his left leg and bounced. It's just dribbled towards the stumps, and it's just gone past that off stump. And it's another sign which Pocklington really got the ball just to skid on, just back of a length, meaning that when the batters did go into that big stride back towards their own stumps to try and give themselves a bit of time, a lot of the time just skidding on through. Here comes Andrew Neil, Hampshire's leading wicket taker for the tournament. Again, short, but just hit straight back to the bowler. Good bit of fielding from Andrew Neil. Jack Haynes a little bit frustrated, just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking. Dot ball to start the over, 99 for 2. Here comes Andrew Neil to the Nottinghamshire batter Jack Haynes, as it's just cut away into the offside, well fielded by Nick Gubbins, the Centurion today, as Hampshire got to 290. So that means that Nottinghamshire need 291 in total to win. They're currently 99 for 2. Jack Haynes on 58. This time playing straight back down the ground again, straight back to the bowler, Andrew Neil. 3 dots to start the over. And the run rate is creeping up, currently just under 5, and the run rate required is over 6.5. Andrew Neil bowls again, left arm round the wicket, cut away. Is Jack Haynes out towards the cover fielder, which is Tom Press, throwing it flat back into the keeper, Ben Mays. And that's 100 runs up for Nottinghamshire. It looked a little bit worrying as Ben Martindale fell early doors, leaving Nottinghamshire 8 for 1. But Ben Slater and Jack Haynes putting on 83 for the second wicket. Then Ben Slater fell to the bowling of Eddie Jack, leaving them 91 for 2. They're now at 100 for 2. Two balls left in the over for Andrew Neil. A couple of field changes here. Short fine legs going out to a deep backward square leg. Deep square leg as well, actually just in front of square. This time Hamid just deflecting down to short third man, no run.
Just looking up the hundreds comparisons. Hampshire got to 100 after 18.1 overs for the loss of 1 wicket, so not just a couple of overs behind that, having lost a wicket more.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire, they just feel quite comfortable at the minute as Andrew Neil bowls, and Hamid is playing a beautiful kind of slicing drive out towards backward point. They'll just pick up 1 run. This is picked up again by Tom Prest. A good over comes to an end, just 2 off it from Andrew Neil, who has shown throughout the tournament how good he is at holding up an end. He's in the top 15 bowlers for economy, with a tournament economy of 4.17 so far, excluding today. He's 0 for 14 off 4 overs.
And those last 2 overs from the Hampshire brace of spinners, conceding just 5 singles. So that's the brake's been put on there for Haynes, who was found a bit of flow all of a sudden since that wicket falling of Slater, who was bowled by Eddie Jack. So now the start of a new over, the 22nd, Notts 101 for 2. As in comes Organ, bowling his off spin, continuing with that round the wicket line. He's still got the man at short mid wicket catching. He's also got a regulation square leg, stood next to the umpire, just to the right of Casper Fillion, the square leg umpire. As in comes Organ again to bowl, and again it's Hamid setting himself with that wide leg stance, and that one just going on with the arm outside the off stump. Again, 1 or 2 oohs as that one whizzed past the timber. Here's Organ again into bowl, and again he's looking every time, isn't he, Hamid? He's trying to get himself set to play it through the leg side, or to give himself room to play it through the offside, and got tucked up that time.
Yeah, I just get the feeling he's finding it quite hard to get away. He's got a tournament strike rate of just 76. And, you know, he's been so good in the red ball stuff, and actually a little bit of pressure for him to get the scoreboard moving might just build up the pressure here.
3 dots so far in this over, as Hamid, it's going to be 4 dots because he tried to pick up a single through the mid-wicket area, but Nick Gubbins was lively and went scooting across the green matting, protecting the wicket for the next match, and prevented that single. So 4 dots to Hamid so far, 101 for 2. Not just getting a little bit stuck here under the Hampshire spinners. That one's driven straight back to the bowler. What an over this is from Felix Organ.
Yeah, 5 dots in a row to start it off. As you just mentioned, Chris, actually these spinners really working well in tandem, building the pressure. Could we see a little get-out shot coming out soon?
Hamid is 3 off 13 as Organ is into bowl, and Hamid's down the wicket, and that is a maiden over for Felix Organ. 2 overs, none for 3 for the off-spinner so far. What a superb over, and Hamid tried various techniques there to try and get the scoreboard moving, but couldn't find the answer.
Yeah, just coming down the pitch, that last delivery, just really showing signs here. The batters are starting to think, what can they do to try and counteract this brilliant bowling from the 2 Hampshire spinners? Felix Organ hasn't been quite as prolific as Andrew Neil so far in this tournament, who has 9 wickets, and Hampshire's leading wicket taker for the tournament so far, and actually 8th in the competition. His best bowling innings came just the other day against Surrey, where he picked up 3 for 13, including the wicket of Surrey captain Ben Folkes, as Hampshire went to a 9-wicket win. Here comes Andrew Neil then, driving his Jack Haynes a little bit on the up, but it does go to the deep fielder, and at deep cover point they will get just the 1 run. And Andrew Neil, just for those joining us, is trying to match the ways and go a little bit further maybe of Joe Pocklington in that first innings, who bowled some really nice left arm round the wicket, getting 3 for 28. But here comes Andrew Neil in that same action as Hamid is defending into the offside. Will be no run, picked up by Fletcher Middleton at backward point.
Hugo Wilkinson on email says, great to hear Charlie Harden commentating alongside the legendary Kevin James. Has come a long way from being under my questionable management in junior house rugby at school.
Hamid is pushing it out towards long on, and it will be 1 run.
Is that King Edward School in Southampton, Charlie?
It is.
There you go.
It is.
Mentioned it before. Schoolmate or former cricket captain of Ben Mays, the Hampshire wicketkeeper, is Charlie Harden. Good to hear your former school colleagues on the emails.
As into bowl is Andrew Neil. It's just hit out into the offside by Jack Haynes, who adds a single onto his and the Nottinghamshire Outlaws total as they go to 104 for 2.
Some good links between Hampshire and local schools. We've spoken about it before. Winchester College is another one as well, of course.
Yeah, questionable management, as this time as Hamid is hitting out towards long on again from Andrew Neil. He looks a little bit frustrated as he leaks his 4th single of the over. Yeah, junior house rugby at school, I do remember. Friday nights, I think a few people wanted to go home, but a lot of us were desperate to play a little bit of rugby, and especially under the management of Hugo Wilkinson. As this time Jack Haynes is pushing it out towards long off, and it will be another single added to the total. 106 for 2 brings to an end the 23rd over, and Andrew Neil is continuing his fine bowling alongside Felix Organ at the other end.
There hasn't been a boundary, Charlie, for 6 overs, nearly, since just before Ben Slater got out. Just tracing back through the ball by ball.
Yeah, and then on comes Felix Organ as well. So really these last 6 overs of the spinners. We saw it again in the Nottinghamshire bowling innings where Freddie McCann was bowling well in tandem with Pocklington. But Felix Organ is playing that role rather well here. 3 runs off his first 2 overs with the 1 maiden.
Yeah, he's well pretty tidily in the competition so far. He's got 3 analysis in the 1 for 30s range from 6 and 7 over spells. As Organ is bowling this time, Haynes is giving himself some room and steering it out towards the cover boundary as he moves on to 63, 107 for 2. Ali Orr, the fielder, away to our left, the scorer of the big 100 last time Hampshire were in action here. That responsibility passed back to his Captain Nick Gubbins today with 144 not outs in Hampshire's total of 290. As Organ, with number 3 on the back of his navy blue Hampshire kit, finds Hamid this time advancing down the track, and he does manage to get himself out of that slight rut against Felix Organ by taking a single up to mid-off.
Yeah, bringing Jack Haynes back onto the strike, who is actually hitting the ball really nicely for his 63 off 58 so far.
And he's had a good record against Hampshire in red ball stuff as well, as he plays that one back into the ground and fielded by Organ around the wicket. We mentioned a century in the championship game for Jack Haynes. He got a 50-odd score as well in the away game earlier in the season at Trent Bridge. So he's enjoyed facing the Hampshire attack, and he's got another Hampshire half-century, or against Hampshire I should say, this time around, and he moves that one on to 64 as he runs it down to long leg, just turning the ball round the corner with the off-spin of Felix Organ. 109 for 2.
Yeah, Jack Haynes also scoring 124 just a few days ago in the win for Nottinghamshire against Glamorgan. They chased down 278 on that day.
So Hamid back onto strike. He is 6 from 18. With the lights shining down here at Utilita Bowl as Organ bowls, and Hamid again is getting those legs wide apart as he springs the bat through and takes a single down to Eddie Jack, fielding underneath us at long on. 110 for 2.
It feels like that period of the game, doesn't it, Chris, where there's a slightly big chase on, 290 to win, and if they can get through the middle overs really quickly at Hampshire with 2 spin bowlers bowling in tandem, that run rate can really start to creep up, almost 7 now.
Yep, the current run rate 4.6 is another single only to the Nottinghamshire. I say single only because you take a single a ball, you're not far away from the run rate, but you're right, those overs can sneak by, and we've mentioned before that Andrew Neil particularly can get through his overs pretty quickly. He's in position, ready to go, he fires the ball in, he gets it back, he goes again, and those overs can sneak past pretty quickly. We're nearly at the halfway point of the Notts Outlaws reply. 111 for 2 from 24. Andrew Neil will go into his 6th over here. He's none for 19 so far. Felix Organ, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. And the batters out so far for Notts in this reply. Ben Martindale was caught behind off Kyle Abbott for 3. Ben Slater bowled by Eddie Jack for 31. Kevin Howells has returned.
It's just the way it should be, because this is a contest. I do not know which way it's going to go.
I remember you saying that when you came on last time. We haven't really been able to move from that position, have we?
Isn't that brilliant?
Yeah, absolutely. The game hasn't moved in dynamic, as this time the scoreboard moves off of Nelson on 111 and onto 112 as another single for Haynes. It's just been the single show in these last few overs.
Yeah,
Kev, what's that, 6 overs since a boundary?
You need to be careful about that run rate, that's for certain. But
Here's Neil again, left arm round, this time another single out towards Hamid. I mean, certainly Hasib Hamid, a very experienced campaigner in terms of managing this situation. He knows what he's got at the other end here as well, doesn't he, with Haynes? In terms of the man in form.
The runs are not going to come on demand here. They've got to be hard-fought runs here.
Haynes just better than a runner ball at the moment. 66 off 62. He gets a fortuitous fine edge here, and he's going to get 4, I think, running down underneath us. He does indeed get 4. Flew through where a slip would have been. Very fine. I think it was an under edge from Haynes. A flash of the blade outside the off stump. He picks up 4 to go to 70, but not by design. 117 for 2.
No, big partnership. There's all the experience you got out there as well. In the middle for the Outlaws with these 2.
So, Neil, that's the first boundary in, as we mentioned, nearly 7 overs. As that one is a brilliant stop. Great work by Nick Gubbins on the drive. Pretty close in there. That was firmly struck by Haynes. No run.
Moments like that, points of difference, because, sharp fielding, good ground fielding.
That was potentially 4, even though they've got 2 out on the fence behind Gubbins. It was moving pretty nicely for Jack Haynes, as this time they think about a single, but Fletcher Middleton is around in the offside ring to cut that off. Hamid took 2 or 3 steps down at the non-striker's end, but was sent back.
I get the feeling that Hampshire feel they've got something coming here soon.
Yep, I certainly would love to get rid of Jack Haynes, who's giving himself some room. This time there is a single to Fletcher Middleton, who has a little bit more work to do running around to his right. And in that time that Middleton took to get to the ball, they come through to end the 25th over. We've reached the halfway point, and the drinks are on the way out. 118 for 2. Jack Haynes, 71 not out from 66. Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, is 8 not out from 20.
And of course, from the moment you start a competition, you realise that every win's really important, every run's really important, every catch, all that sort of stuff. But we are now getting to the nip and tuck element, aren't we? We can't afford to make a mistake here. Now we've got to have a win, otherwise we're going to drop way off the run chase, the chase for the top 3 finish. So that little bit of pressure is added, and it looks like we've got some really good games around the country as well. Leicestershire Foxes versus Derbyshire Falcons in this same group, Group A, 2 teams who are way off in some ways the top 3 finish at the moment. So both really need a win today in this East Midlands fixture at Leicester. Jewel made 39, Kane made 67, and they are now chasing 313. Derbyshire 154 for 2 in the 26th over. That's 157 runs from 24 overs. So from a run rate point of view, that's absolutely fine. Only 2 wickets down. That's pressure upon the Foxes to try and get in. It's very similar, I think, to this one. Which way is that going to go? It's a terrific game there. Group B, Lancashire versus Durham. Lancashire scored 320 runs. They were all out actually with a ball left of their 50 overs. But Durham on the run chase. They've lost 2 wickets, the openers Lees and Gay, for 64 and 29 respectively. So Durham at 158 for 2 after 28 overs. Need 162 from 21.5 overs. Now, for me, that's Lancashire just swinging it at the moment in that fixture there being played at Liverpool. There was a game that started at 2 o'clock as well, and that's back in this same group here, Group A, the game between Essex and Glamorgan. Glamorgan way out of it, but Essex very much in the mix. And 2 centuries there for Tom Wesley, 103 not out. We have Allison, who is going along nicely as well at 116. Charlie Allison, 107 balls faced, 13 fours and 4 sixes. So 251 for 2 after 40 overs. Big score there, big total. So again, could that be 3 on the spin for Essex and keeping themselves very much in the mix in this Group A? Let's see what a victory for them would do at the moment. So that would mean that would be 3 defeats, then 3 wins. With 2 games remaining, they would move on to 12 points, which is again just shy at the moment of a top 3 place. But certainly with those, how many games I say to go? Still 2 games to go. Chasing a 2nd or 3rd spot, it does put the squeeze on up there as well. So we could be in for a very tight finish in both groups. Seemingly Gloucestershire in this Group A with a 5 out of 5, 20 points. They look to be really strong, but Hampshire only 1 victory behind them at the moment. And then in Group B, Yorkshire with 1 defeat on 16 points. Middlesex also on 16 points. The thing we need to remember there is that Yorkshire played Durham in Scarborough on Friday, and Yorkshire played 5 matches. Middlesex played the 1 game more on 6. So they are level with points at the top, but they have played that game more at the moment. Then Somerset behind them on 12 to Warwickshire, 12 to Sussex. And as I keep reminding, and if you are around anything nearby, BBC Sounds tomorrow. That's a crucial game between Sussex and Somerset in Group B, being played out at Hove tomorrow. Looking forward to that one. Just a short journey. Well, it's supposed to be a short journey across to Hove. I guess it's like all short journeys, they can become long at the wrong time of day.
Tell you what, right? I've done the journey from here to Kevin a few times down to Hove, and sometimes it isn't very short.
Oh, okay.
It might be in distance, but not in time.
Yeah. This is my editing. Yeah, Felix Organ about to bowl. Have I got that right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. 118 for 2. We're just about to resume again. 173 runs needed here by the Outlaws with Haynes and Hamid. They're not a pair. Haynes has played well for his 72 not out now of 67 balls. And at 119 for 2, 172. It's interesting to see that 172 still seems quite a long way away. However, you get that down then to under 100, and all of a sudden it seems really quite a small target. But Hampshire must keep their patience here because they've been bowling well. Not been giving away runs for nothing here. This one is worked away into the offside by Hamid for a single. So the run rate required is just around the 7 mark. That's, again, quite a challenge. You got something for
No, I was just going to say, Kev, they were 13 behind Hampshire at halfway. At the same point, I know you don't win anything at halfway, but just for a guide, Hampshire were 131 for 2 at halfway.
Well, I think that basically they're keeping up with it quite well here, the Outlaws, in the chase, but lost a couple of wickets, and if it is both of these experienced ones, again, it does have a different look about it. But basically, we're saying this looks like a corker of a game right now. 120 for 2. Haynes is on 72 not out. Round the wicket comes Organ. That's gone away very fine, racing towards the boundary. Is that going to be cut off? Just in front. Good tumbling. Oh, he's missed it. Oh my gosh. He slams the ground, and that's Kyle Abbott, who misses that. He slams the ground with his hand. You need to be careful about that. It's not quite a Ben Stokes punching a locker in the dressing room moment, but it's he probably should have got down to that. So he slams his hand down, throws the rope down as well.
Descent of the rope, is that a thing?
Well, I tell you what, that could do with just straightening out just a little bit for that rope right now. 124 for 2, it is a boundary. And Haynes is on 76. Next ball is worked up towards long on.
It did look more like sorry, Kevin, I'm cutting you off there. It did look like a lost python for a minute, the boundary rope, didn't it, after Kyle Abbott had dealt with it down there? He
wasn't a happy bunny. 125 for 2. The 1 ball left of the 26th over. Haynes on 77. Hamid is facing now, and he's on 9 and worked to the onside, and the end of an over in which that was actually one of the more expensive ones in recent times. I think it was that 7 runs coming from that over. 125 for 2, 166 needed from 24 overs. I still think, if I'm looking at this from a Hampshire point of view, it's that wickets column. I need that probably to be reading 2 or 3 more at the moment. What do you think?
When you look at the DLS, it's obviously again not a science. It's not going to rain. It's going to come into it. But the DLS is saying 126, not so 125 for 2. It just gives you an idea that it really is on the knife edge.
I think it's a really good. I mean, I mentioned this earlier. I think it's a very good guide. We do talk about that often. But I think on the run chase, I'm still looking at that wickets column, thinking, yeah, I see that it's there and thereabouts, but I'm still thinking need more wickets here.
Yeah, and of course with the DLS changes with that wickets, doesn't it? Yeah. So should they use the wicket, it will affect that as well. But Kyle Abbott is being reintroduced into the Hampshire attack here from the pavilion end. The Hampshire opening bowler who took the first wicket to fall. He's into bowl right arm over the wicket, I should say, to the right-handed Haynes. And that one is, like we saw a few earlier on, just dying on the wicket-keeper Ben Mays, who ends up taking that nearly on the half volley. Bowling from that end. And again, Haynes comes down to have a little prod and a poke at the playing surface there, as that one doesn't maybe get up quite as much as he thought it was going to. But Kyle Abbott's figures up to this point, 5 overs, 1 for 25, which is quite expensive for Kyle Abbott's style, the way he's been bowling in this competition this year.
Being reintroduced now, I think that also tells us that they know they need to get rid of this pair.
In comes Abbott again to bowl. That's pulled away. That's going to be 4 runs to Jack Haynes, who watches that handsomely sail over the mid-wicket fielder. Again, he's got that pretty straight as well, Haynes. He was onto that very early indeed. And he moves on to 77, and the Outlaws to 125 for 2.
It's not working so well, actually, this start of this Abbott return.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've obviously seen that there was the odd boundary, not hardly any boundaries, the odd boundary, but they were working it round quite easily for singles, and maybe they're just thinking that the spinners weren't offering quite as much as we saw the not spinners earlier on. We'll wait and see if it's going to be a double change as Abbott is into bowl again. This time Hampshire have that particular avenue of run scoring cut off as Haynes tries to work it through mid-wicket. In fact, the scoreboard had just caught up, actually. Haynes onto 81. Now it's Notts 129 for 2. So, yeah, they're actually ahead now of what it says on the DLS down the right-hand side, which, again, as we say, without any rain intervention likely here, it's as there has been at other grounds around the country. That is just a guide at the moment, but that is the position that Notts have got themselves into here. Jack Haynes, the backbone of the run chase, as this time he drops it out onto the offside square, no run, fielded by Middleton. Dot ball met with a ripple of applause from some of those who position themselves right down next to the sight screen sheeting underneath us. There's a regular group of Hampshire supporters. I was nearly called them members, but I'm not sure if they necessarily are, but they're certainly regulars who sit down right next to the sight screen to get the best possible view, but always down the hotel end of the ground, looking back towards the pavilion.
There's one Hampshire supporter that has this yell. Hampshire, I've heard it twice this competition already.
I'll do my impression in a minute as that one is played out square through the covers by Haynes for another single, 130 for 2. Does it go something like?
Be careful. Yes,
Sure.
Yeah.
There
It's you. I didn't realise it was you. Sorry, I put you in an awkward position there.
The Hampshire Roar. We try and get that going around, particularly in the blast games when you get both sides of the ground almost doing it to each other.
So you've encouraged this in the past. Seriously, you've encouraged it, right?
Yeah, okay. It's a thing, and now you get youngsters doing it as well.
This is one person that did it when I was here for the Essex game.
Right.
And then they went it has to be the same person at the Oval on Monday doing it.
I imagine that probably is the same person. In comes Abbott again to bowl. This time to Hamid, who's driving that. It looked a nice shot, but he only found the fielder at short extra. And there's no run as Gubbins tidies up. End of the over, 27 gone, 130 for 2. Because you need that slight Hampshire brogue to be able to pull it off. It's because I've heard someone do it and they went Hampshire doesn't really work. It's got to be Hampshire. Which is, that, and again, that accent around here is normally the older members, the sort of more historical Hampshire accent around these parts, I would say.
Yeah.
Saying, this is all this speaking as somebody from Kent.
And I come from Shropshire. We can do a bit of that sort of talking. Now I know that goes a little bit sort of West Country from what you're talking about. It's not got quite the brr that you're talking about. But I think I'm not going to give it a go. But I think that I could do. But I'm not going to. Organ falls to Haynes. No, I shouldn't. Works to the onside, and there is no run. 130 for 2. And this is still nip and tuck, this game. It is so well balanced at the moment. Haynes is 82 not out, coming from 76 balls. He has to defend that one and nothing more from Organ. That was a little quicker and straighter. He's into his 5th over here. 15 runs. I mean, this is good, tight stuff from Felix Organ. Can he keep this going? As I say, the dots are good because they'll put pressure that may lead to the wickets, but it's the wickets the thing that need to be taken. Left arm shot, the stumps, that could be close, and it is very close, but they make it through. Haynes running to the danger end. Little push up there too, mid-off, taking on the left arm of Andrew Neil. So that's a single. Outlaws 131 for 2. They have to do quite a bit of running like that, I think, particularly off the bowling of Organ at the moment, because he's offering so far very little in terms of boundaries. However, that one does fly off the bat of Hamid. I spoke just a little too soon there. That's over long off for a 6. He moves up to 15. And the Outlaws to 137 for 2. 2 balls left of the 28th over. I hope nobody tells Felix Organ what I was talking about just before he struck that 6, because that now means he's gone for 22 runs from his 4.4 overs, but not down to 154 now needed from these 22 overs. And Organ will come around the wickets, worked away to short mid-wicket, and no run. This pair, you see, from my fear from Hampshire's point of view is this pair, they're allowed to stay out there for too long, could actually make this look easy work at some point, because this has gone straight. It's not going to be a 6 this time. It's going to bounce a couple of times. Oh, and beats the fielder again, just down in front of us. We've seen a few of those desperate dives, and it brings up the 50 partnership here. Haynes and Hamid. Haynes has scored 31 of those. Hamid the 19. 60 balls it's taken for the 50 runs. So actually it's going along at a good rate. The rate which is meaning they're keeping up with things. And off that over, I mean, I just talked about it, kept it really tight, Felix Organ, and they had done. But that's 11 runs coming from that over. 141 for 2 after 28. Haynes, Hamid, if they stay there for too long, Hampshire got problems. They need to get rid of 1, 2 of them. There is batting still to come. I mean, give respect to what's still to come, because we've seen it in this competition already. But you cannot allow this pair to settle in, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing, for my money, at the moment. James was back alongside. Kev, welcome back. This is your end with Carl.
Abbott in from the pavilion end then. Off the back foot is Haynes. Finds the gap out on the offside and moves on to 84. He's looking particularly dangerous. He's looking particularly in form. And Notts have just lost the 2 wickets at this stage. Now, a little while ago I was on commentary. I think the run rate required was a fraction over 6. It's a fraction under 7. But you do feel with still 8 wickets in hand, that's not a problem.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
The ball's a little bit older. Abbott's going to have to work a little harder to find something here, as forward is Hamid. And it goes out on the onside. I would rather be Notts in this situation than Hampshire.
I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. I want to give some credit to Hampshire because, as you say, that rate is where it is, around the 7 mark, which means that the Outlaws have had to work for their runs here, and that's one thing you need to say. The runs have not come as easily as they can do sometimes in chases. But for the fact they've only lost 2 wickets to get where they are now, that's the problem for Hampshire.
Certainly is. Abbott's in again, and that's nicely worked down to third man by Hamid. Runs the first one quickly, waiting for the misfield. There is no misfield from Eddie Jack. And the Notts total moves on to 143 for 2. Abbott into his 7th over, 1 for 32. Running in as sprightly as ever at the age of 38.
Yeah.
He's looked good this year, Abbott, in all forms. Well, apart from T20, he doesn't play T20, but in the Championship, in this competition, he has continually just run in and been prepared to do the hard yards. He's got to do a few more here. So it's worked away on the onside by Haynes. Moves on to 85, 144 for 2.
I always like to be just looking at seeing what's at stake here. I mean, a defeat for Hampshire, nowhere near the end of the world. The win for the Outlaws, well, it might put them in the top 3. They'd be level on points with Worcestershire, having played a game more. So they might just slip into third there for the Outlaws, with a tough game coming up for them at Trent Bridge on Friday against Gloucestershire. Hampshire to play Gloucestershire on the final day of qualifying next Tuesday.
That could be a biggie,
yeah,
for the top 2 or 3 spots. There's a nice drive and well stopped by Gubbins at extra cover. Still come through for a single, despite the efforts of Neil at mid-off. But I think Gubbins, we can safely say, has saved 4.
Yeah. Of course, Hampshire got Derbyshire here Sunday. So if they were to lose this one, that would leave them still, we talk about this magic number 5 wins. They'd still be sitting on 4 victories, 16. They'd stay in 2nd place. But we've not got to the end of the game. Plenty to go here today.
It's hotting up. Haynes off the back foot, finds the gap again on the offside, moves on to 86, 146 for 2. Yes, we are, we'll be 6 games into 8 for both these sides at the end of today, as you say. Probably Nottinghamshire could do with the win more than Hampshire, but it just brings another team into the equation as regards those qualifying slots.
The competition needs some excitement. It needs some close. I don't think I've seen personally, although it's not all about me, Kev. I know I go around making. I don't think I've actually seen that real close game, but I've seen lots of really good skills. I've seen lots of wonderful individual stories of young players, especially the bowler. 2 balls left to the 30th over.
62 in about 11 overs these two have put on.
And McMullen in bowls. Well, that's a tidy delivery, which beats the outside edge of the bat. He's standing up to him as well. Here's the young keeper, Ben Mays. 153 for 2. Yeah, I think at the moment the old pendulum is definitely the way of the Outlaws, but that can change. 1 or 2 wickets being taken, especially if it's both of this pair. But that's been well stopped this time. They'll go through for 1. They were determined they were going to get a single there in the offside. It finishes off that over, and it is 30 overs gone. 154 for 2 in this run chase. Yes, it's the wickets that are needed. Martindale went cheaply for 3. Slater had a difficult time in scoring his runs, but the thing about it, as much as he had a difficult time, he was out there whilst Haynes was scoring some runs at the other end, and could look back at it and say that was just absolutely fine, because they're now moving through the gears seemingly, the Outlaws in this run chase, needing 291. Partnership was 63, and that's a good lick really. That's 63 off 72 balls, but Carl Abbott return has not lasted too long. Change of bowling again.
137 to win, 120 balls remaining. As it's Brad Will actually as he comes in, changing ends this time. It's turned away square on the leg side by Hamid. And moves on to 23, 155 for 2. How is it that Jack Haynes has not got a 100 contract? I think we asked that question a little earlier, didn't we?
Well, I'll be telling you now that there will be many an Outlaw supporter either watching or listening to us will be saying, do you mind piping down a bit there? Because somebody might come sniffing in the last couple of weeks of the competition, try and take him.
His wheel in, Haynes gets a full delivery, works it down to third man, moves on to 94, and that has come from just 86 deliveries. And the Outlaws at 156 for 2. He played one match for the Oval Invincibles back in 2022. Just cannot believe that's all he's played. A dangerous customer. It's Hamid back on strike. Wheel is into his 6th over, done for 20. Right arm over from the pavilion end and comes in and bowls. Length ball. Hamid just plays that late. That's good fielding by Fletcher Middleton at backward a point to make sure the batters don't score a single. Every ball at the moment that's a dot ball is a bonus for Hampshire, because these two Nottinghamshire batters are working the ball around nicely.
It is a bonus, but they need a succession of them to lead to that wicket, don't they? It is that column that's...
And it's a tough job for a captain at the moment, because, you know, what do you do bowling-wise? Because you need a wicket. For me, they've got McMullen on at one end as... That's pulled away, Hamid, in the air but safe, and that's one bounce for 4 through mid-wicket. My word, he was on that quickly. He was only just short of a length from Wheel. 160 for 2. McMullen, for me, isn't a wicket-taking bowler. He's a medium pacer that you're looking to try and keep things quiet. He's only taken 2 wickets so far in this competition, in the 3 matches before today that he's played. So is he the one, really, that needs to be on at one end? I think you've got to look for you've got to take a gamble for 2 or 3 overs, I think, and pick a bowler that's more likely to take you a wicket. They brought Abbott on, didn't work, because that's worked up to mid-off by Hamid and there's no run. You've then got to look around at your other bowlers. Andrew Neil, are you going to risk him for 2 or 3 overs? Is he likely to get you a wicket? Eddie Jack, you've got, I don't know, for 2 or 3 overs for me, you've got to take a gamble, because wicket is the name of the game at the moment. These two are looking pretty awesome from the Outlaws' point of view. As Wheels in, bowls, Hamid drives, goes out to extra cover. End of the over. 3 dot balls to end the over. 2 dot balls. 31 gone, 19 to do, 131 needed.
I'm starting to think back, you know, those periods where the Outlaws had both Pocklington and McCann on bowling. They were tight spells, weren't they, from the spinners, and causing Hampshire quite a lot of grief out there. You know, there have been battles that I think probably you'd say at the moment have been won by the Outlaws over Hampshire. That's probably why we're in a position here right now where you're thinking, I'm favouring the visitors. I am favouring the visitors, but it can change so quickly. But as you say, it's trying to conjure up in the mind how that's going to happen in taking these wickets.
Well, it's interesting. It looks like Nick Gubbins has already decided that McMullen isn't the bowler. And just a brief chat there with Kyle Abbott as well, Gubbins, and Eddie Jack is back into the attack. The thing is, they haven't had any big wicket takers in this competition so far, Hampshire. Andrew Neil with 9 is the standout. But really, wickets have been shared around. Eddie Jack's taken 7, second most, so I guess he's naturally the one to go to.
Okay, and he's running away from us here now, the hotel end, in and bowls, and that's behind square. Oh, and again, another misfield goes through the legs of the field there at backward point. Look, it's just a 1 run, but it's more than that. It's the message, the feeling being sent out there that it's Hampshire who feel under the pump here at the moment. 161 for 2, but it's still 130 off the victory target in the 32nd over. Haynes has moved to 95, Hamid on 27. And this is Jack in and bowling. Angle down for a single from the skipper. Hamid, he moves to 28, and the score is 162 for 2. Haynes is back on strike on 95. Yeah, they won't be thanking us, the Outlaw supporters, if we keep on asking that question, but it is a very valid question. How on earth has the other competition not signed him up? But doing a good job here at the moment. He's on 95, not out. Oh, nearly squeezed onto the stumps. Squeezes down there to the deep. They come back for 2. Good running Yeah. For me, there's a feeling now from this pair that they feel as though they're flexing their muscles a little bit more. They really have more of an air of confidence about them, because I thought they made scoring runs look actually quite difficult, and that was because of the bowling and fairness to Hampshire. But here now, it's got a flow to it, and they've got a bit of menace about them in the run chase. Haynes is on 97, looking for a century. Oh, this is in the air, though. This could be a catching opportunity. Falls and is taken. Listen to that cheer. That is a big wicket. Haynes has gone on 97. Eddie Jack is the bowler, and the catch has been taken by Andrew Neil. Kyle Abbott taking the catch. Beg your pardon. Abbott getting underneath it. He'll be feeling a lot better. He missed a bit of fielding down the other end, but caught Abbott bowled Jack. He's gone for 97 of 89 balls. Could that be a moment we look back on the end of the day and say, well, that is where the Knots lost it on the chase? But it's still just 127 needed, but that is a massive wicket to see the end of Haynes. And Jack, well, he takes a very, very important wicket. Applause there, but some commiseration as well for Haynes. Batted so well. Others will say he deserved of that century, but it's not to be, and that could be a massive moment in this game. And hopefully that will, from a Hampshire perspective, give them a bit of confidence. I thought they were looking just a little bit shaky in the 2 or 3 overs leading up to that. But now they might think, we have opened the door, but how far ajar is that open? 164 for 3, 127 to win. Still, from these 18.2 overs, McCann is the new batter.
73-run partnership in 14 overs broken there by Eddie Jack. Good move by Nick Gubbins to bring Eddie Jack back, as I was saying earlier. Second highest wicket taker in the tournament, probably more likely than some others to take a wicket, and he's done exactly that. But it's Freddie McCann at the crease. He's already got 100 against Hampshire in the championship earlier this season.
And Jack comes around the wicket into bowl to him now, down the leg side. Oh, he's immediately off the mark with a very fine, as in the sense of angle fine, 4. Down over the boundary, down towards that pavilion. So the Outlaws to 168 for 3.
Expensive over, though, for this wicket.
Well, we can't have it always. We're
no, you can't have it both ways.
They need wickets, is what we say. Oh, no, look how expensive it is. Yeah. But yeah, it is. Yeah, what we got here? We've got 8-10 off this so far, but does include the wicket. McCann slices that one. That's a much better stop. Could be a run-out opportunity. Oh, the throw's not so good. It was a very good stop. Could easily have raced away for more runs. Oh, the crowd are into this as well now, aren't they? This is a terrific contest between the Outlaws and Hampshire. The Outlaws are 168 for 3. That's 32 overs gone, 18 remain, of which to score 123. And still we come back to the issue, really, of the fact this is about wickets from a Hampshire point of view, getting the wickets. I shall move aside. And who's coming in? Charlie's coming in to replace me.
Great bit of fielding from Fletcher Middleton there. Absolutely terrific piece. I mean, completely committed for a single there. Paul Williams, silentcricket@gmail.com, says you can only get sound on YouTube. I think there might be a few problems again with the picture feed. It looks like it from our screen, so you'll just have to bear with it. I think it's intermittent. Somebody who's not intermittent. Another great introduction, Charlie Arden. Here comes Brad Wheel from the pavilion end. Bowls to Hamid. Hamid drives, goes out to Gubbins. 168 for 3, the score remains.
I've been blessed with some almighty introductions today, Kevin James. But Notts were piling on the pressure not long ago with a 73-run partnership between Haynes and Hamid. But Jack Haynes has just fallen after a fresh bowling change from the captain, Nick Gubbins, that brought Eddie Jack onto the bowling attack, who seems to be Hampshire's strike bowler at times in this competition. But he's taken the wicket, and Nottinghamshire are now 168 for 3.
Here's Brad Wheel over the wicket, bowls. Hamid gets wrapped on the pad, trying to turn that away on the leg side. Ball ricochets out to Middleton. Out on the offside, and it's a dot ball. This is where Hampshire do need to just build it a bit. Just a few more dot balls in amongst the singles and the twos and even the odd boundary.
Yeah, the game feels very much in the balance at the moment here, Kevin.
Yeah.
And you just feel that a little movement either way could put new favourites out on top.
Definitely. Still some batting to come, though. We've already got Freddie McCann out there, Lyndon James with a double 100 in the championship against Hampshire to come. That's driven out to mid-wicket, fielded by McMullen. And there is no run. The replay is again being shown on the picture feed, which is a little late. I know they, as I say, they are having one or two problems up there, so you'll have to bear with them as we are. I'm sure they're loving hearing me saying that. So, Kevin James again mentioning this and that about picture feeds and what have you. Here's Brad Wheel. It's turned a little squarer, so Hamid will come through for a single. Moves on to 29. 169 for 3, which means Nottinghamshire from here need 122 from just over 17 overs. They need to score those from here on in at 7 and over.
Yeah, and you feel Hamid's going to be a crucial point for this Nottinghamshire innings. Not even thinking of Freddie McCann here, who, as we said, scored 100 against Hampshire already this season, albeit in a different competition. But these two batters for Nottinghamshire have been setting the County Championship Division 1 alight with some brilliant batting, and if they can bring it into this tournament, it still is very much Notts' game to lose.
Here's Wheel over the wicket to the left-hander who drives, and it's out to McMullen at extra cover. McCann, who's with the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, and as happens at various stages, if you're not actually playing, or you've hardly played in the 100, then you can go back and play for your county. He's yet actually to play a game for the Phoenix in this year's 100 competition.
Still at just 20 years old as well, Freddie McCann.
Yes, he's got many games and a good career ahead of him, that's for sure. He's driving, and that's half stopped by Gubbins. Again, he's flinging himself from side to side here, Nick Gubbins. First left and then right and then what have you, and he's getting down low, and if he's not picking it up cleanly, he's palming it away and saving runs. 170 for 3 at the end of that over.
And just to think, he's come off the back of another matching of his highest list A score in his career, 144 not out earlier, is not stopping him from going all over the place in the infield, and he loves that spot at catching cover, doesn't he? Sometimes he's in at mid-wicket as well, but his movement is terrific, stopping balls coming at quite a rate. Nick Gubbins has been excellent in the field.
So a bit of sunshine, probably the most sunshine we've had throughout the day. I don't think it will last long. There is just a pocket of blue sky above us, and it is only a small pocket. So make the most of it while it's out, or we will, and then it will disappear again very shortly.
Yeah, it does feel like as the clouds get denser, the sun gets brighter somehow. But here comes Eddie Jack. He's about to start his 6th over in and bowls to McCann, who plays and misses outside the off stump. It's a good line and length there in the white ball format. Just a wide off stump Yorker. Beats the bat.
Yeah, well, we've said it many times, but we've got a really good game going on here. 121 needed, and we are into the last 17 overs.
Yeah, 170 for 3 here, Nottinghamshire. And we've seen a we've seen a lot of this replay on the live stream of Ben Slater walking back to the pavilion. Here comes Eddie Jack, a slicing drive away from Freddie McCann. This is a nice looking shot as Felix Organ does a great bit of work, but on the rebound misses the fielder, and they're going to pick up an extra run here. I think it's Tom Prest out there on the deep cover boundary, and Felix Organ picked it up, tried to throw it to his colleague out there, Tom Prest, and completely missed him. And Nottinghamshire picked up an extra run, which brought 3 from that ball, and Eddie Jack didn't look too impressed.
There's been a few little half mistakes in the field which have brought Notts just those few extra runs just here and there, which may yet make all the difference.
Hamid on 29. Here comes Eddie Jack. Bowls absolutely beautiful drive out into the offside, but it will just bring 1 run as Nottinghamshire move to 174 for 3.
Sunshine is still with us. For how long though? When you look around, there is a lot of cloud. Where is that pocket of blue sky come from? It's just like somebody's like cut into the cloud, just a little gap. Because the rest, everywhere else is full cloud.
Yeah, maybe it's because Eddie Jack's come onto the bowling. He's brought a wicket and the sun comes on him. Here comes Eddie Jack then. Bowls. And it's a full ball on leg stump. It's hit him on the pad and it's not given by the umpire, James Treadwell. And Eddie Jack has a little word with the batter. almost asking him to walk for an LBW. Don't think that's quite possible there.
My first thought was it was just going down. That was my initial thought. It's close, but I think the umpire's right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. It did look like it was drifting down the leg side.
I agree. I hate to ask for a replay because I know how the guys have been finding it hard work and fighting against the technology, so I won't ask.
No, we'll probably see Ben Slater walking back to the pavilion again for the 10th time today. Here comes Eddie Jack, bowls, Shaw's. It's just deflected down towards third man. They pick up a quick single. It's a turn and throw from Fletcher Middleton. But it is just the one run, moving Nottinghamshire to 175 for 3. Hamid will come back on strike on 35 runs off the over so far. Eddie Jack, his return to the attack has been quite profitable for Hampshire.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, he's doing well here, Eddie Jack, and you know, he's a youngster himself, and this is what this tournament's all about, isn't it? Bowling pressure situations, the youngsters. This is the bits I like.
Jack into the crease, bowls, and just defended straight towards backward point. Chance for a run out. Could it be a direct hit? It's not, just missed. As it's picked up by Kyle Abbott, who is doing the backing up. But that ends the over. Nottinghamshire 176 for 3, needing 115 to win of just 96 balls. Kevin James, is the game in the balance? Who's on top?
I still feel the momentum is a little bit with Notts. I mean, that's a massive blow, obviously losing Haynes. I do think, I mean, there was 6 runs off that over, so that's a good effort from Eddie Jack. But you feel that there needs a few more overs like that, and I think at this stage to keep runs down to 6 and over, I think is a good effort. I think any over that's less than 7 should be applauded, which I know most of the crowd here are doing. But I think to keep that up, it's tough. It's going to be tough. I still fancy Notts just a fraction, but it's like anything really. A wicket changes momentum. A couple of quiet overs changes things. Notts have to go a little bit more, and there's obviously a lot more to happen between now and the end of the game. But I don't think Notts will feel they're in a bad place.
Yeah, and this bowler here for Hampshire could really change the tides in Hampshire's way.
Yeah, Andrew Neil with his left arm spinners back on the back foot is Hamid, cuts that away on the offside. Neil into his 7th over, again has done a good job for Hampshire, none for 27, and Nottinghamshire 177 for 3 here at Utilita Bowl, which is just probably enjoying the last few remnants of sun before it disappears behind some cloud. What a different complexion it is when the sun's shining. Not a bad one-day crowd here either, enjoying what is a really good game. 114 from 95 deliveries, but just 3 wickets down are Nottinghamshire. Neil staying round the wicket to the left-hander McCann, who's sweeping, gets wrapped on the pad. A shout, but without too much conviction.
Yeah, and the umpire was walking straight towards that position to check the non-striker's end for a run-out, so he looked pretty convinced that wasn't.
That's never a good sign when you're asking an umpire. Down the wicket, hammered over Neil's head, and that is going all the way for 6. Lovely shot. That was hit with real intent as well from McCann. Knew exactly what he was doing there. Yeah, it's never a good sign when you're asking an LBW of an umpire, and what umpire's ever given it from square leg? Walking over.
Walks away and then decides last minute to give it. You've never seen it, have you?
Nobody's ever given it out from there, no. So 183 for 3. McCann's 15 from 10. Pulls that away on the onside, doesn't time it, goes out to square leg, Middleton Fields. Another dot ball, that's the order of the day for Hampshire.
We could be in for an almighty finish here, Kevin.
I
It really
agree.
looks like it's finishing into a very good game.
I agree. McCann's on the back foot, works it back to the bowler. And there is no run. Yes, he might only be 20 years old, Freddie McCann, but you feel that he's very much a frontline batter. Very much an important batter in this Outlaws side. Goes for the reverse sweep, it's up in the air, it could go. Felix Organ takes the catch. And that is a big wicket. Round of applause there from Ben Mays behind the stumps. Round of applause from Andrew Neil. They know how important that wicket is. McCann was just starting to open his shoulders. He goes for 15. And Nottinghamshire now are 183 for 4.
Yeah, just as we were saying that McCann could be a vital part of this Nottinghamshire chase. It's a reverse sweep from a little bit too far outside the leg stump, takes the top edge, goes looping up into the air. and is caught by, I believe, a Felix Organ at a short third man. So that's a crucial wicket there for Hampshire. And just not long ago, Jack Haynes and Hamid were building the pressure, but a couple of wickets in pretty quick succession now brings Lyndon James to the crease. And all of a sudden, maybe Hampshire are the team in the driving seat.
Well, one of the floodlights have just been turned off now, just as the sun disappears behind the cloud. Anyway, it doesn't matter, the light's fine. Yes, that is a big wicket, but again, you know, there's some big wickets still to be had. Lyndon James with that double 100 here in the championship game looked very calm and assured, and played some very, very good shots in that double 100 as well. He opened his shoulders when he wanted to. I suppose you would do when you're in the at the middle for that length of time, and seeing the ball well as he was towards well, most of his innings, to be fair to him. He played superbly. Never looked like getting out.
No.
So again, this is another big partnership.
Yeah, it really is. And Hamid, off the back of a 58 not out in the last game, which was his first 50 for the tournament. And he hasn't been exactly lighting up the List A tournament so far this year, as he is down on his knees at the minute. Might be just sorting out something here. It's a change of bowling. Felix Organ is on to the bowling from this end, and Hampshire are countering this little fall of wickets and bringing on Felix Organ from the hotel end. Here he comes then, bowls to Hasib Hamid, who defends straight towards that fielder at short third man. Will be no run.
Lyndon James at the non-strikers end, as you were just talking about, double 100 of course earlier in the season, a bit like Jack Haynes, likes batting against Hampshire.
Here comes Organ then, bowls nice and tall, down the track comes Hamid, just a defensive shot, will be no run, dot ball. 183 for 4, the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. This is in response to 290 posted by Hampshire earlier today, with the 144 not out to Nick Gubbins. This time it's an attempted pull shot and not just quite given by the umpire for LBW. It did look quite straight, but I wonder if it's just skidded on and bounced maybe outside leg stump or maybe a little bit high. It was a back foot shot from Hamid.
Again, we would look on our replay in front of us here, but we now have a black screen. It's been a difficult day for the stream.
Yeah, it's been one of those days, hasn't it? Well put there by Chris Temple. But we'll try and describe it as best as we can as we now see the footage from deep backward square. And Felix Organ is bowling. Here he comes now, driving into the leg side, just off the inside edge, picked up by Fletcher Middleton. That'll be no run, just one run from it so far this over. The score is 184 for 4, and Felix Organ has done very well at holding up his end so far today. Here comes Organ, bowls down the track, comes Lyndon James, only as far as the mid-wicket fielder, Nick Gubbins, another dot.
I love how involved Nick Gubbins is. He's always in one of those positions, isn't he? The short mid-wicket or on the drive. He's always there and thereabouts, doing something.
And you'd think maybe his runs would tire him out, but he's still very energetic. Here comes Lyndon James down the track, and well fielded by Felix Organ, who lies down on the ground, and a brilliant over comes to an end. It's come up as a maiden, and there was a leg bye off it, so it will be a maiden for Felix Organ, his second of the day so far. 6 overs, 0 for 26 with 2 maidens. Good bowling from Felix Organ.
Certainly is. Nottinghamshire still to come in their batting ranks. Dane Schardendorf, their wicket-keeper, Zimbabwean wicket-keeper. He's due in next. Joe Pocklington, Brett Hutton, Rob Lord and James Hayes to come. So Hasib Hamid, the captain here, having to play a captain's role now to guide his side. They need another 107 from 14 overs. There's a new over started by Neil. That's full, right up there. Low full toss, I think, in the end to Hamid, who's just driving rather awkwardly out into the offside. No run.
Yeah, the tail really wagged against Worcestershire. I'll come on to that in a moment.
Kneeling again around the wicket. That's flatter, and that's going to get past short fine leg. Felix Organ this time diving on the edge of the circle, couldn't get there, and that is frustration for Andrew Neil, who tried to fire that one in but fired it in too close to leg stump, and a successful sweep for Hamid for 4. 188 for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned the batting left to come for Nottinghamshire. Joe Pocklington made 54 against Worcestershire earlier this season, as that game was tied, and also in that innings Rob Lord made 83 against Worcestershire, batting at number 10. He averages 39 for the tournament, which is more than Hasib Hamid batting currently.
They do have some batting firepower to come as Neil bowls, and this one is driven by Hamid up to long off for a single. Down to Kyle Abbott doing the fielding down in front of the dugouts, which are branded up with 100 branding at the moment, as you probably would leave it all on. Yeah, just getting a message about the stream. There have been, I know they usually say don't draw attention to issues on things, but just to say if you are watching on the picture screen, the replays are now completely gone for the rest of the day. The replay machine has left for the day. As in comes Neil again. That's driven by Lyndon James this time, out towards long off. And there is another single to tick the score onto 190 for 4.
Yeah, I do feel a bit bad for Ben Slater, because any time a replay was requested, all that came up was a picture of his stumps everywhere and him walking back to the pavilion, which is pretty tough every time you look at the screen to see that replay.
I didn't even know we had the power to request replays. That's a new one for me as Neil bowls, and that's a good take by Mays outside the off stump there. Plenty of width offered to Hamid, who did go for it, was interested. Very full ball that was very taken nicely with soft hands by Ben Mays behind the stumps. As in comes Neil again. That one's on leg stump. Ben Mays can't get on that one. That's going to be 4 potentially wides unless it came off something on the way around the corner. There was a bit of bat involved, so it's 4 runs to the total. And this has been one of Andrew Neil's more expensive overs. That has gone for 10 and lost his line a little bit there. Certainly a couple of times in the over and was punished with a couple of boundaries. So 194 for 4 knots now from 37. They need 97 to win from 13 at just under 7.5 and over.
Hamid especially is starting to really kick through the gears now in his innings. He started off very carefully, very patiently, but he's now moved up to 41 off 52. And you get a sense that that strike rate's going to keep rising up. It's going at about 78 runs per 100 balls at the minute with his bright pink grip. As Felix Organ continues his bowling spell from the hotel end, Lyndon James will be on strike. Here comes Organ, bowls down the leg side. It's hit up into the air, but there's no fielder there. And Fletcher Middleton will pick up. Coming down the wicket was Lyndon James, and a top edge almost brought a catch.
Well, I think Ben Mays was also thinking it might have brought a stumping as well down there, because he, in the end, only got a little bit of bat on that, and Mays was ready with the batsman well out of his ground.
Yeah, that would have been a serious stumping. Not only coming down the track, but almost got into a sweeping position, which can make such a big blind area for a keeper, especially down the leg side. This time, Hamid is pushing into the leg side, just for no run. And Organ's fine spell of bowling continues, coming off the back of his maiden over last over. Organ bowls. Down the track comes Hamid, lofted over, extra cover. This is a lovely looking shot. Didn't quite get a hold of it, but it still just takes a couple of bounces and runs away to the boundary for 4. That moves on to Notts, 199 for 4.
Well, Notts just effortlessly managing to pick up a few boundaries here to accelerate that scoring forward on the brink of 200 now. A couple of 4 balls in the previous over, and that one as well. I mean, that's a beautiful shot over the infield.
Felix Organ comes to the crease, bowls again, exactly the same shot coming down the track, and this time it goes for 6. A terrific shot from Hasib Hamid, and just as we said that he was starting to kick through the gears, he gets through to 50. A terrific captain's knock, and he moves on to 51 of 55 balls. A brilliant innings from the captain Hasib Hamid.
Well, it was a difficult start, wasn't it, early in the innings against the spin. He couldn't get away at all, very slow out of the gate, but he really has picked up momentum.
And it also brings up the 200 for Nottinghamshire. Felix Organ bowls, and it's punched out towards long on this time. Just 1 ball left in the over after this one, as it is a single taken. 206 for 4 now, Nottinghamshire. Just now the 85 runs to win with 12 overs to go. And as long as these two at the crease, Nottinghamshire still feel firm favourites. Felix Organ bowls, and it's punching again out towards long on, this time well fielded. It was a bit of teamwork as Felix Organ parried it to the captain Nick Gubbins, but a dot ball ends the over, and Nottinghamshire at 206 for 4.
Well, when Hampshire took that wicket, I felt like the balance had just tipped in their favour. I know Kevin, just before he left the commentary, was saying that he felt like Notts had the slight edge, and you just mentioned there, Notts the favourites they are in this position, aren't they? After these last couple of overs, it really does feel like they've put themselves into a very strong position here. 85 to win from 12, 72 balls available. Hampshire, of course, with fielding restrictions, only 4 allowed out for the next couple of overs as well. And there's a little bit of a conflab going on for those watching on the picture stream, just off of the camera shot, as Nick Gubbins calls in some extra thoughts from certainly Kyle Abbott and
What if it's Tom Prest?
Looks like Tom Prest, doesn't it? I think who's with him, having a little bit of a chat about what to do here. So in terms of the bowlers that Hampshire have still got up their sleeve and who's got what available for them to juggle around, Kyle Abbott has, as we prepare to start this next over, Andrew Neil is continuing despite an expensive one. Kyle Abbott's got 3 left, Wheel's got 3, and McMullen's only bowled 3 expensive overs. Jack's got 4 left. This is Neil's 9th, which starts with a thought about a single, but some fine work from Fletcher Middleton in the circle prevents it.
Yeah, really good fielding. He's been really on it today in the infield. He spent a lot of his time at backward point, and a few of those one-handed pickups on the move and quick releases have been terrific, Fletcher Middleton.
And often across the bumpy ends of the worn ends of other wickets as well there. It's a difficult area to be fielding in and getting those first-time pickups right, as this time Hamid works it up to long on for a single. 53 to him now, 207 for 4, the Outlaws. So Hampshire do have options here. Andrew Neil will bowl his 10 out, because he always does in the this competition so far, as that one is almost identikit. This time from Lyndon James, just knocked up to long on for a single. 208 for 4. Run rate 7.2 required. 5.4 is the current run rate, but again, Hamid is laying a good platform for acceleration towards the victory line here. This is, for them, will be a second successful chase in the space of a few days.
And it feels like when there's a set batsman in the chase, you've always got to put the batting side on top.
Hamid this time going with power, nice crunch off the bat, but straight down too long on. The fielder that's been in the game right down there, I think that's Brad Wheel, isn't it, down the far end? By process of deduction, he's a long way away from us, about probably 150 metres, maybe more, away from us across the far side of the ground. Just starting to do 1 or 2 stretches down there. I wonder if they're going to think about bringing Brad Wheel back into the attack, as Neil this time has gone past the outside edge. A big swing of the bat from Lyndon James, who's just stepping away to give himself a bit of room, trying to play it over the offside with the field up, and Andrew Neil conceding 3 singles from that over, so that's a good comeback from an expensive previous over. 209 for 4 from 39.
Yeah, Andrew Neil's really showed his class coming back from that tricky over just a few overs ago. But nonetheless, you really get the feeling that that final over from Andrew Neil, once that's over, Notts could really start maybe kicking through the gears. As you say, Brad Wheel could be coming on from the pavilion end to replace him. But Eddie Jack, after just a couple of overs from the arm of Felix Organ, is out of the attack, and Eddie Jack is back in after taking the crucial wicket of Jack Haynes for 97, which felt like a turning point for Hampshire. They did manage to get Freddie McCann just a few overs later, but as long as Lyndon James and Hamid are out here, Notts field the favourites. 82 to win off 11 overs. Required run rates at 7.45, which might seem a little bit high, but not while they got a set batter and a strong all-rounder and Lyndon James out there. Here comes Eddie Jack then, 209 for Nottinghamshire. Bowls, and it's just clipped away into the leg side, and Brandon McMullen picks it up. No run.
Well, Eddie Jack couldn't have a wiser owl in his ear, could he, at mid-on? Kyle Abbott in there telling him about plans, hatching plans together, where to put your fielders, what balls to bowl. At this stage, Kyle Abbott, 38 years of age, former South Africa international, has been in this position many, many times before. And I know thrives on working and helping these young bowlers here at Hampshire.
Yeah, it'll be a joy for Nick Gubbins, the captain, to have him at mid-on. Here comes Eddie Jack driving straight to the captain, Nick Gubbins, and he's on it like a pouncer, if that's even a word. But he pounced on it, so I couldn't really find anything else for it.
It is now.
It is a word. I've made it a word. Like a pouncer.
Kyle Abbott was the one walking in there as well, applauding Eddie Jack, applauding Nick Gubbins, contributing to the team environment out there. Hampshire know they've got to keep a lid on and make something happen here to stop the Outlaws' charge.
Here comes Eddie Jack. Bowls down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Hamid and Nottinghamshire will take that pretty kindly. And Hamid tried to get a little bit of bat on it, but he'll take the wide nonetheless.
And that's just that little bit of inexperience from Eddie Jack. How many wides is that for him so far in this innings? It's been a few, hasn't it? Just sliding down the leg side.
Now the sun's just starting to creep up into the camera gantry as it begins to set. There are clouds looming, but not too much of a chance of rain. Here comes Eddie Jack, bowls, and it's full. Just deflecting into the leg side is Hamid. Eddie Jack once again searching for that maybe wicket-taking Yorker, and he has been a wicket-taker in this tournament, and it feels like that's his job today for Hampshire. Yeah,
and that's what he's searching for when those couple slide down the leg side, isn't it? He got it right that time, but yeah, Eddie Jack, I mean, he has a couple of wickets so far, and again, a little bit expensive as he has been, but he's the wicket-taker, as you say. That's his role right now. And he's proved it a couple of occasions already today for Hampshire, 2 for 38.
Kyle Abbott putting more words of wisdom into the air. Eddie Jack, here he comes, bowls. It's hitting over Kyle Abbott's head at mid-on. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Hamid again clicking up through the gears. He moves on to 58. Another boundary off the bowling of Eddie Jack, 214 for 4.
Again, it's lovely batting from Hamid with mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. Again, using the pace of Eddie Jack, timing that beautifully, swinging. Safe shot well over the head of Kyle Abbott. And Hamid, well, again, the longer he is there, the more you're seeing that this game is swinging the way of the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. 58 from 64, he has now 214 for 4.
Yeah, Eddie Jack remains still searching for his wicket. Here he comes, bowls, driving his Hamid out towards the fielder at deep cover, which looks to be Ali Orr. It's picked up, it will just be the 1 run. So 1 ball left in this over for Eddie Jack. And then there'll be 10 overs to go in the remainder of this game. Notts chasing 291 in total to win. They sit 215 for 4. Hamid 59 not out off 65 balls, and Lyndon James at the other end is on 3 off 8. So here comes Eddie Jack. Into Lyndon James, it's pulling, it's high, and it's in the gap, and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Very profitable over this for Nottinghamshire. And another boundary to their total means that that over went for 10 off the bowling of Eddie Jack. And Nottinghamshire sit 219 for 4, and that over really has swayed the proceedings here today. I'm going to make way for Kevin Howes.
Thanks, Charlie Harden. Yeah, that is, this has been a big few overs for Nottinghamshire here. I'm just bringing up to date with some of the other scores while we're letting Kevin settle in the game down at Cardiff in the 100. Southern Brave men defending 129 for 8. Welsh Fire 103 for 7 with 20 balls to go there. So they've got enough balls, but they're running out of wickets in that game. There was a brisk half-century earlier for Hilton Cartwright. In the Group B one-day cup game between Lancashire and Durham, Lancashire 320 all out at Liverpool. Durham 281 for 3 with 7 remaining there. So Durham looking on course. And the East Midlands derby at Leicester. Leicester 312 for 5 and Derbyshire 233 for 6. After 40, as Andrew Neil continues, he's going to bowl his 10th and final over here. They come through for a quick single this time as Hamid knocks it out into the offside. He moves to 60. Neil into his final over, 1 for 47 so far. Kevin Howes is back with us. And Kevin Howes' mouth is watering at how interesting things could be getting at the top of Group A, particularly as down the track comes Lyndon James and finds the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single.
No, it's just my age. When my mouth waters like that, it's nothing to do with the cricket. You'll learn one day. Don't highlight it. It's some really good finishes.
Yeah.
Here, of course, is definitely a case in point.
2-2-1 for 4, the Outlaws, as Neil bowls. That's driven up in the air by Hamid. There are 2 fielders coming towards it, and Fletcher Middleton, unfortunately, can't get there. He's been outstanding in that area, and Hamid, with his score on 60, gave Hampshire a lifeline, and Fletcher Middleton made the ground and couldn't hang on to the tumbling catch.
Oh, how has he not got that? I mean, I can't think of a good reason. Apart from the fact that he's a human being.
Not looking into the sun particularly either. The fielder that was nearby wasn't that close enough to put him off. Well, it's hard to know. Only Fletcher Middleton will know what the prevailing factors were, but the key one is that should have been taken.
Yeah, moments in games.
Neil in again to bowl to James, who's down the pitch. And again, just will pick up a single out to Tom Prest, sweeping on the boundary away to our right, the cover boundary. And it was Hamid as well, of course, on 60 at the time, who, as we were just talking about, when you've got a set batter in a chase, you feel like you're in the box seat. 2-2-2 for 4. 41st over being completed here by Neil, with another single out to the cover boundary away to our right. So that will end Andrew Neil's spell. He finishes 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50, and that 1 wicket that he took was the wicket of Freddie McCann, who reverse swept him and was caught at short third man, I should say, for 15.
You should win a match when you need 68 runs from 9 overs remaining and you've 6 wickets standing. That should be your game. How things change just on an over, really, in the run chase. Certainly Hampshire wrestling things back. I mean, a massive wicket, getting rid of Jack Haynes. But then a couple of overs, a couple of expensive overs, and I just repeat myself again. Once you've got over the 100 mark, you're into double figures on the chase. That feels a little bit different as well. It feels just a little bit easier. You feel a bit more in command. But then Hamid should have been caught there. That would have thrown it all back up in the air again. Yeah. 1 or 2 wickets, 1 or 2 not so good overs here makes a difference. This is in the air. This time over the top of Abbott. He'll go trying to chase it, but it's going to get the better of him. And another fielder out there on the boundary. It's another 4. Hamid will move to 66. The Outlaws still need 63 runs from 8.5 overs. The run rate required is 7.1. It is not a gimme here, but the Outlaws, and Linton James is good with the bat as well. Wickets quickly. Jack in bowls. That's what they're looking for. Find some runs behind square on the leg side. Will Hamid, he'll move his score on to 68 from 70. 230 for 4. Jack in his 8th over. Joking aside about these good finishes. I mean, Durham are on course there to beat Lancashire. That means in that group, in Group B, that would put Durham on 12 points alongside Somerset, Warwickshire and Sussex. They would have played a game more, but talk about tight. Looking for that final qualifying spot. This is worked away through mid-wicket this time by Hamid. Hamid will pick up a couple of runs here. It moves to 70. He was just offering, it seemed, subtle support to Jack Haynes during that partnership, and look, he's picked up and taken off. I thought perhaps he would continue to play that role and others would be attacking around him, but he's taking it on himself. Midway through this over, already from this over, we have seen 8 runs. We're only midway through it. This time it's driven up to Neil, who comes up off the boundary in front of us for a single. And it's a 50-run partnership as well. And in good time, 50 or 40 balls, 23 minutes. Hamid and James. There is, I'll tell you what I'm loving about the competition at the moment. You'll go along to a ground, and Gloucestershire have made obviously a wonderful start with that 5 out of 5, but you genuinely don't know who's going to come out on top in a lot of these matches. As I say, I really do think these two teams are very evenly balanced. Jack in bowls and whipped away, but straight to the fielder. Can't get past a short mid-wicket. So that was just a dot ball. The dot balls are useful. It's Brandon McMullen getting down to that. But they only become useful if it puts pressure then upon the Outlaws. And at the moment, the pressure is upon Hampshire, trying to defend this target. 8.1 overs remaining, 58 needed, but the 6 wickets standing still. James, it is on strike. He's on 9 at the moment. Oh, that's a low full toss. Where on earth has that gone? And it's been called as a no ball. It's ended up out there towards the boundary at cover point. No ball called by umpire Treadwell on height, and the score moves to 236 for 4.
Just having a little chat with Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire captain, and just giving the official warning to Jack for that full pitch delivery, which will of course result in a free hit.
Yeah, and that's what happens when the pressure mounts. So it's 55 from 49 balls remaining, and this over has been a very expensive one. It did Eddie Jackie did get rid of Jack Haynes. That was more than useful. It needed to be done, but they've not been able to follow that up. They needed another couple of wickets quite quickly after that.
They've had some big overs, haven't they? Not they've had a 12, then a 3, a 10, a 5, and then this one, as you mentioned, which has already gone for 11, but sorry, for 10 with this free hit to come.
And it's Hamid who's on strike. He's on 71. Goes down and tries to ramp that one away, and he's got away as well for 4. And the keeper went for it. there'd be nothing really to be gained by the catch in itself, but that would have been a stop, but it's got past him, and Outlaws now to 240 for 4. So 51 needed from 8 overs remaining. James has moved to 10. Hamid on 75. What have they got up their sleeves here, Hampshire? Well, what they have up their sleeves is the experience of Kyle Abbott. Is it time for an Abbott special?
Yeah, well, he's coming back into the attack. He's just removing his jumper. 3 overs remaining, 1 for 35, Kyle Abbott so far. 3 overs remaining for Abbott, I should say, just in case any Notts fans suddenly tuning in thinking, hang on, we need 51 off 3. And Hamid's been in a hurry here. With the 50 partnership that he just brought up with Lyndon James in that over, he scored 39 of that 50. Hasib Hamid, it came in just 40 balls. That drop catch by Middleton's already take the wicket. He hasn't managed it. I wonder if we'll see Brad Wheel come back on to try and do the same as we're seeing Kyle Abbott on to bowl now from the pavilion end. 240 for 4. They need 51 from 8 overs to Nottinghamshire as James has a big swing at that one. There's a fumble by Mays which allows the non-striker Hamid to call James through for a bye to add to the total.
I'm not too sure who the commentators are, but apparently the commentators have dubbed the game between Essex and Glamorgan the Gavin and Stacey derby.
Ooh,
that's
okay.
a good call.
I like that.
That one, yeah. Good call. What's going on in the game was the point. Essex 371 for 6 off 50 overs. Surely not. We've seen some big targets chased down though this competition, but Glamorgan not really in form. That's a big one for them to get 372.
Here's Aberdeen again to bowl to Hamid, who's on 75. He's working that away down towards fine leg. The fielder will cut that off. It's Eddie Jack down underneath us, who's now fielding down at long leg. A couple more to the total. It would be complete, the Gavin and Stacey derby, wouldn't it, if Essex and Glamorgan played at Billericay and Barry, respectively, rather than Chelmsford and Cardiff. But we can't have everything. We can't have it perfect. Nottinghamshire having things their own way at the moment here. 77 to Hamid, 10 to James, 243 for 4. As Hampshire got up earlier to what looked like a par total, but at the moment Notts looking like a second successive run chase of a total in this region in successive matches as Hamid digs out that Yorker. There's a puff of dust from Abbott, but such is the way it's going for Hamid at the moment. In digging out the Yorker, he still found a gap in the field and picked up a single.
Well, Rhodes and Robinson were going along. Will Rhodes had a terrific competition, but he's now out for 75, Durham, in that run chase. Again, it's a big total. They needed 321, but they're 295 for 4. That's down to 26 from 4.4 overs. Terrific partnership between Rhodes and Robinson, but Rhodes has gone for 75. Robinson's not out, 68 from 52 balls, but surely Durham's to win from there.
Abbott in once more to bowl, this time to James. It's a swing down towards long on. The non-striker Hamid just jumps out of the way of that one coming his way. And I thought he was signalling no ball there. He was actually holding in his hands the umpire to say 2 more to come, waving across to his colleague. The
exciting talent Alex Green of Leicestershire Foxes in the wickets again in a 3 for 53 today. They're taking on Derbyshire. They set them 313. The Falcons are 253 for 6 in the 43rd over. That's 60 from 7.3 overs. That's again a tight one, but you're swinging with the Foxes there. Really, that's a lot of work for Derbyshire to do.
He impressed here, Alex Green, last week bowling for Leicester. The 100's getting tight down at Cardiff, by the way. Come back to that after this ball from Kyle Abbott, who bowls. That swung by Hamid straight back down the ground towards the pavilion and all the way for 6. Not many people smashed Kyle Abbott back over his head for 6, straight down the ground. But Hamid has done so, brings up the Nottinghamshire Outlaws 250. And they've gone to 251 for 4 here. And Hampshire have got to find some answers pretty quickly if they're to continue their recent excellent form and have a chance of maybe keeping alive a home semi-final. Hamid to 84 from 76. That 100 game, by the way, sorry, Welsh Fire need 14 off 8, but they've only got 2 wickets in hand down at Cardiff. As Abbott bowls, what's his response to Hamid, who whips it away through the leg side, relatively straight. Around comes long on to pick it up. And there will be 2 more to the total, 253 for 4. I know it's not quite my time to go off, Kevin, but Kevin James is pacing around like a bruised meerkat here. We're looking to get back on, so I'm going to hand over to him. And yourself.
That's a fascinating analogy. How many Do you not? Because I'm thinking, where will you have seen? I know you went to a certain well-known zoo yesterday. Did you see any meerkats that were bruised? That's all right then. Okay. and you thought to yourself, do you know what that reminds me of? They remind me of Kevin James.
A bruised meerkat.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to move aside a second, so we might bring Chris back in. You can take that up with him then, Kev.
Might be Charlie, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah. I'm not sure I want a further picture of a bruised meerkat.
Okay.
To be honest.
I'll just take this over and I'll move aside. This is Jack coming into James on 11. Oh, good Yorker length delivery. Oh, they'll have to be quick running through. That was a nice pick up and throw, but McMullen wasn't able to find the target there with that throw, so it's 254 for 4, 37 from 6.5 overs. Will Mead see it through? Will he get a century? Haynes missed out on a century. He was deserving of one, but he skied one, and it was well held by Kyle Abbott. It was actually this bowler, Eddie Jack, who was the bowler on that occasion, but he's taken 2 for 64. This one is driven in the offside and very well stopped. But maybe a little bit painful, I think, that for the captain, Nick Gubbins. It's been a difficult one for him to try and get it right with his bowlers, to try and defend this target. And 290 looked very useful. The Outlaws are on their way, 37 from 6.4 overs. And this one's driven back to the right-hand side. Good stop from Jack off his own bowling. You know what they say in these situations, when you're on this run chase and you think, well, we haven't got too many to get, and we've got those 6.3 overs. What you don't want to do, so we keep on saying, is you don't want to leave it too late and build up too much pressure upon yourself in that last couple of overs. At the same time, you don't want to be reckless. Oh, the balance to be hit and to be found. Oh, he's bowled him! Well, again, another key wicket. Has it come too late? Well, we'll wait and find out, but Hamid has gone for 86. Jack has taken another wicket. He's bowled Hamid. And that was a wonderful delivery. I think, what was he trying to do there? He just looked to run it and missed it. It's 5 down at 254 for 5. Is that the twist in the tail? We wonder. 80 balls for Hamid's 86. It's an equation of 37 still needed from 38 balls. The 5 wickets in hand. Quite rightly, Hamid will get a good reception as he leaves the field of play. But he wanted, no doubt, as the leader, to see it through. It'll be up to the others now. They've done it before here, Notts. They've got good experience of making sure of things, even if it sometimes ends in a tie. Schadendorf is the new batter making his way out to the middle. I wonder whether there will be some sort of late push by Hampshire here. It would be terrific from them if they were to do it, because Notts look to be in such a strong position. Kevin, what do you reckon?
Well, 71-run partnership in just 9 overs broken there. They needed that. I've said that a couple of times already, Hampshire, in this innings. I keep thinking that the game's over in terms of Nottinghamshire getting it won. And then Jack Haynes goes, Freddie McCann goes, and now Haseeb Hameed. It still keeps the door open for Hampshire, but you still feel 5 down. Lyndon James out there. Schadendorf, I have to say, I've not seen back before.
It's the fact that have they got time, which I think they probably have, 37 or 6.2, just to maybe take a few deliveries, just to settle in. It's not like they've got to go out there and maybe get from the get-go, so...
It's by no means panic stations losing that wicket, but it sort of keeps Hampshire just in the game.
It shouldn't be panic stations, but I wonder if it could turn into that.
That's right.
Yeah. 2 balls left of this over from Eddie Jack, 3 for 64. He's taken some big wickets. He's been expensive along the way, maybe, but this one is hammered away behind square on the onside. So Schadendorf moves to 1, and the Outlaws to 255 for 5. 1 ball left of this 44th over. And a much tighter one. Not only is the wicket being taken, but he was expensive last time round, but this time it's just the 2 runs coming from this over so far.
Yeah. Hasn't batted in this competition, Schadendorf, only because he's only played 1 match before.
So this is 255 for 5. James is on strike, he's on 12. this is Jack with his final ball of this over. Yorkerland, good delivery. Well kept out, but also I'm giving points to the bowler there. That was a cracking ball. 255 for 5. 6 overs remain. 36 needed. James on 12. Schaddendorf on 1. And Jack has bowled 9 overs. No maidens, 3 for 65. Charlie will come in alongside you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howes. Thank you for your efforts today. Always lovely to welcome you on the South Coast when you're here. It's 36 balls then, 36 to win. Quite easy equation. Whether that's easy from a Nottinghamshire point of view, we are going to find out in the next, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, do I reckon, Charlie?
It could all happen in any time span. No one really knows. It's just going to be an exciting finish here between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Here comes Kyle Abbott into Dane Shadendorf, who's looking to work down the leg side, and it is a wide from the bowling of Kyle Abbott. A little bit of frustration here. And Notts, just a few moments ago, looked to be cruising towards this total of 290 with Hamid set at the crease. But after the wicket fell, thanks to Nick Gubbins holding his nerve, keeping on Eddie Jack, and then his next over went for just 2 runs, including the wicket of Hasib Hamid in the 80s. So this game's rising up to an interesting finish. Abbott bowls and defended into the offside. Well fielded by Nick Gubbins. He's been scampering around all day in the field, and nothing is getting past him. Another dot ball to Kyle Abbott.
He's owned that area, hasn't he? He's made that area his. You will not get past me unless it is a particularly good shot.
Yeah, I remember the last game I was here for, the Hampshire versus Essex game. It was exactly the same. Gubbins was in at cover and mid-wicket the whole day, and he was chasing after that ball like no one else in the team. Here comes Kyle Abbott then, into bowl 2. The batsman, it's Lyndon James, who hits it over the leg side. What a brilliant shot that is. Walking down the track at Kyle Abbott, getting on top of the bounce and smashing it through the leg side region. It's Dane Shadendorf, who moves on to 5. Nottinghamshire now are just 31 runs away with 5.5 overs to go.
Yeah, you've just come back from South Africa and you're saying Shadendorf, so I'm going with that.
Well, I think he's Zimbabwe born.
Yes.
So South Africa obviously not being too far from Zimbabwe.
No.
Shadendorf. I quite like Shadendorf.
No, we'll go with that. We'll go with Shadendorf. Somebody's going to say no, it's not, it's Shadendorf. But
okay, I think I've done every pronunciation possible so far today. So here comes Kyle Abbott in bowls, and it's hit the pad. A big appeal for LBW, but the umpire's gone walking off, so that's not going to be given. And it's picked up by Brandon McMullen. No run.
Yeah, again, it just looked a little leg side-ish. We're not right in line, unlike what you're watching on the picture feed. Also BBC Sport Online, of course, and around the ground on the in-ground commentary. We are about 4 wickets to the right, but I don't know, just initially I'm thinking that's just going a fraction down. I think Kyle Abbott thought that as well.
Yep, and so did I. Kyle Abbott then. 3 balls left in the over. Nottinghamshire need 30 to win off 33 balls. Lyndon James now is the set batter. He played second fiddle to Hasib Hamid, who fell just a couple overs ago. Lyndon James is now on 12, and Shadendorf at the other end on 5. Here comes Kyle Abbott, driving his Lyndon James into the offside, picked up by the fielder out on the boundary. It will be 1 run. Tom Press throws it back into the keeper, Ben Mays. 262 for 5. Runs to win now below 30.
Yeah, and crucially, those balls remaining above 30 as well, 32. It's not a particularly difficult equation, but only 5 wickets down. 2 decent batters out there. You feel it's still not very much Nottinghamshire's game to lose.
Yeah, it feels like the wickets are going to be crucial, which is why I think Eddie Jack will definitely be staying on for this, his last over. There was interesting discussions up here in the gantry, which I'll come on to after this ball. Here comes Kyle Abbott. Bowls pulling away aerially in the leg side. It's going to run away for a few bounces 4. And Kyle Abbott looks a little bit dejected, as the total to win now is just 25 off 31 balls. 266 for 5. So I was just talking in the gantry. We couldn't quite believe that Eddie Jack was kept on the bowling. He had an over that had a beamer and a wide and went for quite a few runs as well. And Nick Gubbins held his nerve, and his next over went for just 2, including the wicket of Hamid. But now Notts all of a sudden look back on top. Here comes Kyle Abbott, flicking away into the leg side is Shadendorf, and it's going to be picked up by Ali Orr. Can he stop the 2? He can't. It's an easy 2 in the end for Nottinghamshire. And there's a lot of poor body language out there, which is suggesting that Hampshire could be staring down the end of a defeat.
Yeah, that's 11 runs, I think, off that over, which is more than what Nottinghamshire need in terms of the runs required, or run rates required. 268 for 5. They are chasing 291 to win this game. Major contributions from Jack Haynes, 97 from 89 balls, and from Haseeb Hamid, 86 from 80. Have put Nottinghamshire in this winning position. It's going to be a change of bowling here on our commentary end. Eddie Jack is off, and Brad Wheel is back into the attack. So they're staying with right arm pace, but just bringing back a little bit more experience. 5 overs to go, 30 balls remaining, and 23 runs to win. Shadendorf hasn't played a lot of first team cricket, only 3 first class matches going back to 2021. But it's Lyndon James to face Brad Wheel. He's bowling from the hotel end, comes in and bowls short, pulled away by James. It's in front of square. It's 2 bounces for 4. Just a little too short from Brad Wheel in his opening ball of his 8th over. We've seen some good pull shots from the Nottinghamshire batters in these last few overs. And there's another one, 272 for 5, 19 needed now from 29 deliveries.
Yeah, I can imagine Eddie Jack just feeling a little bit maybe frustrated that he didn't get to bowl that one last over of his spell just after taking a wicket of Hamid. Here comes Wheel again.
Bowls short again down the leg side. Is it flicked the pad? It has, so it's not a wide. 272 for 5 the total remains. The clouds that have been hanging around. Sunshine. Yes, here on the south coast, Nottinghamshire need another 19 to win, with 28 balls remaining. Kevin James and Charlie Harden with you from the Utilita Bowl as Brad Wheel comes in, and Lyndon James drives, gets an inside edge, but it's going for 4 down to fine leg. 276 for 5 now are Nottinghamshire, with James moving on to 21 from 22 deliveries, and the keeper Dane Shadenoff is 11 not out from just 6. Nottinghamshire on the verge of victory here. They have 5 wickets in hand. They need 15 from 27. And this run chase has been built around Jack Haynes, who almost scored a second consecutive 100 in this competition, but went for 97 off 89 balls. He put on 73 for the 3rd wicket with Hamid. Here's Brad Wheel in again and bowls. It's down the leg side. It wraps him on the pad. Called through for a single by Shadendorf. And Nottinghamshire move on to 277 for 5. Haseeb Hamid started to open his shoulders out before he was bowled by Eddie Jack for 86, but that came off 80 balls. He shared a 71-run partnership for the 5th wicket with Lyndon James, and those 2 partnerships along with Slater early on with Haynes, who put on 83 for the 2nd wicket. 3 major partnerships there are just about getting Nottinghamshire over the line, or they will do shortly, as that's just played to backward a point from Shadendorf. Score remains on 277 for 5.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel quite over yet for Hampshire, although you just get the feeling from the players out there that, you know, there's a few heads down, a few signs of body language which suggests that they think the game's over. But Brad Wheel's going to keep running in for Hampshire, and that ball just a few balls ago, which was inside edged off the bat of Shadendorf down to the boundary for 4, was just how it's all seemed to happen for Hampshire so far today.
Brad Wheel still going for his 1st wicket. That's turned away on the leg side. More runs here for Shadendorf. Just a single out towards a deep square leg as the sun gets particularly bright for the first time today. End of the over. So 46 gone, 4 remain, which means there are 24 balls left in this match. And Nottinghamshire at 278 for 5 need another 13. Yes, thank you very much, Charlie. You've just given me a few hand signals. Fortunately, it was 13.
Yeah, I was trying to show 13 with 2 hands as best as I possibly could, but I've only got 10 fingers. So Kyle Abbott's going to remain in the bowling attack. Hampshire are steering towards experience, and this perhaps feels like the last over where Hampshire can really make a difference. 13 to win off 24 balls, and if they can just grab a cheap over with a wicket or 2, things could maybe look a little bit brighter for Hampshire, but a lot needs to go their way.
Yeah, that's for sure. Earlier in Hampshire's total of 290 for 7, Nick Gubbins equalled his highest list day score of 144 not out.
Here comes Kyle Abbott then, and it's flicked into the leg side by Shadendorf. It beats the fielder, and Alior's making his way round, and he prevents 2. It's good fielding out there from him as it beat the infielder, which was Brandon McMullen, the Scottish international, who is the overseas for Hampshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. But 278 for 5 knots, 13 to win.
Kyle Abbott's into his last over here, 1 for 60.
Yeah, been rather uncharacteristically expensive, Kyle Abbott, so far today. He's had a brilliant tournament where before this game he had an economy of just 3.75. He was in the top 7 of the bowlers in the tournament for economy, but today just going at 6.5 and over. He'll be looking to set that right as well as he possibly can. Here he comes, bowls, and it's just driven straight back down the ground. It's looped over the bowler's head, and it will be picked up by the fielder at mid-off. Just 1 run added to the total. 280 for 5 now. Shadendorf on strike on 13. Lyndon James at the non-strikers end on 22.
Yeah, I know the knots batting in this competition has been okay, isn't it? Sometimes it's been pretty good, other times not so good, but today they've been right on it. Hampshire getting to 290 off the back of a very good last 10 overs.
Yeah, carrying on their form from the red ball. Here comes Kyle Abbott, it's bowled! And could that be what Hampshire needed? Nottinghamshire still need 11 to win, and it's a very muted celebration from the Hampshire players as they come together in the middle. Perhaps maybe needing a bit of inspiration from the captain, Nick Gubbins, but Kyle Abbott, we couldn't have asked much more from him from a Hampshire point of view. In his last over of his spell, taking the wicket of Dane Shadendorf, which brings out to the crease Joe Pocklington, who did get a 50 earlier in the tournament. He made 54 against Worcestershire, but 11 to win feels still in Nottinghamshire's grasp. But Kyle Abbott has still got 3 balls left in his last over.
Yeah, 87 off the last 10 overs, Hampshire. Which got them up to 290, which looked as though it was going to be around about 270 at one stage. So some good hitting, mainly by Gubbins, towards the end of the innings. But will it be enough? I think it was a little inside edge from there, wasn't it, from Shadendorf? Pocklington bowled particularly well. The left arm spinner with 3 for 28. Been plucked out of the national counties, having played for Lincolnshire earlier on in the season. Bit of second 11 cricket for Yorkshire as well before playing a bit in the second 11 for Notts, signed for this competition. Now has a job to do with the bat. But Lyndon James very much a key. A double centurion here in the championship earlier on this season.
Yeah, but he hasn't quite got underway in the List A tournament so far. He's got 68 runs at an average of 17, the number 6 for Nottinghamshire. But Joe Pocklington will be the man on strike. As you mentioned there, Kevin, 3 for 28, his career best List A figures, to go alongside his 3 for 53 against Essex earlier in the tournament. So he's on 10 wickets for the tournament, but he's here with the bat now. Here comes Kyle Abbott with 3 balls left in his spell. Bowled, and it's just defended into the offside. Hampshire are bringing the field in. A lot of pressure now building. We've got catchers at extra cover and mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are in the circle, as is cover point and a backward point. Deep third man, deep fine leg, and deep forward square leg, who's about 5 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah, there might be too many balls remaining, but you've got to try and bowl as many balls at Pocklington and put him under pressure as you can.
2 balls left for Abbott to take another wicket. 280 for 6, Nottinghamshire bowls, and it's defended into the offside. Pocklington knows he's got time to play with.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do anything silly, really. I mean, just defend and let James bat out the first ball of the next over. There's no panic here from Nottinghamshire. So Pocklington doesn't want to do anything silly. Doesn't want to think about, well, try and nudge it here or nudge it there or play across the line just for a single. What he wants to do is keep James ready to face the first ball of the next over.
Yeah, and Kyle Abbott will be desperate to take this wicket, which could leave Nottinghamshire 280 for 7 if they do take it, but it is just for 6 at the moment. Here comes Kyle Abbott then, bowls, and it's left alone by Joe. It's actually a dead ball. I don't think that ever left Kyle Abbott's hands. He seems to be walking back to the run-up. It's a dead ball called. Any idea where the ball is, Kevin?
I don't know. Did he have Lyndon James in the corner of his eye at the non-strikers? I think he did, without ever looking as though he was going to break the wicket on his follow-through. I think he's just letting Lyndon James know, I've got my eye on you. But was James really going to try and sneak a single there? I don't know. In this situation, not so sure.
A little bit of drama then. Kyle Abbott. Here he comes, bowls, and it's just a play and a miss outside the off stump. Brilliant end to the spell from Kyle Abbott, 2 runs from it and the wicket. And it really did feel that Hampshire needed something from their experienced bowler, and Kyle Abbott has done all he can to keep Hampshire in this game. 280 for 6, 11, 12, 18 balls.
Yeah, a couple of wickets for him, but it is his most expensive figures in this year's competition. In his 4th match, did pick up the wicket of Ben Martindale, caught behind for 3. That was the first wicket that went down in the 3rd over. That was 8 for 1, and of course the keeper, Shadendorf, in that over. So we've got 3 overs left, potentially 3 overs left in this game. Nottinghamshire looking for just their 3rd victory. From 6. They have got a tie in there, though, against Worcestershire earlier on in the season. A Duckworth-Lewis tie up at Welbeck in the north of the county. And with the sunshine still out, here we are as Brad Wheel starts over number 48 into James. James drives off a thick outside edge and it's going for 4 through 3rd man. You heard the ooze from the crowd. That's a lucky shot from Lyndon James. Lost the track there a little bit, probably through sort of 1st, 2nd slip area, but it went very, very quickly indeed. And James will move on to 26, I think that is. The scoreboard's a bit slow, or is it showing 22? I thought he was on 22. Oh, it is. There we are, 26. And Nottinghamshire now need just 7 to win, and we have still 17 balls remaining. Here's Brad Wheel, runs away from us once more and bowls to James. James works that into the gap on the leg side, runs the first one quickly, should only be 1. As in off the boundary comes Brandon McMullen, the Scots international, who's been signed just for this competition by Hampshire. Haven't seen too much of him with the ball in this innings. It's been very much Brad Wheel, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack, Andrew Neil, who's been a bit of a find as a left-arm spinner from Hertfordshire in this competition, Hampshire's top wicket taker. And Wheel's going to switch to round the wicket. So 6 to win, 16 balls remaining. Here's Wheel, bowls, Pocklington drives, finds extra cover, and there's no run.
Picked up by Brandon McMullen there in the cover region. Hampshire just doing all they can to try and just strangle a hold on this run rate of Nottinghamshire, which is really getting away from them. When there's just 6 to win with 15 balls left, all they can do is try and hammer home those dots.
Wheel into his 9th over here. Comes in again around the wicket to the left-hander. Pocklington drives up to mid-off. They want the single, but quickly in and very alert is Andrew Neil. And that is a dot ball. So 14 balls remain. Just the 6 runs needed by Nottinghamshire. They are 285 for 6.
Yep, 2 dots in a row, this from Brad Wheel. First 2 balls going for 5, and this comes off the back of a very good over from Kyle Abbott, which went for just 2 runs and the wicket of Dane Shadendorf. Here comes Wheel again.
Yeah, around the wicket again to Pocklington. He's on the back foot. He's showing no inclination other than just staying there, and to be fair, that's all he needs to do. Just needs to support Lyndon James, the more experienced of the 2 batters. James currently in the non-strikers end with 27 from 26. And we are now down to 13 balls remaining. And Nottinghamshire needs 6 runs to win this game outright. Hampshire coming into this game second in the table. Nottinghamshire in 4th. Hampshire have won 4 from 5. Unlikely at this stage to make it 5 from 6 as Pocklington drives. He's going to take a single to extra cover. Oh, the throw comes in. Oh, that was close. He only had a stump to aim at, did Brandon McMullen. I'm not sure how close it was at the end because he was a little bit off balance. But Pocklington has decided that he'll keep the strike at the end of that over. And with 5 needed, we have 2 overs remaining, 286 for 6.
I can't imagine Lyndon James was expecting that. Just after 3 blocks in a row from Joe Pocklington, all of a sudden he's pushed it almost straight to the catching extra cover. He's picked it up and quickly gone for a little fire at the stumps. And just missed, and I think Joe Pocklington would have been really struggling. And I think Joe Pocklington might be asking the dressing room for something. He's just come back to his partner, Lyndon James. He was pointing at his bat. He's now looking at it. I wonder if there's a slight issue with it here. The grip does look a little bit wonky, actually, looking at the live stream. I think his last shot actually bent the bat back off his grip. Unless it's custom made and he likes a weird angle on his bat.
Yes, he likes the handle going backwards. It does look, actually, as he was holding it, it doesn't look in line, does it? No. There's only a slight little adjustment there, but yeah, right, just enough. New bat is coming out.
Yeah, so Hampshire have just got 5 runs to play with now. 4 wickets to try and win this game, which does feel far away in the 12 balls remaining. But Joe Pocklington blocked 6 balls in a row and then decided he wanted to keep the strike for this over. So he's got it, and Eddie Jack is Hampshire's last real chance to take a few wickets. He's got 3 so far. Here he comes then, and flicking off his legs, the appeal for OBW, and it's not given as the umpire runs off again. It's a leg by, 1 of them, and Notts move on to 287 for 6.
Yeah, James looked particularly keen to get down to the striker's end. I think that's the right move. You do feel that with Lyndon James there's a little bit more calm out there. It's certainly not a tricky situation for Nottinghamshire, but I think James just wants to make sure that he has the deciding hand here.
Now just 4 to win. And Hampshire is sending out deep men all over the leg side. The fine leg's coming up though. We've got a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on to go with the deep cover and the deep third man. Everyone else is in the ring, especially on the offside. A few men putting pressure on to stop those singles. But Lyndon James on strike to Eddie Jack, who bowls and driving straight towards Nick Gubbins. And if you think you can get a single to that guy, you'd be gravely wrong. He's been all over the ball in there at cover, the Hampshire captain, after making 144 not out earlier in the day.
Yeah, I think he's won the batting award and the fielding award today, despite that entertaining innings of Jack Haynes, 97 off 89 balls. Just 3 short of a second consecutive 100 in this competition, but at extra cover he's been awesome. I think Hampshire at times, though, in the field have just let the ball bobble away at times and just allowed the odd single, which has always sort of kept Nottinghamshire just slightly ahead of the game.
Yeah, and there was the drop of Hasib Hamid in the 60s to Fletcher Middleton. Here comes Eddie Jack then, driving down the ground is Lyndon James. It's only going to go to long on, so there will be 1 run as it's picked up by Felix Organ. But with 3 balls left in the penultimate over, Nottinghamshire now need just 3 to win as the field comes in for Joe Pocklington.
Yeah, you've got to bring everybody in, or virtually everybody in now. You've got to keep Pocklington quiet for 3 balls, get it into the last over, and who knows. What does Pocklington do? Does he play a shot? Does he say, well, I've got a ring of fielders here, shall I go for one over the top?
Well, I reckon he'll probably play 2 blocks and then get the strike off the last ball. Here comes Eddie Jack, driving in the air, and it's 4 for Nottinghamshire. And it is victory off the bat of Joe Pocklington, quite fitting because he bowled so well for them in the first innings, taking a now match-winning 3 for 28 off his 10 overs. But as the teams shake hands, it was a 97 for Jack Haynes, an 86 for Hasib Hamid, which took Nottinghamshire over the line against Hampshire. They finished 292 for 6, beating Hampshire by 4 wickets. The Nick Gubbins 144 not out was in vain. 3 wickets for Eddie Jack, 2 for Kyle Abbott, and the 1-2 Hampshire's best bowler of the tournament, Andrew Neil. But Nottinghamshire just felt on top of the game the whole way through the batting innings, and they finished this game with a 4-wicket victory over Hampshire.
Yeah, a 3rd win for Nottinghamshire in this year's competition. That will get them into the qualification places. Probably they're level on points with Worcestershire, although they have played 1 game more now. 14 points, both Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. Hampshire will stay on 16 points, and at the moment the one team in Group A with a 100% record, Gloucestershire, sit top with 20 points. In truth, probably Hampshire's bowlers couldn't quite bowl accurately enough, and the economy rates for 1 or 2 of the bowlers just a fraction too many. Eddie Jack going for over 7 and over. Brandon McMullen in his 3 overs went for over 8 and over. Kyle Abbott uncharacteristically going for over 6 and over. And Nottinghamshire, he just felt that they were always just slightly ahead of the game. So the Nottinghamshire Outlaws win this game by 4 wickets. Thank you very much if you've been watching on the picture feed. Thank you very much if you've been listening around the ground, and also if you've been listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on Sports Extra, where Sports Extra listeners we will now take you over to Kevin Howes.